Hello. So good for poker. Let's go.
That river's all me.
You gotta believe it. I follow my dreams under the rubber sky. Crossing the ways to paradise. Didn't refuse. I'm not here to lose. Nothing can tie me down this time.
I'm fine. Still here, Ma.
Okay.
When I'm chasing the beast, I feel the blood in my veins. I'm alive and strong. The tides can turn. You gotta believe it.
Remember, Jack.
Life's still good, right?
Oh, you're so dead on the exit.
Little by little.
You gotta believe it.
Oh my God.
There we go. There we go.
You gotta believe it.
Cut it all.
Davids takes the win here at Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level and there's the Ivy League.
Come on!
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallet has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It is day 4 of the main event, live from Casino Barcelona. 103 players remain from a starting field of 2,045. I am James Hartigan, joined by Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And sandwiched in between us is Griffin Benja.
I'm the meat. Hello, everyone.
So yes, this is day 4 of the 7-day main event. We're going to be streaming it through to its conclusion on Sunday. In addition, over the course of the next 3 days, we've got some spin and go content for you as well.
Options.
Dual streaming on YouTube. We've got the VIP spin-off tomorrow, and then over the weekend, both days of the Spin and Go Championship live, which will see 81 players competing for a slice of the €275,000 prize pool. Both those streams available on YouTube. The main event available exclusively on Twitch. And you can talk to us via the live chat on YouTube, the live chat on Twitch. You can follow us on X, Facebook, and Instagram. And on Instagram, we are oh so close now to 1 million followers.
Better help us get there.
I guess I should start following.
Wait, do I follow PokerStars account? I'm not even sure if I do.
So these are the chip leaders coming into day 4. Martin Nielsen, the biggest stack with 1.68 million, which equates to 140 big blinds at the new blind level. Tobias Leknes, Senkel 92, a W-Coop legend, is in the top 5. And we continue to follow Ramon. He was on the feature table last night. Ramon Colillas is a top 10 stack with more than 100 players remaining.
Always a contender in these events. It's really pretty amazing.
Well, the bubble burst yesterday. We're into the money. Current payout, €17,250. This is what the top 10 will take when we go even deeper in this 5K tournament. Total prize pool of nearly €10 million with €1.4 million up top. Everyone who makes the top 10 guaranteed at least 100 grand. So who's at our first feature table today? Well, talking of W-Coop legends, Kelvin Kerber.
Yep.
Juan Vecino, who plays as bankroller.
Nice.
And an EPT runner-up, a circuit reg, Jason Wheeler from the US of A.
Wheeler.
It is Artis Jimenez, who is the biggest stack with 1.2 million. Olivia Fazio, the shortest stack with 24 big blinds. And players are arriving at Casino Barcelona for the start of play today, including the current chip leader, Martin Nielsen, the inaugural PSPC champion, Ramon Colillas, two-time EPT Paris finalist, Peter Jorgner.
We're not worthy. We're not worthy.
EPT Barcelona crusher, Fabiano Kowalski.
And his hair.
He's so hot right now.
Yep. And another former EPT finalist, Leo Worthington-Leese.
Oh, yeah. Him.
Kicking the action off today at the start of level 20. Blinds are 6,000, 12,000 with a 12K big blind ante.
That's insane. 12,000. You only start with 30,000 in chips.
And we are ready to play the first hand of the day.
6 screens, right?
930K if you fuck with me.
And already, perhaps the man with the biggest main character syndrome in poker. And we love him, Jason Wheeler, declaring something aggressively to the table.
He's always good value.
Yeah. Great Instagram follow, too.
I like how Griffin referred to himself earlier as the meat in the sandwich. You know, there's another kind of sandwich in the States that's kind of popular. Peanut butter and jelly.
Uh-huh.
And they sell peanut butter and jelly in the same jar on the peanut butter aisle in America. And you know what it's called?
What?
Goober grape.
Really?
Yeah. So you're either the meat or you're the goober.
Yeah.
Definitely the goober. We have had a raise from Zhao Weber in the cutoff with Jack-6 suited, and Jason Wheeler with the Grafton 10-9 suited calls in the big blind, and we see a 5-5-4 flop.
Yeah, the thing I really appreciate about Jason's online presence is the way he talks like he's destined to win every single tournament. One of these days he's going to be right.
I mean, he's won a few.
I know he has, yeah. And they runner-up at, I believe, Prague, probably about 5 years ago, right?
What I love is when he's at the table with someone that sort of deserves the Jason Wheeler treatment.
Yeah. Yeah, Wheeler not buying it, but not a great candidate to mix in check raises. No backdoor flush draws, no gutters. But man, does he want to make it 50K right now. Do it anyway, Jason. Come on, you're on TV.
Well, I thought I recognized the name of the chip leader at this table, Artis Jimenez. He won the big event in Malaga last summer.
Oh.
It was a UKIPT / ESPT event, UKIPT and Estrellas, the 1K main event in Malaga. He was the champion of that event. So as one would expect, as we get into the late stages of this tournament, a lot of talent remaining. 102 players. We've had our first elimination of the day. 101, 2 KOs so far.
Did the widget predict that?
3 of spades.
2 eliminations in the first 5 minutes?
Yo, the widget was crazy last night, though.
Yeah, I heard it was off
He
by
made a
0.2 of a person. Oh, wow. For a computer, that's a lot.
Yeah, actually, I guess if you put it that way.
Notice CHJ disappointed that Tobias Leknes is not at the feature table. So Senkel and the current chip leader Martin Nielsen are sat at the first table to break today. Would not have been a good selection of feature table because it would have lasted all of 20 minutes.
Is it weird that I don't think I could pick Senkel out of a lineup? Like if you were just like go out in the field and find him, I'd be like, I have no idea. I don't know what he looks like.
I think that's part of his allure.
I think that's why we're not showing him, yeah.
Fazio, it's like the Bizarro to Superman. It's Fabio.
Sorry.
Van der Beek, wasn't that guy in Dawson's Creek?
Ah, you ruined my Dawson's Creek joke. That on instead of the river
didn't
for him,
read the show notes,
we're gonna call it
James.
the Dawson's Creek instead of the river.
This is so annoying. Jimenez is blocking the street flash.
Yeah, that is annoying.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up, low key.
Anyway.
Well, Jimenez can still make a straight flush.
True.
He's going to need a lot of help.
Damn,
right
that's
now,
kind of, yeah, that's a good, that's cool. I like that.
Right card, wrong suit. So Jimenez now becomes the favorite, 62%. Luke van der Beek still has the flush draw. And Luke on Twitch pointing out that Luke van der Beek is a big crusher online. I can believe it.
If he tanks too long, you can say, I don't want to wait for this life to be over.
Check, check, and the 6 of spades.
Oh, come on!
On the river.
Wow, it was really, I mean, we almost got there.
It's not street flash, but it is a straight for Jimenez. It is the flush for Luke van der Beek.
Yeah, and Jimenez is going to not like it when he gets raised on this river. It's just one of those spots where obviously you have an incredible hand strength with a straight, blocking the flush. It's just when you do get raised in a spot like this, assuming, of course, that Van der Beek does raise, it's not outside of the realm of possibility that he calls with the board, you know, being paired, but we can expect probably a raise. Is this the kind of thing that players really do? Do they just sort of flat pre here, check to the river, and then find bluff raises on this run out, right? It just, like, what he just says, king, jack of hearts, and doesn't believe you or thinks you might fold a straight and raise. It's like, no, he probably just has a flush, whether it's queen, jack of spades, king, jack of spades.
Griffin, I think you'll find that we're blocking a flush with the 9 of spades.
It is a bit relevant. It does block, jack 9 of spades, king 9 of spades, but are those hands flatting pre-flop?
168.
I don't know if they are a lot of the time. So maybe the king 9. Again, Van der Beek only started this hand with 30 big blinds. I don't think we're finding a lot of king 9 flats.
168,000 is the raise from Van der Beek.
Savon wants to know, can Jimenez rip it here? He's allowed to.
No.
He's not even allowed to.
I mean to what? To fold out a flush? The problem is that it's not outside the realm of possibility that Van der Beek just has tens full here.
Legal within the rules, he is allowed to move all in. Is my only question.
I haven't looked at the rule book. I can't tell you exactly.
Straight flush blocker. Yeah, Savon, go ahead. Look who just read about blockers this week.
Yeah, I just think Van der Beek has a pretty narrow range here in general. I don't think he's flatting a lot of king, queen offs, off sub 30 big blinds here, your king, jack offs. It's just a lot of the kind of hands that have made flushes here. I don't know if there's a lot of random bluffs. His range is just not that wide. It's not like he's calling in the big blind here, right?
Thank you for plugging my website, kingjackoff.com.
So a couple of time bank cards used by Jimenez. We are playing with the shot clock at this point in the main event.
It's a great fold. That's we should definitely tip our caps there to the table chip leader.
And that will see Luc Van der Beek increase his stack to 459,000. 38 big blinds at the current blind level.
AFW on YouTube says, guys, what are those timers for? It's an easy bake oven. They're making muffins. Who doesn't love a hot, fresh muffin cooked by a light bulb?
I like when they give me the leftovers at the end of the day. Blueberry's my favorite.
Adelto asking for information on players at the outer tables. You've got a choice. You can see starting stacks in the PokerStars live app. I would highlight that that is only updated at every break. Obviously, there's live updates on Poker News, but whether you're using the app, whether you're using Poker News, a reminder that that is real-time information. The stream is on a 30-minute delay. You could be exposed to spoilers. If you're okay with that, knock yourself out, but please don't bring spoilers back to the stream. Don't share anything you've seen in the chat.
Race.
Van der Beek gonna hope to just get one through here with this raggy ace at the cutoff.
Here's a fun fact about James Van der Beek from Dawson's Creek. His 5 o'clock shadow was so thick that they would have to stop production and have him shave multiple times a day.
No way.
Yeah.
Because he was playing a teenager.
Yeah, because he was playing a teenager. So it ended up being like a real problem with production. It was like constantly holding them up. You can look it up.
That's great. So Fazio here coming in with the raise.
Yeah, Fazio. 3 bets from the small blind, gets a fold from Van der Beek. And Olivier Fazio chips up to nearly 30 big blinds. Still the shortest stack at the feature table, but not short stacked.
Fazio, oh, you know what I'm talking about.
I like how James called him Fazio at first. I was like, hey, we don't use that term anymore.
No.
I don't think I ever watched a single episode of Dawson's Creek.
Honestly, it shows.
Producer Chris, I don't think I've ever seen an episode either.
What? I've watched the whole series. You guys are crazy.
Apparently, John Hamm auditioned for Dawson's Creek. Surprise, surprise, didn't get it because he looked too old. I was a little too old for Dawson's Creek. James definitely too old. You were right in the wheelhouse.
I was in the pocket. Yeah, we were having like girls' nights where it's like they would want to watch Dawson's Creek, and we'd go in because we'd want to hang out with the girls. And that's also how I got into Gilmore Girls and Buffy. But turns out all the shows were great, and I really liked them. And then I realized I had the tastes of a 16-year-old girl.
I found the witty repartee to be obnoxious.
Of Gilmore Girls? Or
on Dawson's Creek. I liked it on Gilmore Girls.
Yeah.
People don't talk like this. Let's watch West Wing.
I wish I'd watched West Wing.
Dude, I didn't watch it when it was first on either. James bought me the box set like a decade ago. It was the first time I saw it.
You need to watch The West Wing, Griffin.
Really? You think I'd like it?
Yes.
It's Sorkin, right? Like the whole thing?
Yes.
Not
Not
the
the
whole
whole thing, but a lot of it. That hand, raise and take it for Juan Vecino, who we've established is online crusher, plays as bankroller, has 2 W Coupe titles to his name. Of course, the World Championship of Online Poker, starting the week after Barcelona concludes, runs September 7th through October 1st this year.
And the president is played by Emilio Estevez's dad.
Charlie
Is that
Sheen's
right?
dad, yeah. Yeah, he's got tiger blood.
I really want to watch that documentary about Charlie Sheen. Is
I
that out
know.
yet? Is that out
Alex,
yet?
I don't think so. I think we'd all know about it if it was.
Yeah.
Dirty River says LFG Wheeler, take over time.
Take the wheel.
One of his
Or-
disciples.
Wait.
Those weren't going to be your cards anyway. Don't worry. Quick, cut away. Let's cut away to something else.
Well, I'll tell you what, we talk about Vecino being bankroller and being
It takes a
a
while.
W Coupe crusher. Let's look at some other crushers at the outer tables, including a player
Very good
with
for the game.
13 W Coupe titles. Plays online as Senkel92. Joe says he couldn't pick him out of a lineup. That is what Tobias Leknes looks like.
You know what? I might have been able to pick him out of a lineup.
He has a certain, now that I see it, a certain likeness about him.
That is Adam Hendrix, who came 6th in the World Series of Poker Main Event this year,
Him, I know.
cashing for $1.9 million in that tournament.
Didn't he get messed with real hard right before his final table, too?
Stefan Jedlicka has had some good results in Barcelona over the years, including a high roller win back in 2016. Mind Gamer online with 1 W Coupe title. This guy's got 7 W Coupe titles. It's Jerry O'Dean.
Oh, wow. Perry Mason.
Indeed. And while we're talking about W Coupe titles, Rashinia 2011. Lucas Rocha has 3 W Coupes. It's not all pros in the field, though. Sergio Caro is an online qualifier and spin and go qualifier. Started today with a stack of 800K.
So that dude who is in both events is still in both events.
Yes. Spin and go doesn't start till Saturday, so don't think he needs to worry just
It'll be
yet.
day 6. It's, you know.
That's going to be such a fun story if he's still in on day 6 and he's in the Spin and Go Championships.
I think you have to, at that point, relinquish your seat in the Spin and Go Championship, right? And just and ride the wave and the
I would
EPT Main.
I would do both.
I mean, I guess you could say, look, there are 3 starting flights in round 1 of the Spin and Go Championship. So you basically say, you can say which one you want to play.
Yeah.
So I guess he says, well, I'll take 1C. So then really, at the point that hits on Saturday, there's only going to be like 12 players left in the main. So you'll know at that point if it's worth sticking around.
Well, I hope it comes to that.
What's the VIP spin-off?
So the VIP spin-off is a special event tomorrow with a number of influencers. I think there are 9 of them competing for a seat in the Spin and Go Championship Live. Of course, there are going to be cash prizes up for grabs as well via the digital spinner. But yeah, it's a chance for them to showcase Spin and Go on their own channels as well.
And were we able to get Billy Zane to introduce the spin-off? No?
What, like the Phantom?
Like in Zoolander, yeah.
What, was it a dance-off in Zoolander? Yeah.
It's a spin-off. It's a spin-off.
The answer to your question
your
is no.
kids are going to love that one. Don't worry about it.
Well, the goober strikes again.
Come on, it's an iconic meme.
Sticky,
you guys are not perpetually online enough to appreciate that joke.
Sugary sweet goober grape over here.
Good job.
I think Tom said it best on Twitch. Huh?
Billy Zane is playing Marlon Brando in that biopic. Looks exactly like him.
Good facial casting, that's for sure.
Which is always the most important thing in a movie. Facial casting.
Are they going to give him a big prosthetic belly like they gave Bradley Cooper the nose?
Quite possibly.
So Calvin Kerber has opened with Queen Jack. And we've got Brazil versus Brazil here as Shao Weber defends in the big blind with Jack Deuce.
And Calvin's the one that we roped into playing during Scoop, right?
That's right.
One of the like
he was
team,
team
captaining.
captain.
Yeah. So he's like an honorary Stars adjacent ambassador.
Actually, has been checked to Kerber.
Weber's about to get grilled.
Nice.
Kerber playing 738k. Average stack right now, 613k with 100 players remaining.
Nice little exchange here on Twitch from Rote and Raksha. Any woman alive? Raksha, I am alive.
Yeah, if there aren't any women alive, the human race is not going to exist.
There ain't going to be a lot of men alive. If there's no women left, you guys can count me out. I'm about done. It's about the only thing I got going at this point. Vescu's fiance is alive. She just yelled at a cat. Yelling at cats is the best. They don't care.
No, they don't.
Another fun fact from producer Chris says, Brando was 48 when filming The Godfather. Billy Zane is 60.
Wow.
That's not that fun a fact. I mean, that's not a huge gap. Besides, he kind of looked 60 when he did it.
I know, that's the crazy part.
So we have only seen the ace of diamonds in Van der Beek's hand. He's opened to 25k. Queen, king of diamonds for Romero.
Ooh, that must have been tough, James, actually. Saying the queen first and realizing you needed to sort of just say it.
It was fine, that catching Griffin.
Romero with queen suited. Possibly my favorite hand.
Give us diamonds.
Van der Beek with ace-9 again? Was it the same suits as well?
The 9 of spades I remember being relevant recently. Van der Beek checks the best of it.
Yeah, these spots are always interesting because, you know, when you are the aggressor in early position, you technically have a stronger range, but, you know, once you check and the player starts betting, what do you really do with these middling ace highs? You kind of just have to fold unless you want to start check raising against a tough player with a big stack.
Rob asking if Marley is still in. She was the last remaining red spade, but she was eliminated, getting a min plus cash yesterday afternoon. To answer the question seriously about female players in the main event, I mean, I look down the player list. It's not always immediately apparent with some players' names what their gender is, but there's a decent chance that there are no women left in the field, which is disappointing.
That is disappointing. I just like the difference, you know what I mean? Just something different for a change. Having a lady at the table, slightly more interesting for me, personally.
So Jason Wheeler opening with King-9 of diamonds, and Alejandro Romero playing Ace-8 of clubs.
Yeah, good 3-bet candidate here. Something you can mix in with flats as well. I think this 3-bet would have worked quite nicely against Wheeler's actual hand. But I think mixing in some calls here against what should be a pretty tight range works too.
Ace-10-5 with one club, and nothing for Jason Wheeler to like here.
Yeah, I think Wheeler's too good to lose many chips in this pot. He is still going to take a stab. I'm a little bit surprised just because...
He's supposed to have it here. He's supposed to have it.
Yeah, but I think your opponent is just so weighted to this board as well. I mean, yeah, he's going to have 7 sometimes and just fold here. But, you know, your ace-queen offs even are flatting, I think, a lot here against under the gun, 30 big blinds. And then you have all those Broadway suited hands that are going to continue. It's just going to be difficult for you to win this pot. So you got to hope that he has a pocket pair and just folds on the flop.
Do all the Broadway suited hands continue?
Yeah, to 22K into 80 something, you'd be drawing to the nuts. It's like a quarter pot bet, right? Especially if you have backdoor flush draws, which
and
you're
then
going to have.
You'd really like this queen.
Yeah. So I mean, I think if it was the ace of diamonds, I would be a bit more okay with the c-bet. I just think an automatic bet here is not necessarily the best way to go. But he's looking down at his chips. I mean, he likes to fight for pots.
If he's planning to go all the way and just rep what you're supposed to have under the gun on,
I mean, it's nice.
3 streets.
It's nice to have a king in your hand, right? It does block the king-jack combos. This is going to be a pretty scary card if you happen to have something like ace-8 of clubs. So, I mean, this is a really fun thing to watch, to see the, pardon my pun, wheelering and dealing. This is really special. Finding 2 bets here is pretty impressive. Because now you are clearing out the pocket 8s and the pocket 7s, of course. You know, how does 10-9 suited continue, or Jack-10 suited facing a pretty big bet? And how does ace-8? If you're not going to get it to fold after 2 bets, then maybe this is ill-advised, right?
This pot's getting big in a hurry. $250,000 and a brick on the river.
Can you take it all the way?
What's that from?
Disturbed?
No. Forget the band.
Hoobastank? Stained?
Stained, I think it is, yeah.
Incubus?
Might be Incubus. Yeah, Wheeler does give up.
Puddle of mud.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man, those guys. Is this one of those stories that I get sued for if I tell it? If I say someone
only one way to find out.
If I say someone was mildly rude to me,
that's fine.
Can that get us sued?
Gets checked back by Romero, who adds 138K to his stack. Romero now table chip leader with a 95 big blind stack. Jason Wheeler down to a sub 25 big blind stack.
Yeah. I don't know about that hand for Jason. I'd be interested to talk to him about it.
Well, checking on some more faces in the field. There is a former Irish Open champion, Tero Laurila, who won the Irish Open in 2024.
We were there.
Toril.
That is Jimmy Kebi.
Keeb.
Spent 4 seasons as a soccer player in the Premier League
Sick.
with the Reddings and the Crystal Palaces.
Hell yeah.
Luka Bojkovic, 5th place finisher in this year's World Series main event. Julien Sitbon is a French pro with over 4 million euros in live earnings. You might remember he was acting as Rania Nasruddin's coach last year when she made the final table here in Barcelona.
Pretty good job.
And Georgios Karakousis, an EPT runner-up, was second to Robin Ulatalo in London in 2013.
So the band Puddle of Mud is playing Mad TV. And they say, Joe, will you go down to the green room and see if they want to order some food? But if you can remind them that we're having like a big catered dinner in like an hour and a half, so maybe just try to keep it reasonable. So I take this menu, this big menu book. We bring the guest stars. I bring it down there. They're flipping through the menu book. And I'm standing outside the green room, and the lead singer or guitarist, I don't know, comes outside. He goes, all right, man. So what I'm going to need is like a big deli tray, like a big deli tray with like a lot of deli meat on it, like I'm just like turkey, ham, and a lot of and I'm gonna need like another tray, like just like with bread, like all kinds of bread. I just need like all kinds of like a big bread, and then like maybe like another thing with like some cheese, man, tons of cheese on this tray. And I'm like, okay. And he goes, yeah. So if you go get us that stuff, we'll snack on it while we finish looking at these menus. And I was like, where do you think I'm going to produce this from? So yeah, so that was it. That was my Puddle of Mud story. I thought that was a little bit obnoxious.
I would agree.
Will that get me sued?
No.
Okay.
Great flop for Kelvin Kerber. Not so great for Jason Wheeler. Kerber with trips and Wheeler now drawing dead on the turn.
I mean, I think they just sounded hungry.
Hangry even.
Angry, yeah. Cheeky check back here from Kerber.
Oh, he's got 3 4s.
He does. He does.
Use the 4s, Kelvin, as he bets 50,000 and Jason Wheeler folds.
Did you say use the 4s?
Yeah.
Oh, so good. I like that.
Yeah, Kelvin Kerber did act as a team captain in the Scoop League.
What a stud.
Is a Brazilian pro with 8.8 million in online earnings, 8 Scoop titles, 2.6 mil in live earnings, and finished 5th in the EPT Barcelona Super High Roller warm-up last year.
Did we have him on the podcast?
Or this year, rather. We did, yes.
Okay.
We did. We talked to him about Scoop. We talked to him about...
I'm glad I didn't know that's what he looked like. I'd been way more nervous.
James, off the top of your head, if you think you might know, what percentage of the field in EPTs now are Brazilians?
It's a good question. We do get a breakdown from
actually.
EPT media coordinator Jan Corres. So instead of me just ballparking it, let's dig out the actual number.
I like when you guess too, though.
Yeah, but I'm going to guess wrong. Generally speaking, the number's always smaller than you think it's going to be because there are just so many nations. There are so many 1% in the field.
I got it. Yeah. I got it here. All right, I got the number.
Is this for Barcelona specifically, Joe?
Yeah, Barcelona 2025 main
let's
event.
make a guess for fun anyway.
Okay,
I'll say it's like 6%.
I'm going to say that Barcelona is probably the single biggest Brazilian EPT. They love to come to Barcelona. I'm going to say that events like Monte Carlo, Prague have a lower Brazilian percentage.
I'm going to tell you what some of the other percentages are, so you can sort of...
I'm going to take the under on 6. I'm going to say 4%.
4 and 6. Okay, now I'll let you guys adjust after we give some context.
Yeah, we're going to have to go lower, I think, but...
So coming in at number 1, the biggest slice of the pie.
Still France?
Is France.
Yeah.
At 13%.
Okay.
Number 2 and 3 are tied. It would be, obviously...
España.
Spain. And... Spain with better food.
Italy.
Italy.
Okay. at 9%, 10%?
9% each.
Okay.
Do you want to adjust after having
I
heard
think
those?
Brazil might be 6 or 7 then.
I would go lower. I'd go 2% after hearing these numbers.
Oh, really? Okay.
So there are 2 countries tied at 6%.
Okay, so yeah, it is lower.
One of them is the UK.
Fair play.
What is the other?
Is it in Europe?
It is not in Europe.
USA.
USA. Coming in next. Tied at 4%. 3 ways. Germany, the Netherlands, and
Brazil.
Brazil.
Okay.
Oh, so we did pretty good. Wait a minute. I said 6. You said 4?
I did say
so you
4.
nailed it.
I did
So I
nail
asked
that,
you to
and then
do
I-
it, and you said you get it wrong, and you got it right. You gotta believe in
I
yourself.
pulled the classic
James.
switcheroo on you, and I got you to change your answer.
I only went down by 1.
I guess we might as well just say what the rest
You
are, so we
didn't
don't
go
leave,
down. You
leave-
just said 4 from the
leave-
get. From
leave-
the
I said
hop.
4 from the
hanging.
get-go, but then based on the
but
percentages, I
then you-
thought...
Oh, yeah, you went down to 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, you tricked you.
I already closed the email. Sorry, we're done with that.
Yeah, that was fun, though. Wheeler, in the meantime, did win a very small blind on blind pot. Nice to see him get a little blood after having a bit of a tough start. Romero now getting a little ool, as they say, out of line with his ace-4 off open, considering we are playing a full 8-handed, but getting some momentum, having that blocker, feeling good.
Not gonna lie, when I saw Alex Romero was at the feature table, I thought it was our Alex Romero.
This is Alejandro.
And getting a favorable board against the range that Kerber has here. And yeah, a really nice start here for Romero.
Closing in on the 100 big blind mark. You'll notice, by the way, that we have ticked down to 95 players. Among the recent eliminations, Stefan Jedlička, he was KO'd in 99th place. We have hit a money jump. Everyone has now locked up 19,850 euros.
Cool. Have I mentioned how much I love euros, just the currency? Holding it, the different color notes, and the...
I missed the 500 notes.
I missed the 500. We all know my famous story from Monte Carlo.
Your famous story.
My famous
500
story
notes
where...
from Monte Carlo.
No, I just had one. Alex Dreyfus paid me 500 euros to host the Global Poker Awards, or the European Poker Awards, whatever it was. And he paid me in a single
Note.
500 euro note. And when I was checking out of the hotel in Monte Carlo, I was like, I really didn't want to break the note, like, but I wanted to like clear my room service, and so I had like a 100 euro note and a 500, and I was like, hopefully it's under 100, and my total room service, whatever it was, my hotel charges for the week was 800 euros. So I just had to turn the whole thing over and then
So
some.
It was the 500, the 100, and the platinum
That's
card.
right, yeah. I was like, I really don't want to break this. Nope, this is the whole thing.
So funny. I have a great 500 notes story from Monte Carlo too. Well, I guess it was technically from Berlin after I won the high roller. I took most of it in cash, and I had it in my backpack. And I was going to be going to Monte Carlo, and I'm like, so I was really had
Griffin, you
up.
should not be trusted with a backpack full of money.
Yeah, it was like pretty much the whole amount because I had to pay out investors and whatever. And then I was, I realized I'd forgotten my trophy upstairs, and I freaked out, and I ran upsters to go get my trophy.
And you left your backpack on the floor.
And then I was like,
when
oh
you
my
did
God,
it.
I left my backpack. So there's a backpack with 429,000 euros just sitting in the lobby. And luckily it was still there.
Oh my God.
And then
There would have been a trail of poo running down my thigh on my way back to get that backpack.
Yeah, and then I flew to Monte Carlo with it just strapped to my back.
In front, yeah.
In front, yeah.
I'm always afraid that when I've got something really valuable on me that I'll have a tell.
Yeah, really.
Like that I'll check it too much, or I'll still, put my hand in and double check it still. Like I've traveled like a piece of jewelry or something once or twice, and you like stick your hand in your bag to make, and you're like, did I just tip someone off by doing that?
Yeah. Act casual, Joe. Act casual.
I cannot act casual. I'm the biggest freakazoid.
I kind of feel Joe as an undercover agent just would not work.
It doesn't work. I did think that under like a poker commentator would be a great cover though for an undercover agent because you're going in and out all these countries. They get work visas for you. Like
I don't know what you're talking about. nobody believes you're a spy, Griffin.
That's why I'm so good. The thing is, most spy work is boring. It's really boring stuff. Like you're just dropping off envelopes places most of the time.
Observing, trying to gather information.
Well, then how come there are so many cool spy movies? Sensational.
We don't make movies about the boring guys.
So we have Jack 10 suited here for Romero.
I mean, I watched Black Bag, and those characters were pretty boring, and I really liked that movie.
That movie was dope. That movie was that movie slapped. I loved it.
Love a good tight 90-minute Soderbergh.
He's just cranking out solid 8 out of 10s like every 18 months. It's awesome.
This is unraised pre with Jimenez checking his option in the big blind.
Blind on blind.
Yeah, I mean, look, Jack 10 suited is a beautiful hand. It's one you will often see raised, but in a situation like blind on blind, when you're playing 100 big blinds deep, going to be a lot of sort of light play here. Not a lot of raising from the small blind. A lot of checking back from the big blind. Just a lot of small ball. Even on this ace king 5, Romero recognizing that he's not going to be folding out any ace king or 5 type hands here, and Jack 10's probably just good, so he's not even really concerned with trying to bet right now. The ranges being as wide as they are. Now, were Jimenez to bet on this 7, it would be very interesting. He doesn't. He ends up giving up. Simply because at this stage, you could rightfully value bet something like as low as a 7. But Romero's just going to take it down with that jack high.
Romero, one of 2 players at the feature table with more than $1 million. Matas Jimenez is the other. Jason Wheeler now the shortest stack at the table with 24 big blinds. Blinds not going up, though, for another 52 minutes. And here are the details on WCoop. We've talked about the World Championship of Online Poker a few times already today. September 7th to October 1st, those are the series dates. Throughout the month of September, you will have final table replays of key tournaments on the PokerStars Twitch channel. And then for the last 3 days of the series, live cards up coverage of the 10K main event. So plenty of online action being streamed on the PokerStars Twitch channel during WCoop 2025.
We're going to be all over that. You're going to get 6 a.m. James and Joe. Separate, I think, but I'm a barrel of laughs at 6 a.m.
Jason Wheeler continuing to fight another loose-ish open here under the gun +2, playing about 23, 24 big blinds. I think because of how tough this table is and how many chips are on it, I would like to see maybe Wheeler tightening up by a pip or 2. You know, I think the King 9 suited was okay, but I didn't really love the 2-barrel. I think maybe Queen Jack is just not quite good enough.
$14,000 for Weber to call. Yeah. Wheeler just bossing it.
I mean, not really. I mean, going for it, prepared to definitely, but yeah, I think this is a great example of what I'm talking about. I think he needs to tread a little more lightly. I wouldn't say that it's a problem of Wheeler's that he, battles too much. I would just say that he's really prepared to get into the weeds with you, into the trenches, and I think he's probably just forcing it a little too hard to start things off here on day 4. But he's also someone that is really good at making adjustments, and I think is quite a survivor. So he's still sitting there with 22 big blinds, and the tables can turn a bit. But I think he's probably even aware that maybe he needs to tread a little more lightly with these these fellow sharks swimming around him.
I think that's well spotted, Griffin. I like candid Griffin. Has anyone ever had issue with your candidacy? Candidness?
Eric Afriat.
Sure, fine, whatever. I mean, anyone who matters.
I've gotten a couple messages before. But
when you just, because sometimes you're angry.
No.
Sometimes you're like,
I don't have.
I don't like this play. Like it's offensive to you. Sorry, not angry, but offended. Hurt almost.
I mean, yeah, I guess I could be a bit more diplomatic.
No. I'm saying that's one of my favorite things about you in your commentary. Wheeler, King Jack.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the pocket Wheeler can find himself in. It was. I think this next hand was a really good test actually for how we can expect Wheeler to play, because he does have that hand that's 1 pip better, the kind of hand that you can open as blockers in early position, but sometimes maybe mix in some folds. But Jason's still going after it, and luckily not running some big hands and getting the cooler flop. I mean, this is a beautiful result. This is pretty much what you want a weaker king to defend. Get the king high flop. Let's see if Wheeler can get 2 or more streets of value here and catapult himself back to where he started plus.
Yeah, this is brutal. Look, I'm not one to... I mean, I am one to argue with the solver and to argue with all the players who are better than I am. King 6 in the big blind, I hate it. I hate it.
Yeah.
And I feel like... Again, this is a feeling. Facts aren't feelings, but I feel like a lot of times when you hit top pair, you're going to be crushed like this.
Definitely not a lot of the times. I mean, your opponent can just have ace-jack here, and you are folding a lot of equity.
Yes.
Pre.
I agree with you in principle. I agree with you, and I know that that's true.
It's kind of a bad card here for both players in the sense that Ficino's actually going to have to be very, very cautious. You know, I mentioned something like an ace-jack now has gotten there. Something like pocket queens would have bet small on the flop, and now you're drawing dead against that as well. So now you're just hoping for a complete air barrel, basically. Something like, you know, ace-5 suited that wants to target something like a 10x that might have to fold here on this turn. So Wheeler's not getting too greedy with the sizing, which I like. Wants to still keep in hands like, you know, a queen 9 or a king 6. So well bet and well met.
45K, 2 ways has been met, taking us to the river. It's a jack. That's 2 pair for Wheeler.
Yeah, and like I said, I think we were just hoping for 2 streets here, based on a lot of the runouts we're going to end up getting, and that's exactly what Wheeler was able to accomplish, and is going to increase his stack to around 375K.
Nobody feels comfortable betting that river. Casino is going to see. He got done on 5th Street. Was Wheeler going to chirp him? Sometimes you get a little quip out of Jason Wheeler. Sometimes he's got some words for how you played the hand.
Yeah.
Looks like not today. You know, the Jason Wheelers of today were the PokerStars Live League players of yesteryear. I know a lot of people going for this. All through 2025, we got this live league. There's 3 different tiers, high, medium, and low. So this would count as a high event here in the 5Ks. There's prizes for the top finishers. And a certain number of the top finishers are going to be considered to become a team pro. Like, they're going to name a new team pro based on some of those finishes.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah, so here's a look at the high. But Enrico Kamoski was at my comedy show last night. He was sleeping in the front row, which is always... Leon Sturm, he was awake in the front row. Don't ask me. I mean, I'll just remember that for the rest of my
You know
life.
what? From this list, I would say the only one who doesn't have a chance to become a team pro is Jason Kuhn.
That'd be so funny if they're like, we've made our decision and it's Jason Kuhn. Thanks for playing, everybody.
David Coleman having an incredible series here in Barcelona. 4 runner-up finishes within the first week of the series.
I would like to see Coleman versus Weber. The cooler versus the grill. I know TJ Reed's making a run at the leaderboards. David Doherty doing quite well. By the way, shout out David Doherty is in...
Get well soon.
Yeah, get well soon. Had some kidney stones. I thought it might have been a conspiracy from the other leaderboard guys.
Yeah.
Get them all jammed up in hospital. Pocket fives for Kerber. Vanderbeek defending 8 deuce suited and flops a little itty bitty pair. Kerber takes it down with a bet of 36,000. Huh. Griffin, do you want to join me in everywhere we go? We could do a prop bet where everywhere we go for the rest of the day today, we have to move like we're one of the kids from Weapons.
Oh, I would love that. That's a good. That's good. There was some situation. I think it was, the first night I got here 2 nights ago, and I was out having dinner with a couple friends, and there were these kids that were playing, but when they were playing, they would like be running down the street like shouting, like ah, and like the adults around were kind of like it was like novel. It was like it was fun, it was cool, cute, whatever. But man, how much I wished you were there so I could have made a Weapons reference. Yeah. They were kind of running like but like the 2 people I was with, it was like no shot.
Where are they going?
yeah.
Do we see pocket 8s folded? Sorry, I assumed we were going to see an open.
Well, the great thing is that when we aren't doing our job, there are thousands of people that probably were watching and can even rewind to make sure. So when you have that information for us, just know that we won't ban you for at least the rest of the day.
Yeah, I promise nothing.
Yeah, who was it? How many blinds did they have? Did they really fold pocket 8s? Go. Twitch versus YouTube. Who can say it first?
Jimenez is gonna pick this up with the raise from the hijack. John Delano says the Weber versus Coleman matchup could be titled Battle of the Cookout. I like it.
But the question, John, would you be invited?
JD, he's invited to everything.
He's invited to the cookout?
He's the OG JD, yeah.
Okay. Under the gun, 25 big blinds, pocket 8s. And the culprit was, I imagine, Fazio? Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's on the tighter side, but within the realm of reasonability. I think you want to be folding 5s, 6s, probably even 7s on a tough table like this, and 8s. Maybe that's an adjustment you make because of how tough the table is, because you don't really have a response to any 3 bets, were they to be light or strong. But I would say your average pro is going to be opening the pocket 8s, 8-handed off 25 big blinds. Thanks for keeping an eye out on that for us. Chat. As Nick Walsh would say, chat. I don't really go with chat.
It's weird when Nick first started referring to chat as chat, it really irked me.
I know, that's why I was referencing it.
But now everyone does it.
Right.
It's like a meme now.
It's like he's a trendsetter, yeah.
It's like if you're just asking a rhetorical question, you say chat. So good for him for being ahead.
So you've spent a lot of time in London. You actually lived in London at some point, right?
Looks like we're going to have a flip here, buddy boy. Let's hold that thought for a second.
We'll get back to that. This is going to be quite a significant flip. This is a 32 big blind shove over the cutoff open. And yeah, this is just one of those spots with this particular hand where if you're going to play it, you need to kind of play it as a flat or a shove. And I think a shove is fine. It sucks when you get called, but sometimes you just find yourself in a nice big flip where you're ahead and you could really catapult you up the standings.
Like the rock bottom versus the stone cold stunner. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Nice.
There's a lot of 25s.
I think the stacks and the blinds are also relevant here. You don't want to flat here and then have, you know, the big blind shove for 22 big blinds with king queen off, and then you have to call to flip that against a hand that would otherwise fold, right?
Ace high flop. Things are looking bleak for Vanderbeek.
Doesn't want to wait for his tournament life to be over.
Nice. Club on the turn, not helpful.
Well, a couple more outs though.
But the 9 is helpful.
Yeah. 8 or a 7. Vanderbeek finds it. Oh, why did it have to be the club?
Wow, got the 8, but the wrong one. King high flush for Vecino. Oh, come on. You don't have to yuck it up so hard, guys. Let him get away. I guess he's up the Dawson's Creek without a paddle.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. We share.
Do I win the time?
Yeah, it's 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
You know what? I think this question is worth asking, Griffin. If you don't want to answer it, I understand.
Okay.
But Mini Cooler, question for Griffin. What did you think about the Kasuf World Series main event drama this year? How it was handled, considering you have history with him? I think that's a good question.
So I was exposed to the Kasuf drama pretty peripherally. Like I happened to be, I was on a boat with friends when it was all happening. So I was only really getting, you know, just I'd open up Twitter or something and I'd see that something was going on. I reshared a couple things to some friends like James or whatever, and then he would be like, he would make a comment about what was happening. I didn't really have an opinion so much as to how he was treated. Or
I'm sorry. The one time I ask you something really interesting, of course they're chatting at the table. Hold on a second, Griff. Not your fault. Of course they're going to stop now that I've...
My own mistake. I won't make it again, I promise.
All right, I think now that they're in the hands. Sorry, Griffin. Please continue.
No, I should have maybe had a little more awareness there too. But I will say that I felt the call of needing to get involved in some way at the height of things, and that's why
you had some FOMO.
I had that. I threw out that little cheeky tweet, which was fun. I think people were a bit more exposed to what I had experienced, you know, now nine years ago at my World Series run with Kasuf, because that was what it was like. It's not like he's really gotten worse. It's just that's how it was, and the cameras only catch so much, you know. Right. So you could, if you go back and watch, you know, the big check your privilege blow up and all this sort of stuff, and you can really have a look at the way that the other players at the table were reacting, and they're very much on my side despite me having a bit of a crash out. I mean, that's the thing. So much of the energy, the whole thing kind of became about him, the whole event. And, you know, he tried to do it again 9 years later, and I think people saw more of that.
Did you feel vindicated in some ways?
Yeah, definitely in some way, yeah. Because there's always a part of me that's always going to be a bit embarrassed about some of the language I use, or just how much I sort of freaked out. But it was really like I blew a gasket because I'm like, this guy needs to shut you're wicked annoying, man. Like, just stop. So yeah.
Well, in order to do that and also have it,
it's nice to have it as well.
Yeah, because look, I can clap back at the guy, but he'd probably beat me at poker, and then I would just feel like an idiot. Like, I'm already pretty bad, and I wouldn't want him to think that his getting under my skin would make me play worse. I'm just already a bad player. But he would get under my skin.
You be careful with that manifesting that you do. You're not a bad player, man. Come on, have a little confidence.
Oh, I'm so bad. It's okay. I do this. It's fine.
Oh, it's like it's a brand thing. I got it.
Fazio
yeah.
on the button. Queen Jack off.
Yeah, playing around 26 big blinds. Feels pretty standard to come in with a raise. Is elected to go for 2.5x sizing.
30,000.
A bit irregular.
9 for Romero. A domination situation. Seems like the kind of situation where most people are just going to call, see a flop, reevaluate. And that flop to be reevaluated is Queen 10-8. Yet another cooler top pair in a straight draw versus top pair in a straight draw.
Yeah, and I think that there are a lot of ways where, based on the fact there are 2 diamonds, the connectivity of this board, that I don't necessarily think Romero is going to have to lose 3 streets here. But this is definitely a cooler so far. Let's see how the turn card might change things or not. You know, something like a 10 might shut down. A
How
9.
about a 9? That's the straight for Fazio.
Yeah.
Now Romero.
17.
Yeah, very nice size up here. Not only because your opponent can have a lot of 2 pairs here, but also because there are now 2 flush draws. So if you think about Romero might have something like a 10-6 of clubs here. You know, he's not going to fold even though he's facing a 60% pot bet. You know, if he has something like, you know, a 9-7 of diamonds, he's going to call again. So there's a lot of different ways that he's going to want to continue, even if he is very scared of this bet. And then you have to consider the very strong hands like 2 pair that feel like it's too high up in the range to fold. You're still technically drawing. He did not go all in.
Excuse me?
Why did he go all in?
I mean, it did improve technically with a second pair on the turn, but he is in bad shape. Needs to boat up on this river and only has 2 perfect cards to hit to do it.
Yeah, I think this is not a great shove here from Romero. You want to keep the bluffs in, and then, yeah, so he's going to lose there.
Swing and a miss. Fazio is going to double through Romero. Now, Romero had a lot of chips. Even after that double through, Romero's got 70 big blinds. Hey, sometimes you walk into the buzzsaw, buddy. Sometimes the penitent man does not pass. Sometimes you get your head lopped off. Thanks for helping my boring workday pass more quickly with your witty and knowledgeable commentary. Joe's helping a bit too?
It's funny because it's just a silly question, but it actually gives some insight into your personality.
My favorite team, green and gray. Panathinaikos, so it's easy.
Lucas de Sequeira, do you agree with this statement, Griffin? Says, what a terrible shove.
Yeah, it was a bad shove. Yeah, doesn't. There's really not much of a justification to make it. You know, I guess you could say to yourself, if this player is trying to represent a jack and 2-barreling, you know, with 4 diamonds or 4 clubs, I'm not going to be prepared to call a shove on the river when it bricks out. So why don't I just shove now? But I'm grasping at straws, giving benefit of the doubt. I think Romero just made 2 pair.
He could have folded out Queen 10, buddy. Don't forget about that.
No, Queen 10's just not betting 60-70% on the turn.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Queen 9's not shoving that turn.
Yeah, anything can happen.
Welcome to the table, Dimitrios Manikas. I know we've got some Greek viewers out there who are asking to see some of the Greek players. Here you go. Weber under the gun, king jack off. Thoughts? Oh, hold those thoughts for bankroller.
Yeah, I think I like raising king jack off under the gun within a million stack more than I would, when Wheeler did it under the gun +1 with like 250. But yeah, this is an example of what can happen. I mean, this is, look, as far as what the chart says, this is probably the worst hand you should be opening with.
Okay.
But yeah, sometimes you're going to run into some bigger hands. It's not even always just that you're going to run into hands that 3-bet you, but the hands that flat you can sometimes be dominating you. Something like an ace-king or king-queen.
Sure.
Ace-jack is probably just flatting you as well. So I think Weber's going to play pretty cautiously, really respect this flat. I wouldn't expect a lot of sort of indiscriminate C-bets on 9-5-4, for instance.
Flop is 9 high.
Yeah, this is a sign of respect. I know that you could have a pretty strong range here. I have one of the worst hands I can have here with king jack off. So if you want to bet, you can have it. And I actually really like this bet from Vecino. I'm sure when you're watching, you're thinking, why wouldn't he just check here? What if he gets check raised? This and that. But I think the reason you want to bet is because you don't really want your opponent, when they do have queen jack, to say turn a pair or turn a 10 and start betting, and then you're playing a guessing game with ace king. And also you can get value from weaker ace highs. I think ace queen check calls there. I think ace jack suited with a backdoor flush draw check calls. Ace jack off might even check call. So you're actually getting value with the ace king a lot of the time as well.
Those are really good points. Pay attention, people. All you folks out there who think that ace king is you're in no man's land when you don't flop a pair. Listen to Griffin Benger here. He's a wise man in pretty much only this one way, but he does know what he's talking about.
I've never felt more seen.
I mean, the rest of it, I mean, it's pretty much an outright bozo, but poker. Is he tearing up a little bit?
No, I'm fine.
It looks
I'm not crying.
I think that you could fake cry. I think if you really wanted to, you could do it. Yep. He's got the lip quiver, nostrils flaring. You can trick your body into it. Can your mom cry on command? Is she? I
don't think we should talk about my mom.
Well, there we go. He did it, everyone. Kelvin Kerber opening from the cutoff with king queen. We were just talking about king queen. That's crazy.
What a sick callback by PokerStars.
Sometimes it's just kismet, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's just out in the universe. Weber is going to defend the big blind with 54. Oh boy, that's a fun start. 5 in the window, 7 deuce of diamonds behind it.
How come we don't call 5-4 the studio?
Studio 54?
Yeah,
I think
some like
people,
that.
I think some people
I've
call
never
it
heard that before.
I like to call it after everybody's favorite president, 45.
I assume that's Trump?
That is Trump, yeah. 45 and
Wait,
47.
was Obama 42? Like Jackie wrote, no, he was 43, right?
I don't know, man. He's from Kenya, not my president.
Wait, I guess he was 44. Wait, no. No, he was 42, right? Because then it would be Biden 43. Wait, no. Trump,
Come on,
Biden.
buddy.
What?
Trump came immediately after 2 Obama terms.
Right.
So Trump was 45, which would have made Obama 44.
Oh, and then, okay, so then Biden was 46?
That's right.
And then Trump was 47. Or he's
It's
still 45
and 47, yeah.
Okay.
God, that was painful. Let's talk about poker for a second.
Canadian.
I forget you're Canadian. Yeah, that's true.
World doesn't revolve around.
I mean, not for long, right? Pair of fives, still good for Weber. As bet 37,000, got called by Kerber, who does not connect with this river.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult for Kerber to really represent anything here. You know, check on the flop, a sort of value block bet by the pair and the 5-high flush draw. You're going to get a lot of calls from hands exactly like King Queen with a diamond. So for Kerber to win this hand, he's going to really just have to rep that he rivered a jack with something like Ace Jack. It's something he can try to do, but you're going to run into some difficulty here. It's going to be difficult for you to represent a flush. You know, most of your flush draws, you would have just bet on the flop. Was there a bet on the flop? Maybe there was.
I often think about
President talk.
how difficult it is for me to rep something in a spot like this. But I don't often think about, like, what if your opponent's got fourth pair?
Third pair in this case, but yeah, no. Fourth pair. Yeah, you're right. Kerber recognizing that if he's going to try to steal this one, he's going to have to make it big. Goes about 85%.
Chaydock says it was a Canadian third pair. 125,000. And fourth pair makes the call. Weber grilling Kerber.
Nice hand. Very well played.
WP. Rafaela is going to be very impressed. All right, things are awkward here. Let's move out to the field for a second and check in on another Brazilian. Fabiano Kowalski versus Johan Raskar. Raskar has bet 80,000 on the river. Kowalski made the call. Raskar shows king 8 for a 6-card straight flush. I don't think Kowalski can beat that. He's down.
Really long. Yeah, it's too long.
Kowalski, I want your gun and your badge. You're off the case.
Thank you.
I mean, in fairness, do you really want him to have to fold a 6-card straight? Do you want him to have to fold a straight flush? Was 5 on board?
So Raskar had king of clubs, 8 of clubs, and it was the like 5, 6, 7, 9, 10 on board. The whole
kit and caboodle.
Yeah.
There's the fold with the queen jack off. See? Adjustments. Sometimes he's wheeling and dealing. Sometimes he's wheeling and stealing. That time, let it go.
Romero. A king and a queen. The royal coupling. Makes it 24,000. Jimenez on the button with 7, 8 of diamonds. Calls. King, queen suited for Vecino in the big blind. And completes. Now, don't let those equities fool you. They're so low for the king queens because they're sharing those chop percentage you see up there, 43%. Jack 9 deuce.
Very interesting flop here. We have
7-8 with all kinds of ways.
Yeah. Gutters for days.
Days.
Flush draws, backdoor flush draws for both
weeks.
king queens.
Romero has continued, has the backdoor diamond, as Griff mentioned, is drawing to the nut straight. This should get exactly 0 folds. Can you consider folding and not overcalling here with king queen of clubs?
No, you have to call.
You have to call?
Yeah, dude. You're drawing to the nuts. You're drawing to the backdoor flush. You're in ultimate position. Well, you're not in position, but still. Yeah, you have to call. Sometimes you have to raise, too.
Oh. Literally,
this is a
always
little
forget
unorthodox
that's an option.
because it's two players with, you know, I guess wide-ish ranges because they're at the cutoff and the button. But when you raise draws like this, I mean, you're unblocking the pairs that they can have. They can have diamonds that aren't going to fold. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I'm a little surprised by this. It certainly puts a lot of pressure on one pair hands, but you're out of position. It's going to be tough.
Does it put pressure on this?
I mean, you're just
draw?
repping a pretty thin range too, right? You're only going to be check raising here for value with Jack 9 and pocket 2s, right? You don't have 9 deuce. You don't have Jack deuce.
Did fold out a hand with a ton of equity.
Yeah.
Speaking of deuces, oh my goodness, how does this keep happening?
Deuce of clubs, very interesting card.
2 flush draws again. Vecino has one of those flush draws.
I mean, the more I think about this check raise, I think it's pretty cool. Because, yeah, the positions of the other players being at the cutoff and the button, they're not going to have the strongest of ranges. They're not going to always have, like, your pocket jacks and your pocket 9s. They're going to have weak stuff like 9-10 suited, you know, a Jack 10 off that might call the check raise, but is going to have a tough time facing a big bet on the turn like this 175,000. Now, that happens to be up against an exact hand that really shouldn't be able to continue here.
But has to.
No, I don't think Romero's going to continue here with King Queen. No,
What?
the board's paired. What are you talking about? I don't know. Are you doing a bit?
I mean,
you just wanted him to fold for 27K when he was drawn to the nuts. Now the board pairs, and he's betting.
But he has a flush draw now.
No.
He didn't have a flush draw?
The flush draw was the one who was betting.
Oh.
Romero was on offsuit.
Then I'm not doing a bit.
Okay.
I'm simply confused.
Yeah, you just switch the hands around, yeah.
Yes, Groovy, the guy with the diamond draw did fold. Back out to visit with Fabiano Kowalski. We've got cards on their backs. Kowalski with 10s. Matt Telebi with 9-8 of clubs.
What is this, bro?
And the board runs out with a flush for Telebi, but a full house for Kowalski. So Kowalski has now doubled up after taking it on the chin the last time we visited. Kowalski up to 280,000, still short though.
No, I'm not.
Kowalski, I'm giving your badge back, but I'm keeping your gun.
Yeah, no gun, just the badge.
Until you can show me.
107, 60, 90.
Keep it together out there on the field.
How many clubs are in those decks? Oh my god.
How many 5s are in that deck, bro?
Groovy says he must have had a very short stack or it doesn't make sense. Yeah, he did. That's why the double up was only to 280,000. Which is how many big blinds?
You want me to tell you?
It's like 26.
280K?
Yeah.
A bit less. 23 and a half.
23 and a half.
Right, because 20 would be 240.
Don't half me, all right? Like, look, I get that you're better at math, but you don't have to hot dog
I'm not
it.
trying to
throwing a fraction
Stop.
into
I'm
it.
not trying to correct
Jeez.
you. No one's telling me I'm correcting
I
them.
look, I was off. Kerber versus Weber. Battle of the Burrs. Top pair for Kerr. Gut shot for Webb.
Bit of a loose peel on the button here, but not super out of line or anything. I think you can mix in some flats here at this stack depth, defend the button, have that ultimate position. I think Weber also has a bit of a, if I can say so, bit of a game flow edge against Kerber after making that great call with fourth pair. So sometimes when you have that sort of like, look, I'm not to be messed with, I'll call you down with fourth pair. I think it gives you a bit of an edge in future pots. Kerber did check the flop, which I think is quite nice. And now deciding whether he wants to start betting, see if he can get value from a King X type hand. Maybe something like an Ace 8 suited that might have flatted. We see that a second check actually would have been most effective to perhaps induce a bet from the Queen Jack that might want to fold out a hand like pocket nines. But yeah, Kerber not taking the bait on the flop, not being offered any bait on the turn, and Kerber takes it down.
Kelvin Kerber up to 51 big blinds. Jason Wheeler is the shortest stack at this table, and that's 24 big blinds. Not even really terribly short. John Tran says, commentators, what is best personal tournament score? So your best personal tournament score would be the most amount of money that you've won personally in a tournament. So, for example, Griffin won $1 million before, so that might be his best tournament score, but hopefully that explains what a best personal tournament score is. Thank you for your question. My best personal tournament score was at PCA 2013. It's where I met my wife.
Your work wife?
Yeah, no, my real wife. I call her my best tournament score.
Okay.
We made day 2 together, and we both tore our bags open at the same time, and all our chips got mixed together, and it was kind of a.
Oh, it's like a meet cute.
Meet cute, yeah.
Yeah.
Fazio under the gun, King 10 suited. What about this one? Still okay? Under the gun?
I mean, I think this is King 10 suited is going to be fine.
Fine.
Actually, better than King Jack off.
Oh.
More playability, more opportunities to two barrel if you like flop a club and then turn another one. Suited is important, man. Not thrilled by this big blind overcall with the 5-3 off. I think that Wheeler can mix in some folds here.
Check, check. Casino betting. The club flush draw is not the best club draw.
Man, Fazio with a huge edge here with the king high flush draw. Really like the passivity that he's starting with here, because then you can mix in some check raises or check calls. And this really puts Casino in the blender here because, you know, this check raise isn't just better flush draws, it's over pairs, it's some bluff, something like maybe, you know, King Jack of diamonds might want to take this line here and put a lot of pressure on a hand that's just sort of taking a stab. So that's going to get a continue from Casino because he thinks his 6-5, his actual clubs are likely live a decent percentage of the time. At the 6 and the 5 might still be live. Can turn a gut shot. So this pot is going to get very interesting, I think, by the river, because Fazio probably going to continue telling the story. And with that increased equity, I don't think Vecino is going anywhere.
The effective stack here is 46 big blinds. Vecino starts the hand with close to 100.
I think the thing that you can take solace in when you do have this very, it's not speculative, it's just a very like messy kind of holding here, 6-5 of clubs, right? You have 6 high, there's been a check raise, there's been a big bet on the turn. I don't think you're ever really concerned about drawing dead here. Yeah, sometimes you're going to be up against better flush draws, but it's not likely you're up against deuces full, threes full. So you're probably up against an overpair, which you're live against with the flush draw or the straight draw, or you're up against a better flush draw where you're going to be live to the pairs or the straight draw. So, I don't think he's super comfortable now that this pot has been inflated to $500,000, but I think he knows there's a lot of ways to win.
Well, not a total brick on the river. None of the draws get there per se, but Fazio does spike the 10.
Yeah, and I think Fazio probably needs to play this as a check. Were this the 10 of hearts, maybe you want to get a little greedy and try to get value from something like pocket 8s or pocket 9s. But because it's brought in the backdoor diamonds, because you could have been up against, say, another flush draw that might find a bluff here on the river, I think we like to check here probably. You also might want to bet small because your opponent can have those 8s and 9s, because they might call. Just the disaster comes if you bet 160K here and then get shoved on. Now Vecino finding himself with the stone bottom of his range. How do you wave the white flag here? How do you check when maybe Fazio was just check raising the flop with something like King Queen, something like Ace Jack? Yeah,
all
so
in.
He does feel like he needs to shove. The diamonds have come in. How many 7s does Fazio have? Does Vecino have? Not many. So I think we could see a very big call here.
Bank roller risks his entire bankroll in this tournament. Well, or at least as much as Fabio can cover on a 6-high bluff.
It's so easy for us to put the puzzle together when we see all of the pieces, right? But when you're sitting in Fazio's seat, it's not easy to just say, okay, he doesn't really have many 7s here. So pocket 7s, it's really hard to make quads. Clubs have bricked out. He shouldn't have pocket 10s. I have a 10 in my hand. He wouldn't value shove pocket jacks, which might have flatted pre. 9s or 8s would have checked back. So this should just be something like Queen Jack of clubs, Ace 5 of clubs, 6-5 of clubs. But it could also just be something like, can it really be backdoor diamonds? Would backdoor diamonds have called a check raise on the flop? Probably not, right? Ace Queen of diamonds maybe bets the flop and then calls a raise. I don't know. It doesn't seem. So if backdoor diamonds don't make a lot of sense, quads are so hard to make. But you got to be brave, and it's not an easy thing to do. I mean, there are 83 people left in this tournament. The first place is 1.4 million.
Fazio, deep in the tank, has used a multitude of time bank cards already. Having a look at how many players are left in the field, we're a little ways from a pay jump. When I say little ways, like 10 or 11 eliminations.
Oof.
And Vecino's bluff gets through.
Yeah, and you know that he's going to be watching that on a break.
That's going to hurt.
That's going to sting. Something fierce.
Tournament staff letting this table know that their watch has ended. They get to go back and be regular poker players and not super stream stars. And speaking of going back out there, we've got Martin Nielsen versus Tomasz Brzezinski. Martin was today's start-of-day chip leader. That raises to
340.
340,000. That is Nielsen making the raise. This is on the river. Board is king, 6, 6, 7, king. So it's double paired. Does not appear to be any flushes possible. So just that double paired board. And Brzezinski sends his hand into the muck. That gets Nielsen up to 1.9 million. And you know what? I'm calling it here. This is going to be our next feature table.
Bold strategy, Cotton.
It will pay off. So we're going to have Brzezinski, Nielsen, a host of others. More of those names coming at you. Now, there is someone who will not be joining us. And it's sad news.
There are our chip counts here. 1.5 million for Casino after that brilliant bluff. Weber, 1.22 million. Going to be the last hand or two of this level. Just 2 minutes remaining until we take that 20-minute break, and then we vault the blinds to, I believe it's going to be 15K big blind.
Is that a big jump?
It's actually smaller than we used to do. We used to do 816, right? Now I feel like we do.
Having never played one of these, I'm not going to lie, I don't pay a ton of attention.
You're not a blinds guy.
I'm not a numbers guy. I'm not really like a facts guy. I'm not a computers guy.
You send me faxes all the time.
Yeah, no, a facsimile for sure, yeah. I'm not really big on strategy or competition. Action fold to Fazio in the small blind. Yeah, that's right, B. Zephyr. I'm more of a vibes guy. I'm just kind of a vibes guy.
You do have a strong vibe.
Yeah, you want to see a strong vibe? Here's something. Here's don't let HR tell you I showed you this. Huh? Huh? I was doing an interview earlier today.
Can you give me one of these?
I probably could. You ever seen a piece of gum? I don't know why all my jeans wear out in the crotch first. I don't know what to tell you. Ace A6, king high, good for Kerber.
Yeah, Fazio going with a raising strategy off just over 30 big blinds to Jack 10 from the small blind. More common to see limps. Kerber defending the king 9, getting the ace 6 board, and I think we can expect to see him continue. Not only is your king high going to be good some of the time, but also when your opponent is even ahead with something like 2 10s, you might just be able to hit a king. Fazio was really hoping just for a fold there, but not going to get it from this hand.
A turn is a 7.
Very tough continue for Fazio here.
Yeah.
Because your opponent can just have an ace too, is the problem.
Classic Jack 10 run out for me. Not even a semblance of a draw. River is a quacker.
You know what I think we should bring back, Joe?
What should we bring back, Griffin?
Check bet lines that don't really make sense. Like betting Jack 10 here after checking the turn doesn't really make sense. But then why would you do it? Because you just have it, right? If I was sitting there with King 9 facing an 80K bet, I'd be like, what the hell?
I am all for things that don't make any sense, but that does not happen here. Check happens. Kerber gets to take the showdown value with King High, of which there was some because he has won this pot.
Actually, 10. 10?
And that's going to do it for this session. These players are going on break. They will not be coming back to the feature table. And a player who will not be coming back to any table is Peter Jorgna. Unfortunately, he has been dispatched.
I hope no one told him about how hard I was on him yesterday.
Were you hard on him yesterday?
Yeah.
On
he didn't play his best yesterday, but he's always a threat in these EPTs.
We do love Peter Jorgna. He is taking a permanent break from this tournament. These were the stacks of the people at the feature table, but they're being sent back into the wild. A mystery feature table awaits us on the other side of this break. I bet someone from Spain will be there. I'm going to miss Jason Wheeler, however. And you will have a chance to miss me and Griffin. New commentary lineup when we come back as well. More from EPT Barcelona after this.
Action on the feature table is on Zimnan Ziad. He has queens under the gun. And he will raise to 5,100. Juanda and Lex are both folded.
Now this is not a mandatory call. It's not a mandatory call against an undergun raise is what I was going to say.
Smelionis has called. Xuan Lu has 9-7 suited on the button. And she will call as well.
Saviakis is getting huge odds, kind of like the deal he must have gotten on that hat. It's the kind of hat that should come with a free bowl of soup.
Looks good on you, though. 4-way to the flop.
Double check them queens. Yep.
8-6 deuce.
With the hands that are out there, this is a dangerous flop for those queens. Zimmy's got to bet, try to thin this field a little.
It's been checked to him, and he does bet 11,200.
What the heck is this guy doing? I guess with the ace of clubs, he feels like he's less likely to be up against a flush draw, but I think he's almost never going to have the best hand here.
He calls. Xuan Lu is up and down, plus she has the flush draw.
She is huge.
And she will raise. She makes it 34,000 total.
I have a few problems with this raise, a stack size problem and a range problem. As far as ranges go, she can be raising a lot of semi-bluffs here and not too many value hands. For stack sizes, she's leaving herself an awkward amount where she's basically going to have to shove by the river.
Ziad is called. Similionis is finally folded.
Did you a favor, pal.
King of spades on the turn.
I think if Juan has a set or kings or queens, she probably just calls the flop. I don't know.
Zimnan now checks. Xuan Lu continues. 56,000.
That leaves her with less than a pot-sized bet behind.
There's the call. The pot now 215,000. 8 of spades on the river. The board bricks out for Lu.
Now she's in a really tough spot. She can check and give this hand up or shove and basically risk her tournament life on a 9-high bluff on a board that clearly bricked out.
She moves all in.
Pulled the trigger. There's a good shot. This looks like just what it is. A busted draw. The turn and river came brick.
A tough decision for Zimnan Ziad.
Can I have a count, please?
She has him covered, just.
If you go back to the flop, I don't think there are a ton of hands she could be raising for value. Kings and aces probably just call the flop. Sets would maybe raise. Her value raises are very narrow.
You like your hand this time?
Oh, no. No, she does not.
How's one? You don't want me to call, do you?
No, she does not.
You gonna show? Huh?
Zinman is tortured. One thing Juan's got going for her is that she just emptied the clip, so looking at it on the whole, it's hard to believe she'd risk her whole tournament on a bluff.
He folds the queens.
Nerves of steel.
Can show one. This one.
Either card would certainly give it away. You got bluffed, sir. Spectacular brassy play by Juan Lu.
Did you fold aces?
I thought you had aces. Oh, man.
She's just added nearly 120,000 chips to her stack. Back at the feature table, Neil Farrell has 8-9 suited under the gun +2. He raises to 13,000. 5-7 off for Christoph de Mulder. He folds. Kimul Kirko is out. Renz Feenstra has just arrived at the feature table and he's got ace-king on the button.
This might be a 3-bet.
This is only Feenstra's second cash on the EPT. His first came in this event last year when he finished 140th. He does re-raise to 31k. Action folded back around to Farrell.
I think 9-8 suited is going to be around the very bottom of most people's calling ranges here, especially since Feenstra is new to the table and Neil may not know how he plays just yet.
Farrell calls. The flop is King-King-8. Trips for Feenstra.
This is a very bad flop for Neil. Very, very bad.
He has paired his 8. He checks to the razor. Feenstra continues for 23,000.
Farrell's going to have to call 1 bet, possibly 2.
He calls the 23k. 125,000 in the middle.
If Neil improves, he's going to be in big, big trouble.
It's a third diamond on the turn, the queen of diamonds.
You'd think this diamond might kill some of the action, but in a 3-bet heads-up pot, you can't just immediately assume your opponent has a flush.
Also, Feenstra does have the ace of diamonds as insurance. He bets 68,000.
This is a great card for Neil to fold on simply because of board texture. Doesn't look like he's folding.
He decides to turn his hand into a bluff and raise to 169,000.
And I think this is only going to get other bluffs to fold, which will win him the pot sometimes, but I don't see any actual hands folding here.
Sure enough, Feenstra with his trip kings will call. We've got a huge pot now. The better part of $500,000.
Neil's going to have to bet huge on the river if he wants his bluff to work.
It's the inconsequential 5 of hearts. Looks like Farrell is betting.
And boom goes the dynamite.
A huge bluff, 326,000.
Sick bluff. I guess you could say the Scotsman has a brave heart. Oh, yeah. Honestly, I do not know how often this bluff's going to work. Especially against ace-king.
Feenstra looks kind of tortured. And he's folding!
Wow.
Farrell's audacious bluff gets through. Blinds 20,000 and 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. Ace-Jack for Pasi Sormanen.
I like the way Posse peels his cards. It's like they're telling him a little story. Ace, Jack.
And from under the gun, he will raise. Makes it 80,000.
He's playing it great so far.
Action folded around to Tom Middleton. 9-10 suited on the button. He calls. Creston Nielsen has king-queen in the big blind. He calls as well. We're going 3-way to the flop.
Everyone's playing it great so far. Shame 2 of them have to lose.
Well, Middleton flops best. He's got top pair.
Check.
Nielsen checks.
Posse could continue or just check here, out of position to the guy with all the chips.
Check.
He does check.
And once Posse checks, Tom's probably going to feel as if he's got the best hand here a lot.
Into a pot of 290,000, he bets 175k. Nielsen folds.
Yeah, boy.
Sormanen check raises to 425,000.
We've seen Posse get a little check raise happy on the flop a few times this tournament.
You start with like 2.5.
Yeah, more or less.
And I'm not a huge fan of this check raise. In order to have top pair beat here, you have to be playing your hand terribly. Why would you ever not continue with a big hand?
Middleton calls.
Excellent call.
King of clubs on the turn.
That's an overcard to Middleton's pair. Posse's picked up an actual draw now.
Looks like he'll continue his aggressive line. He bets 450,000.
That's defo a scare card for Tom. But this bet might look awfully bluffy.
450.
Middleton calls.
Two nice calls.
2 million in the middle. Sormanen has 1.7 behind. 5 on the river. Middleton still with the best hand.
Is Posse gonna give up, or is he gonna run this bluff right off the rails?
I'm all.
He shoves.
Gotta give Posse credit. He has gone for it. And I think Tom's decision here rests mostly on the turn card. If Posse had been raising the flop with an air ball, there's a pretty good chance the king hit him. Sure, he could have been check raising bottom pair, but I think like NASCAR, this is all about the turn. If the turn card were anything but Broadway, this bluff works never.
Good bluff.
Midi folds.
He's got to show the bluff.
I think so too.
Whoa, I would take a half a dozen Crest and Nielsen celebrations over one bluff slam the cards down.
You had ace-10 on yours.
No, I never ace-10.
But you had 10, right?
Cool story, bro.
Action will be on Alexei Kovalchuk. He's under the gun, first to speak.
How much Koval would a Kovalchuk chuck if a Koval... I couldn't do it!
He's got 7-8 suited.
8.
Oh, I really thought I was going to get that.
The two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner makes it 800 to go. Ace-king for Gail Bauman.
Most players are going to just call here against an under-the-gun raiser, but I think it's important to keep this in your 3-betting range as well.
She does just call. Action folded around to Leo Fernandez. He passes. Alexei Samkov on the button has ace-9. Well, that's a fold. Queens for Mark Rumi.
Raise. 25.
And he 3-bets from the small blind, makes it 2,500. Hartman folds the big.
Last time Rumi 3-bet, he made it a little too small. This one's better, but with 2 people in the hand, you would probably want to make it a little more. That way you keep bluffs in your range as well.
Kovalchuk got out of the way. Bauman calls in position. It's an ace-high flop. She takes the lead.
Make no mistake, this is a situation where you do not, I repeat, do not have to make a continuation bet.
Rumi does continue for 2,500.
Betting this flop accomplishes nothing. You want worse hands to stay in, which they won't, and better hands to fold, which they won't.
Bauman calls. 6 on the turn. Rumi slows down. He checks.
Gail should be able to bet here. Not really sure what she'd be afraid of.
11,700 in the middle. She bets 5,200.
And I think queens are going to be good here less often than airline food.
Rumi ruminating.
I like it.
He calls.
I hate it.
And the river card is another 6, pairing the board. And Rumi,
oh boy,
check called the turn, now leads the river for 5,700.
And I think this is a just call for Gail. Even though I don't think there's much she should be afraid of, there's not much that can call a raise here that she's beating either.
Wow, she moves all in.
How much?
And apparently I could be wrong. Again.
13.
Roomy, buddy. You play this hand so strong, and so is she. Do you really think she's running a cray-cray bluff on you? All she needs is a ace, and you're toast.
He calls!
On the other hand, nice hand by Gail Bauman.
She gets a full double up.
I didn't think she could get paid by worse, but she did, and she did. Well played.
Action has been folded around to Gail Bauman in the hijack. She's got Queen Jack. And she raises to 1200. Alejandro Alonso has 7-5 suited on the button.
Fine spot for a call.
Why call when you can re-raise? It's a 3-bet to 2,550.
To Ricky.
The small blind is folded. Leo Fernandez gives up the big blind. Action back on Gail.
I don't think Gail can call a 3-bet here out of position.
She can, however, 4-bet to 5,400.
Well, that's an option. If you have a hand you can't call with, turn it into a bluff. Alonso should be folding now. Keyword should be.
Wow. Why fold when you can 5-bet a re-raise to 8,000?
This is a really small 5-bet, so it polarizes Alonso's hand into the air and nuts categories. Once again, Gail really can't call. Which end of the spectrum will she put him in?
Is she considering putting in a 6th bet?
14.
Yes! She re-raises to 14,000!
This bluff has just gone to the HNL, whole nother level. And I think Gail deserves mad props. Not many players are going to be capable of doing this with air, and make no mistake, in this situation, Queen Jack is air.
Game's up, Alejandro. He folds!
The bad news is you got bluffs, son. The good news is it was by a better hand.
Just a few more hands to play on day 1B. At the feature table, actions on Gail Bauman. There's been an under-the-gun raise from Alonso. Gail's got ace-king. She calls. Winfred Yu has just come to the feature table. He's in the big blind with 8-7 off.
Gail doesn't appear to be a big fan of 3-betting ace-king. It's obviously a really strong hand, and you can prevent the big blind from getting super good odds like this.
He calls as well. We're going 3-way to the flop. Bauman will be first to speak. Well, she flops top pair, but Yu flops trips. Winfred Yu recently made the final table of the World Series of Poker Australia, the event that Daniel Negreanu won.
Action on Alonso. The power of continuation compels you. The power of continuation compels you.
He c-bets 1,700. Bauman calls with top pair. Yu calls as well.
Like the smooth call. Keep everybody in there.
3 of hearts on the turn. Bauman now with a flush draw to go with top pair.
No. Don't lead.
She does lead. 3,500.
When Yu overcalls the flop, he's going to have an 8 so often, you're not even going to get 2 streets of value on a king, so I think it's a better spot to just check call.
Once again, Winfred Yu flats. Alonso gets out of the way, heads up to the river. The 9 of spades. Gail misses her flush draw.
Gail should really check here, judge her opponent's hand strength on bet sizing. Small she calls, big she folds.
Instead, she leads for a second time, just shy of 6,500.
Yu's not folding, but his kicker is caca, so he probably can't raise either.
He calls, and Gail Bauman loses a big pot.
Gail overplayed ace-king on the turn and river, which ironically, if she'd played it strong before the flop, she would have won this hand.
Gail Bauman back to her starting sack. Winfred Yu up to 47,300. Out in the field, Kitty Quo has moved all in on the river. It'll cost Gail Bauman everything she's got to make this call. She calls, and her hand is no good.
Gail heroes it and is incorrect. What can I say? Women are tough to play against.
Sent to the rail by the nut flush. Kitty Quo up to nearly 82,000.
And it looks like I'm calling in sick tomorrow. Hashtag what hotel are you staying at? Hashtag just kidding. Hashtag not really.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour Barcelona 2025. It is day 4, live from Casino Barcelona. These are the top 5 stacks as we continue getting deeper and deeper into the money. Tobias Leknes, a name we know very well, both live and online. I am Joe Stapleton. In the booth with me for this level is Kenny Hallert.
Hi, Joe. How's things?
Things are great. Not as good as they've been with you, buddy. 3rd place in the World Series of Poker main event.
Yeah, let's say I had a slightly above average summer.
That's right. Sure was above average. We'll talk more about that later. For now, let's focus on this table. Brzezinski, that fucking guy. Tobias Leknes, aforementioned, will be joining us at our new feature table. The payouts. Now, we are pretty far away from that 10th place money. We've got 81 players still in contention here. But if you make it to 10th, you got 6 figures coming your way. More than $250,000 for 6. $500,000 for 4th. 900,000 for the runner-up, and 1.4 million going to the winner. Players are returning from break. New feature table players are getting mic'd up. They're getting settled. They're squaring the box. Kenny, pretty cool that not only are you a player, but you're also kind of management. You help sort of design some of what we see here, like at the EPT stops in Malta and Prague coming up in October and December.
Yeah, that's correct. So not only am I a player, I'm also a live event advisor for PokerStars. So I, especially between the festivals, I work together a lot with the live events team in order to provide as good as an experience as we can for all the players here. So yeah, together with Toby Stone, our tournament director, I go over structures, schedules, procedures, rules, buy-ins, events, specific events, like trying out new events, see what's works, see what doesn't work, and try to build a schedule that everybody kind of finds interesting, where everybody can find at least a few events that they could be interested in playing. And so far, I think we've done a good job given the turnout again that we're having here in Barcelona.
Sound good. We'll talk to you more about that later if y'all have specific questions. For now, let's meet some of the players at our feature table. That is Martin Nielsen. He was the start of day chip leader, I believe. Comes to the table with 2 million in chips. That's 135 big blinds. This is Tobias Leknes, a.k.a. Senkel, on Twitch and on PokerStars, I believe.
How is it on the house?
104 big blinds for Tobias. We love Tobias's contributions. He's an avid, not just a crusher, but watcher of the stream. He's always been generous with his time and generous with his criticism. He's not that hard on me. When you have a crusher like him watching me do commentary, they could be quite cruel, but he's a cool dude. Tomasz Brzezinski at the table, 35 bigs for him.
Promotion for the very best mixed game festival there is.
Lots of Scrabble points. Forget his name.
Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, 2 Z's. Didrik Mantor.
I'm gonna guess 12.
305,000. That's 20 bigs. Got his F1 hoodie on.
You like to fun game.
It is.
Minimum amount that hoodie cost
So
was
we must be
$120.
If I do 7 together.
Having bought a few.
Not gonna bust.
120. That feels like you got a good sale out of it. If you got it at that
I'm
price
saying
for
minimum,
Vegas.
yeah.
I bet they're gonna make some joke about
This
being
guy
a
finished
big
third
red
in the main event. He's still complaining about Vegas prices. That's how
Fourth.
bad it is there.
Fourth.
So fourth,
They're
sorry,
right.
excuse me, fourth.
Yeah.
Good misclick.
What?
Good misclick.
That's my life so far.
Action is underway.
I have done some very strong misclicks though.
Faraz Mangro in the undercover
Very consistent that it
FBI
isn't Ras.
get up. Nielsen on the button, Queen 4.
So the blinds went up to 10,000, 15,000
Thank
for
you.
this level. We got rid of the yellow
Surprised they allowed
1,000
Newcastle,
chips.
Jersey here. Or
The
sweater.
2 chips in play, the blue ones,
It's just in very
5,000
controversial.
each, and what do you call them? Green, bright green, lime green, or we're 25,000.
I like to call them watermelon,
Watermelon.
but I don't think that even really works.
No.
Kenny, when you finished fourth in the main event, I know that not your first time, first of all.
Yes, no.
It's not gonna get
Yeah, somehow I managed to do it 2 times.
Pretty
but
freaking
Still
cool.
don't know how I did it, but yeah.
But you're also,
True.
you know, not your first rodeo, I guess is what I'm saying. Is there a victory lap for you? Is there a celebration, or is it just, yeah, I did well, I'm going to go to bed now?
I mean, I was in Vegas when, of course, this happened, and there are worse places in the world to celebrate something than Las Vegas.
So you did get to do a little bit of celebration.
Yeah, a little bit of celebration. Like you have to. Like, yeah, it was my highest result ever. Of course, there's always a slight amount of disappointment for any tournament you play that you don't win, I guess.
Sure.
But no, like $3 million score, 4th place, and the biggest tournament there is. That deserves a bit of celebration. So yeah, no, spent some time in Vegas. Had some dinners in London, my hometown, and Belgium, my home country, or like my original country, I should say. So no, we had enough celebrations. Took a bit of a break, and yeah, charged up and ready to go here for EPT Barcelona. I'm already here since 10 days, I think. Actually,
I saw that, yeah. Well, good. Congrats, man. I'm glad you got to have some fun, too. Mangro. Firaz Mangro. Ace-10 offsuit.
Do you have ginger? Come on, little for ginger.
Oh, I love listening to the tea order. These guys are giving the tea right now, literally.
Yeah, we're not here for the poker. We're here for the tea or the
Yeah, not many exciting hands so far.
to spill the tea.
Fold around to that fucking guy in the big blind with deuces. If chat really is asking
Like MacGyver episode, 10 and 5, I think.
about Tobias's shirt, mentioning something called mixed games. Mixed games are just other forms of hold'em other forms of poker that aren't hold'em. Foggins deuces ahead after this king high flop. Mangro misses. Foggin checks. Mangro bets 25,000.
And with pocket deuces, it's not the best flop for you. I mean, there's not really good flops you can hit with pocket deuces apart from a deuce. I mean, there's certain boards where you could consider continuing, but I think it's fine to get rid of your hand here on this specific board.
Faraz up to 44 big blinds. Question from YouTube, from No Limit High Low, who says, is this the same Kenny that jumped in the pool fully clothed at the pool party at ESPT Barcelona last year?
That's not me, no.
I didn't think it was you, but I had to ask. Thank you for your question. What other Kennys are there?
Fold.
Bryn Kenny?
Oh, yeah, maybe not the best comparison.
I also don't see Bryn jumping in the pool with all his clothes, to be fair.
No, especially not in the modern era. Benny Glazer says Kenny Salmon. Wait, do you mean Kenny or Benny? Maybe it was Benny Glazer. Nielsen with ace king, big slick energy. Folds around to Mark Foggin, who folds 9-5 suited. Mangro. Looking down at pocket aces here would make a man grow. Not so sure about 7-5 off. Okay. There you go. Easy game. You don't even. It's not a drawing pair. If you don't have to draw.
I'd sometimes see a flop with that hand, though. I can see some possibilities with it.
I think a skilled player like you, Kenny, by all means, play your 7-5 offsuit in the big blind. Someone like me, I'm just going to give it up. I'm just going to give up the big blind.
Yeah, but then you might be folding too much.
Of course I am. Everybody knows that.
And then they're going to raise more if you fold too much. So have to find a bit of a balance in there.
Edwin Snippa asked, does Kenny know a bit more about Mangro as he's a Dutch player? And I think Kenny knows that scene.
I know a lot about the Belgian and Dutch poker scene, of course, because it's where I grew up and yeah, still in contact with a lot of people. However, Mangro is not a familiar face to me. I haven't had the pleasure of playing with him yet. Also won't happen this tournament anymore since I'm sitting here in the booth.
Boo. Another ace king. This one for Mantor. We got a Mangro and a Mantor. Mangro with king 5 off this time. If he's folding 7-5 in the big blind, I assume king 5 is going into the bin as well. Tobias in the big blind, 6-5 off.
This is actually tiny better than a 7-5 off we just had, because this is even a little bit more connected. And let's see if we can get at least somewhat of an exciting flop.
Not that exciting. 10-10-6, 2 spades. We do have a pair at least for Leknes. Mantor pretty likely to like ace king in this spot, especially with the ace of spades. Puts out 25,000.
Yeah, both players are not too unhappy with this board. As we can see, a glimpse here indeed of the mixed games shirt that Leknes is wearing. I think it says mixed poker.
Tobias calls. Queen of spades on the turn. Things getting a little funkier.
This is now actually a very good card for Mantor. Like, he will have the possibility to fire again on the turn here. Since Leknes will have a lot of hands that he has actually as well at the moment, so he will be able to fold out a lot of better hands here. And since Leknes was already very short at the start of the hand, or like relatively short with 20 big blinds opening from under the gun, like he will have a fairly tight range. And this board is it's a very good board for his perceived range. And given the hand that he has, yeah, I wouldn't hate to keep betting. Decides to check.
Mantor does not bet. 7 of clubs on the river.
Now it's very likely that this hand might just go to showdown, that Mantor might just check behind, and that Leknes will win this hand and will this battle of the Norwegians.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Pair of sixes will win at showdown. Tobias Leknes says thank you. And a new player has arrived.
Say by the bell. Okay.
It's another Scandinavian.
It is Anton Suarez from Sweden. Did you know that he was? I mean, did you look at him and say Scandinavian, or you know Anton and you?
I saw the flag on.
You saw the flag first. Okay. The traditional Scandinavian last name Suarez.
From now on. PLO friend.
Mantor, Queen 4.
This is not PLO, no?
Later.
Also, you guys click Reg too? Terrible. Me too.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of non-Hold'em players at this table.
That's what you get if you got a lot of Scandinavian people at the table. These guys do love some 4-card poker for sure.
Talking mostly Omaha variants.
And even the mixed games, and like if you would have a look at this year's Barcelona schedule, you would notice that there's a good amount of mixed games added to the schedule, like especially this week. We still have an 8-game, 9-game horse, or no, doors I think we have. So if you're into those games, definitely check out future schedules for the EPT. We still have Malta and Prague.
Sorry, future. What is it?
Future schedule.
Future schedule. Sorry. Okay, got it.
Yeah, with Malta and Prague still on upcoming this year.
So where's that?
There will be some more mixed games if you're into any of those.
Looks like Faraz Mangro gets a lot of respect.
Sure.
No action on that raise.
That's that way? Okay. Okay. Is that a mess? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, this is of course a stage of the tournament where you just you're grinding a lot, as we call it. Like you're, or at least that's usually my approach. Like you're just trying to play a good amount of pots, try to pick up a good amount of chips, not necessarily want to play a 200 big blind all-in pre-flop showdown, unless you have the goods, of course. But just slowly building chips and making your way up until keeping your stack healthy and slowly and steady grind your way towards a potential final table. But it's still far out, of course. We still are looking at more than 70 players left, and we only have 9 seats at the final table. So there's still some work that needs to be done for all these people. But it's also a stage where you start to dream a little bit, probably.
I was going to say, I think that makes it a little mentally and emotionally taxing when you start to dream and you kind of see in the distance, you see that final table and maybe you act a little funny because of it.
I don't know.
Yeah, and you know what's up top. It's for a lot of people, life-changing money. It would probably for pretty much everybody a lifetime high score if they would end up winning this tournament. Then at the start of the tournament, when there's 2,000 people in it, your chances aren't that high. But once you get down to the final 100, it's not unrealistically anymore, at least to come out on top, especially if you already have some chips and you can put them to use.
Brzezinski has flopped top pair, top kicker. Unfortunately for Mantor, he's flopped pretty well also. Not a lot to go with that 7. No clubs out there.
And Mantor also is down to just 13 big blinds at the moment, so...
Oof. That is a raise, it looks like.
I was going to say, there's a chance his chips by the river might all be in the pot, but maybe they might be in already on this flop.
A little stop and go-ish here as Mantor flops some equity. More or less than he's hoping.
Yeah, I would think that indeed Brzezinski might go all in, and good luck for Mantor to get away from this now.
That was a lot of Mantor's stack going in on that raise.
He's just on the flop already invested a third of his stack. Now, looking at the price he needs to pay, like 135 in 700, that's a fairly good price you're getting here. Of course. Oh no, the pot is smaller because it's. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit wrong here. Total pot is effectively a little bit less because Mantor is the shorter stack here.
Doesn't feel good, does it, Mantor?
He lets it go.
When you beat, you beat. And he was beat. So, Kenny, you're actually a great person to tell you about this. Now, I've just been introduced to a new rule that we didn't know about until right now. And that rule is, once we get to 10 tables, a random table will break. And I guess that used to happen at 5 tables. But now they're doing it at 10 tables. So there's a chance that our feature table could be the table that breaks. And all hell's going to break loose.
There's a 1 in 10 chance, indeed. Yeah, well, beforehand, we just used to break in order. And then when we got down to the final 3 tables, we did the whole redraw, got down to the final 2 tables, again a full redraw, and then a redraw for the effective final table. But yeah, players were taking sometimes a little bit advantage of that system because all of a sudden, as their table was about to break and they didn't have many chips, all of a sudden they had very difficult decisions from what it seemed like, and they needed a lot of time to make their decisions. So yeah, in other words, they were actually stalling, hoping to avoid paying the big blind. So what we're doing now is we just randomly break a table. So there's no benefit anymore in stalling the game because you don't know if your table will be the next to break. It did now indeed got extended to 10 tables because we do even notice, like especially when there's more money on the line, when pay jumps are getting bigger, that people are doing it already earlier on in the tournament. And if we do have the space to do random breaking order, we will move to that concept.
Well, I do have a follow-up question I want to ask about that, but let's do this hand first. As Tobias Leknes now flops top pair, top kicker. Just a diamond and some backdoor straight possibility for Nielsen. Not really actual or perceived equity for Nielsen.
Well, it's kind of glass half full, glass half empty flop for Nielsen. You can look at positive, as you say, but on the other hand, you didn't hit much of this flop.
No, you sure didn't. 25,000 and Nielsen getting a little out of line here.
Yeah, but if you're gonna continue with this hand, you have to do it with a raise because you do have these backdoor opportunities, and those are just a few extra percentages that you sometimes need, like in order to make this a good play. So you have the ability then to keep betting on a lot of turns and maybe hit your hands by the river.
Well, I guess the possibility of hitting his hand is still alive for Nielsen.
And this is a board, as you being Nielsen, you have to continue here.
Sure, why not?
Because, for example, you could have a hand like 10 Jack already as well, which gets there. There's many hands that you still have in your range that do wanna continue here on this board. And what Nielsen did, like he kind of improved a little bit. You saw his equity went up, and that's because, of course, he's now turning a gut shot straight throw. A check would give him the straight, but that's also his only out, or outs, I should say.
Just a couple of them. Leknes making the sort of face you would make with top pair, top kicker here. Although I assume he makes this face all the time. He can't be this easy to read.
Yeah, but being Leknes, you do have a very good hand, of course, as well. And Nielsen potentially can have a type of hand that he actually has at the moment as well. So, yeah, you're definitely not gonna fold on the turn. And this feels like a very safe river. It's it's pretty unlikely that Nielsen would have improved this hand further. I mean, there's a chance that Leknes was behind, of course, as well. Now it could be interesting because these guys could be playing a fairly big pot, and that's what
Yeah,
Nielsen wants to do.
They
Although
are playing a fairly big pot. It just got bigger. That was a pot-sized bet, everybody. Just about.
Yeah, pot's already like over. If Leknes ends up calling, this will be a 1.6 million pot, while the average stack is only just over 800,000. So.
Well, so what sorts of value hands are being repped here? Queen 8,
Deuces, Queen 8, Queen 9, 10 Jack. Lots of hands that that Nielsen still can have here in his range for sure. Leknes is using already one time bank. If you can see the stack of cards behind his chip stack, that's actually all the time banks that he has left. Each one is worth.
Nice call, Tobias. Picks off the triple barrel bluff from Nielsen and is going to add 800,000 chips to his stack. And that is going to put Tobias Leknes at numero uno at this table. 162 big blinds, while Nielsen drops down to 84. Nice work for the mixed game kid. There they are, the chip stacks.
Yeah, Nielsen still has a healthy stack with 1.5 times average, of course, but yeah, had to give up a chunk here with his 10 high, but I mean, A for effort, I would say at least. Like he tried everything he could to win this spot, but yeah, I don't think Leknes was ever considering folding his top pair, top kicker here on this specific run out for that sizing.
What a rush, though, right? What a rush!
It always feels so good, like because you're still not 100% sure if you're gonna win, but then if you see your opponent like knocking on the table, if like good call, you're like yes.
Good call. I only have 2 pair. Oh no! Action on Mantor. King 7. I did like this comment from Christopher Robinson, which we'll get to after this. All in from Mantor. Does the Mantor all in get through? Yep. Christopher Robinson says the Euroiest Euro that ever Euroed award goes to Nielsen. The award? Yet another scarf. One more scarf and Nielsen gets that bluff through. I agree, Christopher. We are going to check in once again with our favorite outer table, Fabiano Kowalski's table, former finalist in this event. Twice, I want to say, but certainly once. This is him versus Alexei Savinkov. Kowalski has bet 70,000. The board is 5-6-6-4-6. And Savinkov has shoved. Snap called by Kowalski. Kowalski shows
the goods.
The goods. The 4th 6. I don't know what Savinkov's outs are, but I'm pretty sure there aren't any.
There's already a full board anyway, so yeah, I think we need to pull out a lot of cards in order to.
Yeah, how many would it take to run down 4 6s? Savinkov, of course, was bluffing. And if you're going to get caught, might as well get caught by quads.
Dead by quads.
That's right. Nearly.
Oh. It was you.
Yeah, Kowalski definitely made the final table once. You're saying he made it twice?
At least once.
Crazy hand.
It might have been a real deep run the second time, like an 11th or something. Back on the stage. Oh, look at this. We've got the raise from Mangro with ace-jack. Nielsen flats queen 10 off on the button. Holski waking up with ladies in the small blind. Queen 10 off, button flat. Kenny Hallert, go.
It's a perfect situation. Like, it's perfect, yeah, situation to put in a 3-bet. I like his... Don't really like... I think he goes a little bit too big here, given his own chip stack. If he would be playing, say, $1 million, I'd like it more. But I think he can get away with a smaller sizing here. But yeah, he won't get any action from Nielsen anymore, and I think Mangro as well might give up his hand here pre-flop as well.
If I'm Mangro, I'm so mad at Nielsen because I think it's his fault that this 3-bet happened.
Yeah,
you
like
too.
Being Nielsen and having two.
You're short. Appearance.
Yeah, who's in the blinds? So we did have like Holski in the blinds, and who's sitting next to Holski? Brzezinski, yeah. Do not have the biggest stacks in there. I mean, I think it's a bit too loose of a call, first of all, pre-flop anyway. Versus a early position open. Unless you have a good reason, you have a good read on your opponents.
What if Queen 10 offsuits my lucky hand?
It's just for the drawing of
that's... If you only play the hands that you feel lucky with, like...
I would have stopped you.
Things often go south, I would say.
So I'm getting word that we are down to 72 players now, which means one of these tables is about to be broken at random. And I got a bad feeling about this, but I got a great feeling about Spin and Go Live. I don't know if y'all know this or not, but right next door, like in the building, right behind us, there's a real cool set that's been built. It looks like a game show. It looks like a TV game show. And Saturday and Sunday, we're going to have a Spin and Go Championship. 81 players, 275,000 euro free roll for them. And you will be able to watch it. Yes, the main event will be happening. I'll be on the main event. James will be on the Spin and Go Live. And, you know, there's a really cool mechanic for how they're going to spin for the prizes and when and how much will be awarded. I do think it'll be worth checking out. I'd love to play in it. That seems really fun. We're still waiting to find out which of these tables is going to be broken. I think there's still a hand in progress. I see a wash happening now, so...
Yeah, what I actually do there, we'll just throw the cards, like from a deck of cards, from ace till 10, and actually let a player pick. And whatever that card is, that's the table number that will be broken.
Well, I'm seeing chip racks at the... You got to be freaking kidding me. Are we sure this isn't Leslie Nielsen's table? Because surely you can't be serious. Now I gotta fill, what, 10 minutes probably?
Good luck, gents.
Well, these people, hey, Kenny, you know what? AMA, Kenny Hallert.
It's done it before. I'm going to do it again.
I've been doing well in the all-in.
We are going to follow Tobias Leknes, by the way. Wherever table he ends up at, we will force them back up here.
Okay, so go.
We're actually going to go over a couple of things here. We got some stuff in the hopper to chat about when we have time like this to fill. I think Kenny's the perfect person to talk to about some of this stuff.
Yeah, I think they're going to do it. Yeah, he's doing
We're gonna have a look at the super high roller recap shortly. But after that, we're going to talk
and don't forget your ship.
Live League. And I think that Kenny's the perfect person to shed some light on Live League, but of course we are going to see a little bit about the super high roller. €100,000 buy-in, super high roller. What happened? If you weren't watching, you can do it now. 100,000 euros to enter. Barcelona super high roller never disappoints. Lonis, Ivy, Sturm and David Coleman ended up going heads up. And Leon Sturm won the super high roller. He sat front row at the comedy show last night. Didn't even crack a smile. Now, maybe that's my fault, but you'd think a guy that just won 1.4 million, whatever. Okay, never mind. I'm going to let it go. As we are mentioning the live league, Leon Sturm is right there, number 5 here. Number 1 is Clemens Reuter, and Enrico Kamoski was also at the show, sleeping in the front row. I know that's not really what this is supposed to be about right now, but I'm never going to be able to see those two names now without thinking that for years. Kenny, anything to say about the live league leaderboard high?
Yes, very exciting battle going on between Clemens.
No, I mean as it relates to my comedy show.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah.
No,
yeah,
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Go on.
Interesting battle between Clemens and Enrico. It seems like those will be the 2 players that will battle it out for the first place prize, which is around 60,000 in buy-ins for our 2026 live season. And other players that are still in contention, or like at least here, they will have a tough time, I think, to overcome, because from what I'm seeing, Clemens and Enrico are both playing all the events, even though Enrico had a small nap yesterday between a few tournaments, I guess.
And Enrico had a nap last night at my show. So, I mean, they're probably head-to-head, all even on naps at this point.
So, hard to say who will come out on top. I saw Clemens had a lot of chips yesterday at 10K PLO, which is onto its day 2 today.
Don't bet against Jesse Lonis, buddy.
The gorilla. You can never count him out.
That's right. The power of positive thinking.
Yep. But therefore, he will need to show up. But now comes the... Yeah.
That's right. We're done with the high for now. We're going to check in on the medium leaderboard just to name a few of these.
This is the one, of course.
Oh, look at that!
I'm most interested in.
Kenny Hallert.
Yes, that's me. 4th place.
4th place in the main event. 4th place in the medium buy-in. Kenny, you won $3 million.
Yeah. No, but I'm a competitive animal.
Yeah, so, I know you are.
My eyes for this year are on the medium leaderboard. I've been playing so far pretty much every event that I could play that counted for the leaderboard. That's all the buy-ins from 1,000 up to less than 5,000. I did play the main as well, of course, because it is still the main event, and it's such a nice event that I didn't want to miss out on. But otherwise, later on today I will play more events. I played multiple events yesterday, and I'll be here battling until Sunday, trying to gain as many points as I can. I will be at EPT Malta, EPT Prague, PokerStars Open Manchester, PokerStars Open Cannes, trying to gather as many points as possible for this leaderboard. But Gerard Cortez, currently the leader, and I've been keeping a little bit of an eye on him, and he's playing a lot of events as well, and has been doing very well. He already had a lot of nice results here. Claudio Giacome actually won the super high roller here, this EPT Barcelona trips.
Kenny, what's the prize for the medium here? You said 60K for the high.
It's around 26,000 in buy-ins for next year.
Nice. And of course, the low buy-in leaderboard. David Doherty, number 2 out there. Once again, best wishes, David. He's in the hospital right now, but what it seems like kidney stones are good and done. So we'll be happy to have David back soon. Andreas Fraley, someone we know fairly well. Alexander Iverson.
Yeah, these are all the buy-ins for less than 1,000 euros that count. So even though at the EPT there's a few events that count, but especially it's on our PokerStars Open individual stops like we had earlier in Campione, Namur, Malaga, Irish Open Dublin, and Manchester and Cannes. That's where a lot of events do count for this leaderboard, and also a nice first place prize. Around 15,000 euro in buy-ins for the winner for next year, for next season.
And don't forget that some of the top finishers in this live league will be considered to join Team Pro. One player will be picked, not necessarily the overall winner.
No, indeed. We will just do a contest between, I believe it's the top 10 from each league. So everybody that you saw in here, imagine that they all would be staying in the top 10. What will happen is we'll do a contest at the end of the season, and out of those players, we'll pick one player who will get a Team Pro contract for next season.
I don't want to play favorites, but there's definitely a couple of people in there that I would think would make pretty cool.
I think so too. Yeah, there's I mean, we have a nice variety of people, like people that are playing on the highest stakes. But we have like really the tournament grinders as well. There's people that are that play all sorts of events. We have mixed game players in there as well. So it will be we're not gonna pick based on how you've been doing, but there will be other criteria that will be deciding as well whether or not you will be winning the contest.
Like, how well do you get along with Joe Stapleton? That is a consideration that we will have to make, because all new Team Pros have to bunk with me for the first 3 stops.
They do, yep. And you might actually be sitting here in my spot as well,
That's
like giving some commentary.
Like when Kenny and Jason Kuhn are like, at the final table, we may call on you. This is how you get points, by the way, especially for the high and medium leaderboards. 2 more EPT stops. We got Malta, October 1st through 12th. I will be there. And we've got Prague, December 3rd through 14th. I will be there.
Yeah, and the way to earn points, by the way, is based on your result in every tournament that you play, you will get a certain amount of points. We did base our formula on the GPI formula to calculate the points. So whenever you're getting an in-the-money result, you get a certain amount of points, and that's based on the buy-in, the field size, and your final finishing position. You do actually also get participation points if you play an event and you're unfortunate not to cash, which is 20% of whatever the value in points of a min cash would have been worth.
Oh.
So, yeah, like we also want to award a little bit the effort, at least the players that do try to go for it. Just give them, a small amount of points, so that the effort wasn't for nothing, even if they don't manage to cash. And then of course, when you min cash, you get a certain amount of points, and that goes, all the way up. Like the most points, of course, are earned if you end up winning an event.
Now we mentioned that points can be earned in Cannes and Manchester. But what about Maryland?
No, for at the moment, for this season, we only kept the points on the European circuit. So indeed, Maryland does not count for the leaderboard as far as I know. Neither does NAPT Las Vegas, which takes place in November later this year.
Okay, all right. Well, I will be at that Maryland stop October 19th through 26th. So if you're not grinding leaderboard points, come there. If you are, go to Manchester.
I will be at Manchester, on the other hand.
All right, there you go. You can choose Kenny or Stapes, whoever you want to hang with for the week. I would choose me only because I'm way worse at poker. Like, why would you want to play against Kenny when you can play against me? Dead money.
Will there be a comedy show in Maryland? That's the question
I don't think we're going to do it in Maryland, but I think there's one on the horizon for NAPT. I think NAPT is going to happen comedy show-wise, which could be cool because maybe we get a really cool celebrity to play big game, and then they can also do comedy at night if we got like a cool stand-up. You know who I wanted to get for big game, if anybody knows him? Daniel Tosh. Don't know him?
Doesn't ring a bell to me, sorry.
He used to do a show called Tosh.0 on Comedy Central, where it was like maybe the first show that really showed like a lot of web clips and had a comedian like making fun of them. I'm sure you've seen clips of it. Skinny white guy.
Yeah, you have to
speaking of skinny white guys, it's professional poker, so there's going to be a bunch at this table. Fabiano Kowalski, I think he qualifies. We've got Kimon Fountakaitis. This table is now table 5. There's Tobias, who we followed here.
Okay.
You also have to leave.
Yeah, so he stays on our feature table. And
with the phones?
there's a lot of chips on this table,
are still on,
as we can see. Well, not see, but we can see it actually already.
We have 4 stacks, 75 big blinds and higher.
Yeah.
And then the other 4 are below 40.
My AirPods are still on, so I just want to turn them off. I don't want it to play through the bag. You know?
Four players that have at least 1 million in chips, the average being 850,000.
Oh, I can't pay for it now.
I can.
No, actually, I do.
I'll pay for.
Yeah, I took it out. That's
So it's a
why.
bit polarized. Like, 4 big stacks and then
Yeah, just to make sure.
4 shorter stacks with Funtukudis.
Close all my apps.
One
The
very
shorter
short
stack.
stack, that's
Yeah.
right, yes.
Je peux encore faire Instagram poker. Merci.
Quite the international field as well. Poland, Brazil, Norway, Sweden, France.
Remember I guaranteed there'd be a
UK.
Spanish player? Guess what? Nope.
And Italy.
Nobody from Spain.
She's talking to the.
I believe we're looking
Man in
at
the sky.
Michael Uguccione right now.
Go, Jesus.
They did count it.
I mean,
probably is the case, I think.
How many romance novels do you think this guy's been on the cover of? Quite a few.
They counted downstairs as well.
So that would make this Carl Carlson. I love a
Yeah,
Carl
they're-
Carlson.
It's your fault, right? That we're here. It's your fault.
Yeah, I know some people like in Belgium as
We
well
need
who have
someone
their
to
first
blame.
name basically the same as their last name.
I actually don't know. You may be one of the people that is to blame.
Or maybe
And then
that-
this is
maybe that was-
Jon, this Raskar that we
That was
just saw.
John Woods then, and not Carl Carlson. And Heitor Maciel, and this, of course, is Johan Raskar.
And this here in seat 1 is Funtukidis.
Oh, sorry, Kimon. You know what? I really butchered all that. I think we'll just start over. Just do all the ISOs again. Just take them again.
Deixaram você ficar com o pet?
Hello. We'll just do them again.
Deixaram você ficar com o pet?
Falaram nada, né?
Eu já chegaram arrancando fora.
Mesmo?
John Woods.
That's John
15,
Woods.
15, and Heroes, please restart the game.
I'm done with the Woods. Anybody? What movie? What movie? I'm done with the Woods. Don't fail me. All right, action is underway after an unscheduled.
So there's a chance now, a non-zero chance. If we get down to 64, at this thing,
We
we'll
break it again.
Yeah.
Sacramento was not Casino Royale. Yo-Yo was not Twin Peaks. Springfield, it was not Robin Hood. But Limo B, it was, in fact, Pineapple Express. Great job. Pretty obscure quote from that movie. Well done. So, as Kenny mentioned, the big blind is now 15,000 chips with a 10,000 small blind and a 10,000 big blind ante. And this was Carl Carlson. Maciel, the opener, with ace-9 of diamonds. 6 tray deuce. Misses everybody pretty hard. Ace high out in front. Carlson with backdoor clubs.
I'm going to see Maciel just continuing here on this board and Carlson probably giving up.
And that is a club on the turn.
And again, I'm wrong.
From a backdoor flush draw to a front door flush. I mean, it's still backdoor, but you know what I mean. A potential flush draw to having a flush draw. Carlson firing. 30,000. Kenny, how sticky do you get in this spot? I feel like I fold pretty easily here.
I think I'm folding as well. I think you have
90.
Oh,
Okay.
baby doll.
As usual, I'm wrong again.
Well, I mean, we know what we would have done, but sometimes other players find ways to win hands that I didn't think of.
And now you're hitting live as Carlsen, of course, because you probably have to fold, actually.
I don't know how much I'm hating life. Like, I'm a little embarrassed, but I'm like, okay, well, I didn't have anything anyway, you dork.
So yeah, this was the alternative way for Maciel to still win this hand. Nice find.
Fizbo says, hey guys, great stream as always. Any info on when the W Coupe schedule is being released? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Oh shit.
I told you.
Taking it all the way. Only the European Mixed Poker Championship gets to stay.
Next time you have to like sue it and own it, so they cannot take it away.
All come to Dublin in November, 4th to 9th. Wonderful weeks of mixed games, or week.
Woods. Flicks in 30K.
That's a starting stack, actually. Like that's
right. Yeah,
the player started with a few days ago, only 30,000 chips, and let's say he has a reasonable hand to put some extra chips in the pot.
Yeah, he does. It's qualified. Tobias way behind, 2 9s. Does go for a re-raise.
And this deep, as being Woods, you don't want to call. You want a 4-bet here.
Well, that's easy.
You don't need to make it huge here, but you definitely don't want to call because stacks are so deep. They're playing almost 100 big blinds effective.
275.
Later. $275,000 is the price of the 4-bet.
Yeah, Leknes now regretting a little bit his 3-bet, I think. Because there's definitely some merit in just calling their pre-flop as well.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
Is in position and creating a 600,000 chip pot while still having over $1 million left to play for.
Queen 4 deuce 3 hearts, no heart for either player. Will this eventually kill the action? Which I guess is ultimately a good thing for Tobias. Woods continuing for 130,000.
Yeah, I wonder how sticky Leknes now wants to stay here. Like if he thinks Woods has potentially some bluffs in his range, has some ace-king in his range. Still getting a fairly reasonable price, but you're, of course, not very thrilled about continuing here either.
No, I am not, and I can see everything. I am not thrilled. This pot continues to grow, 850,000 in the middle. Turn is a jack, so it's another overcard for the 9s. Yeah, Walter Sobchak, not a bad lookalike.
Also, from Woods' point of view, like it's not impossible that Leknes has a pair of queens, a pair of jacks here. You're definitely also not very excited about the run out so far. And I think checking seems like the best option for me to continue so far and take it from there.
Tobias with just 5% of the equity will win this pot at Showdown only 5 times out of 100.
Yeah, the question for Leknes is more like, do you want to start turning your hand into a bluff here? And hoping to fold out your opponent, a pair of kings, a pair of aces?
325.
And the answer appears to be yes. Bets 325, which is a lot of chips, but not a lot relative to the size of the pot.
Yeah, what Leknes does is like he sets up a potential all-in on the river as well, because pot would be 1.5 million with less than 700,000 to play for.
Now, how do the 3 hearts on board play into this? How do they factor?
Yeah, neither player has a heart, at least not in their hand.
That's right. So is there something to be said for getting more money in before another heart comes?
If you're Woods, like as I said, like you're not a fan of this situation where you're in at the moment, because Leknes can have queens, jacks, plays it all a similar way. He might have a flush, like it's if he has like even ace king of hearts. For I mean, it's not a lot of combination of cards.
Wow, Leknes gets the aces to fold. That should be illegal. That was just mean.
I can see why Woods fold his hand there. Like it's a very ugly situation from his point of view, and he probably knows as well. Even if he calls the turn, he's gonna have to face the decision very often for all his chips on the river, and
makes us look very good.
Then, yeah, you're really in a very annoying position with a pair of aces if on that board, whatever, like on a lot of rivers at least.
Tobias adds to his chip lead, nearly 200 big blinds.
Much better.
That's
practice makes perfect.
5% of the chips already.
For the whole tournament?
Yes, that is.
That seems like a lot. That seems like a good place to be in.
Nope. But for me, like a tournament starts to get fun for me when the starting stack equals the big blinds. I think that's always like a
really cool. Yeah.
That's when things start to get real for me. Even though this is already real as well, of course. Day 4 of the main event, final 72 people. Guaranteed 19,850 euros, everybody at the moment.
Carl Carlson, King Jack suited.
You're like, why do we even have this, yeah? Waste.
Woods is going to play this hand as well.
You want me to use them? You want them?
Just give it away, right?
Misses.
You used one today, right?
I did.
You did. I did use one as well. Yeah. I'm just trying to be cool.
Yeah, players are discussing about their time bank cards.
When I really, really need it.
Those are the things that Leknes
Like
is playing with and that most players have next to their
Put them in the
stack.
pocket and bring them out.
These are worth 30 seconds each. So every time,
the hand before they give
for every
it out,
decision, a player has a certain amount of time. That's 15 seconds pre-flop.
I gotcha. Like the hand.
For your 15 seconds for your first decision in the hand, and then 30 seconds for any consecutive decision. If you sometimes need a little bit more time, you can use those time bank cards. They are worth 30 seconds each. So if somebody has, let's say, 10 time bank cards, they could potentially add another 5 minutes to their decision if it's if they really have a tough one.
I'm going to give you 15 seconds to guess who the next commentator coming into the booth is.
Oh, it would be so lovely if he did that.
Does his first name starts with a J?
Yep, 7 seconds left.
Last name starts with an H?
Yes, you got it.
I think I know it. James Hardigan, welcome.
I love the fact that Kenny's balanced and used the entire 15 seconds to make his decision there.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
What an incredible move by Tobias Leknes.
That was so sick.
I feel a little bit sorry for John Woods. I kind of feel that was disrespectful on the turn, but Leknes up to nearly 3 million chips, as you were saying, Kenny. A decent percentage of the chips with 72 players remaining.
Bohemian Rhapsody, yeah. Because you need a long time to get up, so like you have a long song to like.
No, it's just a.
Yeah, this is a stage of the tournament where you can try to gather even more, even where you want to gather more chips, put people under pressure sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's what Leknes has been doing so far quite well. Of course, just before we got for the last break, there was a big hand where Leknes picked up a bluff from one of his, I think it was one of his compatriots from Norway, was Nielsen, I think was his name. That surged him all the way to the top of the chip count.
Have you played much against Tobias?
No, not really. Tobias is also somebody I think that plays in different events that I do. Like is more of
mixed game specialist for sure.
Mixed games, and I'm not really a specialist in those games. Even though I might be playing some still of these games because of the
you're just a specialist in huge field no limit hold'em tournaments where there's millions of dollars in prize money. I think if I was going to specialize in something, it would be your field, Kenny, for sure.
But mixed games are fun. Like the rare times that I do play them, I always enjoy it. It's
keep getting worse.
It's usually a very good atmosphere actually at the tables in these games as well.
Every possible.
Apropos of that, I did a couple of interviews this morning with PokerFuse and PokerOrg, and they were asking about working at the World Series this summer, and I said the single biggest difference for me was the fact that we got to do formats that were not No Limit Hold'em, and particularly when we did 2 days of the 50K Poker Players Championship, which is a mixed game event, and all of these games which I haven't played or watched for years, to get back into that, it is fun, and it is different, and the variety I think is important.
Yeah, I think as a poker player as well, like it is nice as a professional to focus on a certain aspect of the game and really focus a lot of your time in there. But sometimes you just want to have a little bit of a change of scenery as well. And I think that's nice if you can then play some different games, learn something new basically while you're still playing games that you probably admire. So yeah.
Well. Fontekaitis opened with the queens. Carlsen 3-bet with the ace-queen, a shove and a call, and
I'm knowing the game.
Looking good for Fontekaitis to double up here. Well, I don't know, 34% sounds like a lot.
I stopped believing in a screen after the main event, though.
No ace on the desk. Looking good for the queens. Better than a 4-1 favorite.
Can't even make a
the
roll.
funny thing, it was twice my bust-out hand at the main event.
Uh-oh, crunchy card on the turn.
Doesn't need a royal, yeah?
Carlsen now with 25% equity, 11 outs, 11 cards that Fontekaitis needs to fade on the river. Oh, gets him dirty. It ain't funner when your opponent goes runner.
That's normal in Sweden, right?
And that we'll see.
Normal for me.
You need this?
Fontekaitis KO'd.
All right, good luck, guys.
Cashing for 22,800 euros. Decent score.
I think he played that hand very well.
Yeah, he did manage to get the pay jump.
10 out of 10 for me.
I agree.
Still 4 times the buy. It's still a nice return.
100%.
Like even imagine you're a qualifier. You qualified for online. We have qualifiers for starting at I don't know 50 euros maybe around that ballpark range. If you manage to do this, that's 400 times your initial investment you're getting here.
For sure. That's interesting because I thought.
If you play it too hard, then you end up in the kiosk getting waffles.
There was actually an elimination out in the field at exactly the same time as we had a KO at the feature table. So officially, Jason Wheeler is 69th place finisher for 22,800 euros. And yes, Fontekaitis 68th. Taking us down to 67 players from a starting field of 2,045. And this is the point where people are like, hang on a second, this still runs until Sunday. The pace of elimination slows. the fewer players remain.
Yeah, with the EPT here, we do have, I dare to say, a very good structure as well. Like, we have 90-minute levels, and in a poker tournament, every 3 levels, like, you only lose half of the field, like, at these stages. So you still need to have the field, like, within 3 levels at the end of the day, like, we still will be left with, 30-something players, and then you still need to play a little bit in order to get to an eventual winner. And sometimes final tables can take long, as we've all known.
Absolutely. So we've had the open from Tobias Leknes with Jack-9, flattered by Carl Carlson with 10s, and now the 3-bet from Johan Raskar in the small blind with Ace-King. The original raiser has folded. Action back on Carlson.
And Carlson's hand is a little bit disguised in a way, even though it's fairly normal to flat there with pocket 10s, but he would have a lot of worse hands in his range as well, where he calls with initially. And now managed to see a flop in position, and yeah, it's not going to hate this flop. Flopping an overpair. Raskar misses this flop, even though he, of course, still, compared to Carlson, has 2 overcards and a backdoor flush draw. Still has almost 30% to win this hand, so there's definitely ways for him in order to come out victorious here in this hand. Action now on Carlson. Has 2 options. I mean, technically, of course, he has 3 options, but folding is not something that he will be considering. Does he wants to call, or does he wants to raise? Decides to go for the call here. And deuce of diamonds, never on the turn, never helped somebody out. Rainbow board as well.
Yeah.
And Raskar could try to continue in bet here, start turning his hand a little bit into a bluff here, hoping that Carlson folds a hand like 6s, 7s, 8s. And even with pocket 10s, Carlson won't be thrilled if he faces a bet on both flop, turn and river. Because what Carlson then is saying is like, well, I have a pretty good hand here, so you better have a good one as well if you want to continue.
David watching on YouTube asking if there's somewhere where he can see all the players still in. Oh dear, that's nasty. Yes, is the answer to your question. You've got the full list of players in the PokerStars live app. You've also got the live updates on Poker News, but a reminder, do have to warn people that the live updates and the app do not follow the stream delay, so you are going to see information from the future in inverted commas. We are on a 30-minute game integrity delay, so just be aware that you might see stuff, and don't come back here and start telling us what you saw. Raskar up over 90 big, still half this level to play.
Yeah, because indeed he did get a fold from Carlson, who decided to fold his overpair. So yeah, well played by Raskar here.
Fabiano Kowalski, officially the shortest stack at this table, but still has 30 big blinds. So everyone pretty comfortable at this particular feature table.
Yeah, 30 big blinds is still a lot. Like, even though the average is around 900,000, again, amplifying how good the structure is of an EPT main event. Its average is 60 big blinds. Oh, 62 big blinds, actually, I should say, even at the moment. But 30 big blinds, you do not always need to look at what the average stack is compared to your stack in order to determine whether you're short. Also look at the amount of big blinds you still have in front of you. And 30 big blinds is plenty to work with. You can still raise call, you can 3-bet bluff, you can, put out some 2-barrel, even like 3-barrel bluffs. Like, there's a lot of wiggle room still with your stack.
Kowalski calling a Raskar's raise in the small blind. Tobias Leknes with King 10 of diamonds in the big.
It's 3 above average hands that we see here on button and both blinds.
And both blinds call, so we do go heads up, no, three-way I should say, to the flop, which is Trey, Deuce.
Raskar still with the best hand and the backdoor flush draw. That Kowalski has as well, I need to say.
Well, there's the 10 for Tobias Leknes. So it went check, check, check on the flop. Kowalski checks again. Leknes, having turned top pair, leads 90,000. Raskar's folded. Kowalski
Bully.
folds as well.
Bully. Yeah.
Show the
That's what my
10.
mama calls me. I didn't know you knew. But in Sweden, the best Carlson must be Frida, right? Or do you not watch like?
On the field, another elimination. Didrik Mansour KO'd in 67th place. That's worth 22,800 euros. So now we are at 66 players in the EPT Barcelona main event. And a reminder, there is no target to hit today. We're playing 5 full 90-minute levels. Play will probably conclude around 11 tonight.
Very embarrassing. Although football is about to change a little bit, maybe.
It was meant to be 10 p.m, but then you get stuff like, oh great, our table's breaking as part of this randomness nonsense. And next thing you know, we're finishing at 11 o'clock at night.
I don't remember us playing World Cup once. People are telling stories.
I'm gonna blame Toby for this.
I can't relate.
Absolutely, always throw the other guy under the bus. That's absolutely the right thing to do.
Don't trust that.
Leknes still leads with 2.9 million. Kowalski still playing nearly 30 bigs.
It's like the moon landing, right? It's not. It's only fake.
Yeah,
They staged a match versus Brazil, I'm sure, and then scored some goals.
Of course, tomorrow, which is day 5 of the main event, the objective will be to get down to 2 tables. Hopefully we'll finish play with the final 16. Then on Saturday, play down to 6. Sunday, play down to a winner. The champion of this tournament will receive 1.4 million euros.
Not bad for a week of work.
Not at all. We have got A7 suited for John Woods, and he's raised to 30,000.
Yeah, Leknes so far has been involved in pretty much every hand here. Also have been getting dealt playable hands, we need to say.
See, Kat says no stream tomorrow. Today's Thursday, right? I said tomorrow, Friday, play down to 16. Saturday, play down to 6. Sunday, play down to winner. That's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's 3 streams. Of course we're streaming tomorrow. I'm going to miss a day and then come back with 16 players. I won't be here tomorrow, but that's a different story.
Are you playing something?
No, I'm hosting something else. Because EPT Barcelona, as well as hosting the usual slate of tournaments, is also hosting the Spin and Go Championship Live, which will be live streamed alongside the main event. So on the PokerStars YouTube channel, on the live section, you'll have a choice. Hey, you can watch both if you want, but bear in mind you're going to have to pick an audio channel. But yeah, we've got main event coverage and we've got Spin and Go coverage, side by side.
Just as believable as the good night stories he's telling his children.
That is Javier Tazon, eliminated and cashing for 22,800 euros. So down to 65 now.
true this tournament lasts until Sunday?
Yep.
Thought they were joking.
Plays to 6
What are we
on
going to do?
Saturday.
Like,
So
are we just gonna
tomorrow,
have one party
Kenny,
night or
is
something?
the VIP spin-off.
I think tomorrow you just play a little bit.
Got 9 influencers. Many of whom are going to be streaming to their own channels, competing
play
in
all the time,
the
9 game
the
together.
series of spin and goes to try and win a seat in the championship.
We're done.
And then across Saturday and Sunday, it's going to be both days of the championship. 81 players, obviously reduced to 27, reduced to 9, reduced to 3, so 4 rounds, including the final. That final on Sunday is going to see someone win a first prize of 100,000 euros.
Yeah, so basically in a shootout format, as a
yes,
pretty similar to what we've seen in Prague last year.
Correct. The key being that it's not one and done. So, for example, in the first round, it's the first to win 4 games. Because we accept that there is high variance in the spin and go format. So, winning a single spin and go is probably not the best way to decide who advances from round 1. So, it's got to be the first to win 4 games.
Yeah, I would also feel sorry for the person that had to fly in then to play
one game,
his aces cracked on hand 1 and then would need to leave again. So to give everybody at least a little bit of play, that seems like
absolutely
a very good format to choose.
This never happens when you play horse.
That's right, Carl, you've done the math. The first round means there is the possibility of 10 games. You could have 3 players tied on 3 wins and then a tiebreaker.
Sounds like a much better game.
In future rounds, it goes up, so there'll be even more games.
I haven't.
You haven't?
No.
And there will be some spinning.
Then check out my BBC
and plenty of winning.
and going.
We might even be singing.
Oh, there.
Do you have a BBC course?
Yeah.
On horse?
Ish. On mixed games, yeah. It's like... I think we cover 6, 7 games. 7 different.
You got very rich selling that?
No. But I had fun, and I really enjoy when people learn and want to get into mixed games.
Cool.
I'm passionate about mixed games, so...
Gonna look it up.
I think it's... I'm obviously biased, but I think it's the best value mixed course you can get. A lot of content for the money.
Raskar with aces. Peter Maciel's opened with King 7 of diamonds.
95.
10 raised 95,000. 8 plus.
I was Leknes considering doing ace-5 type things with ace-5. Nope. Let it go.
Decides not to get creative, yeah. Early position open, early position 3-bet, and oh.
And now we have Carl Carlson with queens.
5.
Yeah, and Carl and Raskar battled just a few hands ago when Raskar got the better of it with his ace-king versus Carlson's pocket 10s.
So Carlson, cold 4s, re-raises to 250,000. Guccione folds jack 3. Woods in the big blind also passes. Easy decision for Maciel with the king 7. And the question now is, does Raskar just flat or put in another bet?
I think if you're in position, Raskar being you, definitely want to just call. Out of position, you sometimes tend to 5-bet a little bit more often.
5-5.
5-5 is it? Yes.
550,000 is the 5-bet from Johan Raskar. Can we reach bet number 6?
Yeah, I think given how the stack sizes were, I tend to lean more towards calling, being in Raskar's position. You're gonna play about 600,000 chip pot then, with only 1.1 million to play for.
Yeah, they started this hand with very similar stacks. Both playing around 1.3 million. And there is the 6-bet. The 6-bet shove from Carl Carlson. The snap call from Raskar, who has his opponent dominated.
Good hands.
That doesn't happen in horse.
That doesn't happen in horse. No.
Well, Carlsen,
They will get in a lot of bets.
even if he
That's
loses, still
the
going to
same,
be
they're
in.
not
But
all in. They're just like,
I'm
that's
not
what
100% sure.
Point for holding is.
I know that the graphics have
This is kind of entertaining when you're not
Carlsen with 50k behind, but I think we might need to count these stacks.
yeah, they will do that
I
for
folded
sure.
two aces. You're in decent shape.
At the poker table, you're never just going to rely on what the chip graphics say. You just want to always count still the physical chips, just to be sure.
Of course. I mean, practically an all-in for Carlsen, right? I mean, he's going to be left with pretty much nothing if aces hold here.
It's more than a starting stack.
That's very optimistic of you, Kenny.
People have come back from less.
They have indeed. Hence the expression that Joe created in 2017. The flop is 8-4 deuce.
Yeah, safe as it gets for Raskar. No backdoor options for Carlsen available here for him.
Turn card is a 7, so Carlsen is down to 2 outs with 1 chance to hit. 5% chance of survival. Needs a queen on the river. Does not hit. Aces hold. Let's just verify the stacks.
Yeah, now we're going to have two of the biggest stacks in the whole room seated next to each other here at our feature table. And with Raskar and Leknes, both players having over 180 big blinds.
Exactly the same.
They have exactly the same number of chips.
No way.
Well, that means Carl Carlsen will be eliminated. Let's just double check.
Yeah, 1,390,000. This looks for me.
Exactly the same.
Literally exactly the same stack. So that is a KO. Carl Carlsen
Good luck, guys. Thank you.
out in
GG.
65th place. And Johan Raskar pretty much tied with Tobias Leknes at the top of the leaderboard now.
Exactly the same stats, yeah?
Well done.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You avoid the big trouble, right?
Yeah.
So Carlsen exits the arena, and with 64 players remaining, they are going to break a random table.
Well, there's a 1 in 9 chance it will be the feature table.
He saved me.
Yeah, yeah. You have tens?
No. I was going to be flush draw on flop.
Ah, okay.
So clock is paused. We are just waiting for play to
1,375.
conclude at all of the other tables before
1,390. Exactly the same.
they decide or randomize which table will be broken.
Oh, yeah, but.
Because yeah, she was putting all in front of him, and I thought this is very close. Yeah, it was very close. Oh my god. It's no K-pot.
He said stop, no?
No, it's
All
only
in
and
call.
call. Only and call. It's just only and call.
Oh, we are 64 though.
Ah, okay.
Yes, 64 players remaining.
Are we stopping?
No, they are breaking a table, yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, focus.
Confirmation, Leknes with 2.88 million. Raskar with 2.8.
Action-filled stream. 5 hands. Stop. 5 hands.
Yeah, Leknes pointing out that it is an action-filled stream. Way more action I've seen here in the last 15 minutes than I saw all combined on the previous feature table. But of course, the hands that were getting dealt were were worth of a lot of action as well.
That's for sure. Like, they can't complain about that.
do you mind, like, since are we breaking? No, I don't know.
We don't know. They're breaking random table.
Oh, okay.
Or it seems like that's the one breaking, I guess.
Okay, then you probably don't want to answer, like, the 4-bet
So
spot,
before
if
a
you had
table
that.
is broken, we need play to conclude. There is one last table where there is a hand in progress. It's Ronnie Lemons against Petrus Brandt at this table. Ronnie in the 6th seat, Petrus in the 1 seat. Picking up the action here on the turn, the board King-Jack 5-3. And looks like there has been a bet from Ronnie Lemons. And that is a fold from Petrus Brandt. After you played with Ronnie
yesterday, yeah, he was next to me at the beginning of the day.
Did you know that he's a Michelin star chef?
No.
Seriously? Michelin star chef, has a restaurant in Holland.
You're telling me this only now?
Well, I couldn't tell you when you're at the table because you've got no way of me getting in touch with you. We knew, like, if only Kenny had known. He's such a foodie, he would have loved it.
Okay, well, let me, after this, quickly run down to Ronnie and get his number. Okay, no, yeah, was not aware of it.
Yes, so good to see Ronnie Lemons still going strong with 64 players remaining. In fact, I think we may have lost a couple during that last hand. I think we may actually be at 63 or 62 right now. Either way, it's time to break a table, and I believe it is table 3 that has been selected. That is the table we were just watching. That is the table where we saw that hand between Lemons and Brandt. It's also a table where we would find Ramon Colillas. By the way, can we shout out Ramon for making another deep run in another EPT main event? So these guys racking their chips and getting their new seating assignments.
Ramon, choose 6.
Ramon going to table 2. Which one is our feature table? It's not table 2, is it? No.
I personally don't know exactly what number our feature table is.
5. We're table 5.
If you're table 8, stay at that table for the moment. If you've been given table... Huh? Sorry, 5. If you're been drawn table 5, stay on that table.
Well, let's follow Ramon to his new table. Taking his new seat. And we are obviously going to gain a new player on the feature table. A reminder that there are 2 more EPTs in 2025. We're going to Malta. We are going to Prague. Our first time in Malta since 2016. That event running October 1st through 12th. And Prague is going to close out the year. Early December, actually, this year. 3rd through 14th, because there's the PokerStars Open in Cannes immediately after that. But it's not just poker on this side of the Atlantic. Of course, we also have the North American Poker Tour, and NAPT Las Vegas is returning to Resorts World for the 3rd year in a row. The dates this year, November 3rd to November 12th. Highlights on the schedule include the 50k Super High Roller and the 5k main event. There is also a 1k PokerStars Open at the start of the series, plus a 1k Women's High Roller. More details, full schedule in the PokerStars Live app, which we always say is the best place to go for details on all future PokerStars events. Whether you're looking to play poker locally, across Europe, or in North America, future events, including tournaments that PokerStars is sponsoring, can be found in the app, so you can download it from the App Store. You can also check on the standings in the PokerStars Live League. Are we at a point now, Kenny, where you kind of need to be a contender? We're entering the kind of back end of the year now. If you're not ready all up there, you can't really start now, can you?
It is hard, yeah. I think let's say we're roughly halfway through the year now when this festival wraps up, especially for the medium and the high tier, and for the low tier as well. There's only a few more events coming anymore, so if you're not in contention, it will be tough to make it all the way to the top. But for those that are battling, including me, on the medium side, there's still lots of left to play for, and we will need to make some volume and hopefully getting some results if you want to come out on top.
Kenny's really fighting for that PokerStars contract. These are the payouts in this year's EPT Barcelona main event. Now we are down to, we believe, 62 players. May have been some additional eliminations from the outer tables during that last hand. We are still paying 22,800 euros. Up top this year, 1.4 million, and I mean, anytime you can say everyone in the top 10 is going to get at least 100k, you know it's a big event. 2,045 total entries means a prize pool of nearly 10 million euros. Barcelona, big pretty much every year. This one of the biggest, the third biggest in Barcelona history, only beaten by those huge events in 2022 and 2023.
And Ronnie is back at the feature table.
Yes, when life gives you lemons, make Ronnie lemons.
Also Lauri Saskilahti from Finland also brings an above average stack to the table, as does Ronnie. So you have a lot of chips at the final, at the feature table, I should say. This is not the final table, even though the final table will be played on this specific table.
That is true. It has occurred to me as well that even if you have little to no interest in the Spin and Go Live Championship and have every intention of watching the main event through to its conclusion, bear in mind that event is playing in the same room, and I'm not going to lie to you, it's going to be loud. Trust me, you will know it's happening. Every time there is a spin, you will hear it.
Can't wait for it.
There is one of our new players. And there is Ronnie back on the main stage.
Nah, it's a pleasure. We're lucky humans. Get to sit in Barcelona and play poker.
That's true.
Yeah, 62 players remaining.
That's the opposite.
What do you think about this take from the Pine Fresh guy, Kenny? EPT and WSOP are insane. Seems more about endurance and consistency, not schedule for the players.
I disagree. Like, we want to present poker as a competitive game, and in order to make it as competitive as possible, we need to offer a good structure. And yes, this tournament takes a while, but with 90-minute levels, still there's room. Like, there's people have lots of room to play for, and we really, like, the experienced player or the player that makes the good decisions will often come up on top, and he will be less dependent on his luck in certain showdowns, which you do have in other events. Like, for example, one of our hyper turbos here, which is not necessarily the highest skill game that we have on the schedule, which is, a lot of will be dependent on the cards that you're getting dealt that specific evening. But this is the main event. Players pay a good, a big amount of money for this. There's lots of qualifiers for this event. We do want to offer a good structure. We don't want them to, half of the field is out by the first dinner break. So, by offering a good structure, we catering towards the player experience. There's lots of money up top. There's 1.4 million up top. If you want to earn that amount of money, well, you're gonna have to work a little bit for it. So I think it's very reasonable that the way our structure is.
I don't disagree, but it's not inaccurate to say, especially in an EPT main event or the World Series of Poker main event that you played this summer, endurance is a factor.
It is part of the game, but that's we have 2,000 players here. We have 10,000 players this summer at the main event. So in order to get down from 10,000 or 2,000 to one player, you need multiple days if you want to offer a good structure. And the reason why these events are so popular is because we have a good structure. If we would tomorrow say, let's say in Malta, we cut down the levels to 1 hour throughout, yes, it will be over in 3 days, but not going to say nobody will show up, but it will have a big effect on the players that will be competing in the whole event. So that's all these reasons for us combined is why we came up with this structure.
So Saskalati has raised here with Queen 8 of diamonds. Guccione with the sailboats, pocket fours. And fours gets folded, so round to the big blind, Johan Raska. Ace-7 off, the Spraggy. Looks like a defend. Heads up to the flop.
So far, fairly standard hand. And
top pair for Saskalati.
You remember what Guccione folded?
Pocket fours. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, bro.
I guess the C-bet might get things done here.
That's the classic. It's a black ace. It's not a club.
So often when people look at their cards back, they usually have an offsuit hand. But yes, as you said, endurance. It is part of the game. Like
it's not a criticism. It's just a reality.
Yeah. I always say to be a good poker player, you not only need to be good at playing poker, but you need other skills as well if you want to make it. And being able to be patiently sitting down at the table for multiple days is one of those. And making sure you're able to handle consecutive days where you play from, let's say, noon till midnight is also part of it.
So we are in, trying to do the math, the third level of the day? Second level of the day.
Second level, I believe this is, yes.
It's 4:05 in the afternoon. How are we only on the second level of the day? Oh, the random table breaks, I was thinking one more level and then we get to go to dinner. Nope. 2 more after this. 10-8 of hearts for a Guccione. Don't worry, S4. We are going to break for dinner at some point this evening. Got to feed these people.
Yeah, the dinner break is scheduled after the 4th level of today.
I just naively thought we would already hit the 3rd level of the day. So Woods has 3-bet with the Queen of Diamonds and another card. And Guccione is folded. Hope it was Queen Deuce for the lols. John Woods still playing 64 bigs. 960k, 23 minutes on the level, by the way, until the next break, and of course, when the blinds next go up.
Yeah, the average stack is over 1 million now. It's nearing 70 big blinds.
So here's a question, Kenny, as someone who is a TD, a structure and scheduling nerd. Why is there still this geographical difference between Europe and America in terms of the rounding up or rounding down of the small blind in structures? For example, in Europe, we would play 100, 300, but in America it's always 200, 300, or 300, 500 instead of 200, 500. What is the reason for that difference?
I've done the math on it, of course.
Of course you have. See, this is why you're the right person to ask.
When you go for the lower one, at least like the blind levels we have here, blinds increases will always be between, is it now 16% and 25%? But at least it stays within a tinier window. Whereas if you go to the bigger side, your jumps are actually bigger in terms of how the big blind increases are. I think it's between 16 and 25%, or even 20 and 25% that we are staying. But with bigger small blinds, you sometimes might get like a 33% increase or something, and then I'm talking about the full cost per round, so the amount of a small blind plus a big blind plus the ante.
Right.
So that's why we are sticking to the structure that we are having.
Sure. I guess what I'm asking in a long-winded way is there any prospect of... Hold on a second, we've got an all-in here. Fold from Woods. Is there any prospect of uniformity? Any chance that you can get Matt Savage et al. To fall in line and do the same that we do?
Matt asked me that question as well. Why are you still doing it small while doing it the wrong way? I said, then I replied to him this and I said, why are you doing it the wrong way?
Yeah.
So, I mean, is there a correct way? I don't know. I believe me as being a numbers nerd, for me this is the correct way to do.
Julien Sitbon eliminated in 62nd place, taking us down to 61 players now. I mean, not being funny, we had that ludicrous difference in which plays first, the big blind ante or the big blind. We got that resolved. This, to me, is the next thing to resolve. I just like everything to be the same.
I'm a person of consistency as well, and for me, you can't argue with math, you can't argue with the numbers for me. So that's for me the reason to stick to it. So I will keep it. Together with Toby, we did agree on doing it in this way. But for example, now actually here we do have, you could say, like the expensive small blind. It's 10,000, 15,000. It is not 5,000, 15,000. But that's for just to make sure that the math is correct, because otherwise the next level would be 10,000, or will be 10,000, 20,000, 20,000. So the cost per round goes up to 50,000. If it was only here a 5,000 small blind, then the increase would be too much for me to go towards the next level.
Craze86 has a craze suggestion. Just keep the 50s in and make it the blinds 250, 500. But you don't generally play with 50s. It would mean keeping the 25s in, and
which are not even in a starting stack anymore, because the first level is 100, 100. Yeah, we do have these like somewhat odd levels, you can say, or odd small blinds, and that's because we can color up chips earlier. It's less physical chips in play, that means. So the game progresses quicker, like chip counts are taking up less time. And especially for recreational players who have a harder time counting stacks, we're making it a little bit easier for them as well, for the inexperienced player when they want to have a look over what the chip stack of their opponents is.
Ace Queen versus King 8 going to the flop, and Ace Queen way ahead here. No help for a Guccione on the turn. Guccione taking a stab at this, 20,000 with 2 overs and the wheel draw.
Leknes doesn't seem like the person who likes to fold fairly easy though, so and with this hand, he might still have the best hand, plus he has the gut shot. Won't get the job done this delayed c-bet. Definitely not for that sizing.
Okay, so Guccione actually hits his 8 on the river. Doesn't need to bluff now. Instead, goes for value on the river, 130,000. And Leknes does not make the ace-high hero call.
Yeah, our increases are between 20 and 33%, just to keep it consistent, and that's the reason why we are having these sometimes small blinds.
Yeah. On to the next hand. Action starts with Guccione. He and Woods have both passed. Maciel has aces.
Again, third time's aces on this feature table in half hour of play.
Raises to 30,000. The Finnish Robert Patrick over here folds. Kowalski's out. Leknes has folded.
So far, we always had action with aces. Early on, we saw actually Leknes bluffing out Woods when Woods had pocket aces and Leknes had a pair of 9s. And we'll see if we get some interesting flop here. Well, it's not a complete miss for lemons. Has 2 overcards, backdoor straight, backdoor gut shots. Flop gets checked through, and now lemons turns the open-ended with his 2 overcards that are of course not good anymore if he were to happen to hit a king or a 10 here.
Yeah.
But he can definitely see some options here for winning this hand, especially versus a hand that checked behind. He's not gonna fold out pocket aces here for this small sizing. I see Maciel just continue with his hand. Also, no reason for Maciel here, I think, to raise his hand and say turn his hand into a bluff pretty much.
4 on the river does not improve Lemon's hand.
Yeah, but he can watch the stream on his phone and...
Backdoor spades coming through. I think the only way for Lemons to win this hand if he makes a very big bet. He is charging up for 105,000, it looks like, 110.
Yeah, it's 110 into 135.
Just like almost a third of Maciel's remainder of his stack size, and he's definitely not happy with this because he knows Lemons can play. If he has 2 spades that way, he can have a 6. There's many hands that contain a 6 that he has in that Lemons has in his range as well. Are we going to see pocket aces being folded for a second time? No, we don't.
We see the call, and we see Maciel add 190k to his stack. Now playing 625,000, around 40 bigs at the current blind level, which will increase in 13 minutes' time. We're going to go to one of the outer tables, over to table 2, where we find Ramon Colillas in a hand against Oscar Jonsson. So the flop, 9-6-7 with 2 spades. Ramon bet 40k. He's been raised by Johnson, who's made it 160k. It's a straighty board with a spade draw out there. And Ramon folds. Johnson shows ace 3 of hearts. That's nothing. That's ace high. That's a bluff. And Ramon is down to 750k. A below average stack, but still comfortably hovering around the 45-50 big blind mark.
But yeah, I know they're trying to be more enforcing with that kind of stuff. That's why I asked.
This is a good thing.
So one of the players we've got on the feature table, Kenny, is John Woods from the UK. And it's not a name or a face that I recognize, but the great news is that the team at the PokerStars blog have actually done a little bit of a profile piece on John Woods. And apparently, he has a lot of big results. He is a high-stakes pro, but he's a high-stakes online cash pro, playing $2,000 buy-in games with 10-20 blinds. So has had some huge scores, just not in tournaments. So apparently his friends were teasing him about the fact that he doesn't have a photo on Hendon Mob and only has low cashes on Hendon Mob. So he's come here to win the 1.4 million and crucially have his photograph.
Fine, yeah. Yeah, that's always like nice if you're a player like that you're, let's say, a really skillful player, because to play on those stakes you on a consistent basis. As a winning player, you need to be really on top of your game. And if you're a cash game player and then occasionally play a tournament, well, you can stay a little bit under the radar, of course, until we call you out in the booth, of course.
I blame the blog. It's not my fault. They published the article.
And people, because what often happens, people get their table draw and they look somebody up on the hand and say, oh, this guy only has whatever amount in cashes.
Yeah.
He must be not experienced, but then all of a sudden you're getting an end boss in front of you. So, yeah, I do like it.
So, yeah, 10 minutes until the next break in the tournament. Action folded to Johan Raskar, who's raising with King-9 of diamonds. King-Jack of spades for Fabiano Kowalski.
Just looking down at 24 big blind stack now. It's definitely worth playing.
Kowalski is elected to 3-bet. He's re-raised it to 75k. Action on Uguccione in the small blind. He folds Jack 4. John Woods folds the big blind. Back on Raskar. And he folds the King-9.
Yay!
Yay!
1-1.
Fabiano Kowalski wins a hand at the feature table.
Dangerous guy. That's because it has been an hour.
Still hovering around the 30 big blind mark. So we're at 60 players right now. What was your projection on how many would end the day with, Kenny?
Well,
that table will break.
we still need to play 3 more levels, and 3 more levels normally gets you rid of half of the field. So, but we are very deep, I have to say. So,
maybe you
setting
guys are
the line
aggressive
at
enough. We still
33. Okay. So the widget has us finishing the day at 30.7. So we'll round it and say 31. So you and the widget are kind of like in the similar range. Kenny Hallett, the human widget. That's what they're calling him now. And that would make sense,
but
because
I
then
think
tomorrow we need to lose half the field again, right, to get down to 16.
Yes. Yep. Correct. So tomorrow might be a little bit of a shorter day, actually, if the plan is to stop at 16 players.
If they get there too quickly, they sometimes play on. We're just wanting to balance the days. Don't want to screw yourself downstream where you suddenly go, oh, we've been 10-handed for 4 hours. Jacks for Saskelati. He's raised it to 30,000.
Boom. Wow.
Raise and
Feels
take
good.
it. That's how you win with
wanted
jacks.
With those two?
Are you greedy?
Very greedy. He's like 10-9 suited. He just want to see a flop.
Back to table Colillas. We're going to see Ramon in action once again, this time in a hand against Rifat Palevic. And we're joining this hand on the river. Let's see what the board is. Okay. Ace, Jack, Deuce, Queen, Ace.
Do you want to bluff a guy that just has been bluffed?
Well, Ramon checked. Palevic also checks. Ramon has an ace, ace-10, and it is good. It was an 8 on the river, not an ace. And that means Ramon is back up to 1.1 million. So Ramon an above average stack once again.
Yeah, Ramon and PokerStars event, it's a good marriage, as we would say.
Yeah. It's one thing to win a tournament, right? The fact that he won the PSPC, great achievement, huge payday. But the fact that he's then, no, I'm going to prove that I can just keep doing this again and again and again.
This wasn't by accident.
Yeah, absolutely. For a good 12 months was incredibly consistent with, I want to say, multiple final table appearances, or at least multiple final 2 table appearances. There's 5 minutes left to play on the level. We just lost 2 players. So we have down from 152 to 150 players. So congratulations all three. All players are in the running.
In the background, we hear a tournament going into money. I believe that's a 3,000 mystery bounty. Also one of our popular side events here at every EPT stop.
I'm going to ask you a yes or no question. Mystery bounties, are they a fad?
Sorry, English is not my native language. What's
okay.
A fad?
Is it basically just a cool thing right now, but is not going to be around in a few years?
It will stay for the time being.
Okay.
45.
Raskar raising small to big with 9-5. And Saskelati folds the king 4.
Didn't want to show you're folding such a big hand.
Yeah. Bit of a tight fold in the big line there from Saskelati.
I've done that before.
It's usually a strategy that works, actually. Like just
opening
opening in the small blind with a lot of hands, and people tend to give up too easily, even pre-flop in these situations.
Okay. 3 seconds, okay. You're welcome.
Waves of the production.
How many hands are we going to squeeze in before the break?
Fold.
This and one more, I would say, in 3 minutes. That's what you on average would get.
The opposite. I'm very proud of my folds. See, Mama, I folded this hand. Everyone to know.
Martial raising King Jack in the cutoff. Ace King for Raskar on the button.
Raise.
You don't say. Raskar 3-betting.
Overtime.
105k.
Everyone knows he can
King Jack offsuit, out of position against a 3-bet. No thank you.
There is cutoff button, and then you're always a little bit suspicious about
Like, you
things,
have to put a line
especially if the
somewhere.
big stack 3-bets you.
But sometimes they have it.
Where are you from? Norway. Really? Norway? No. Really? I don't know. Are you bluffing me?
He is.
This will be, I think,
One
the
bluff
last
I tried
hand of
today,
this
you
level.
just
I would
bluff,
imagine
bluff.
so.
I mean, you showed yourself.
True.
No.
Players will
I
take a break after
was
this.
just guessing that you're lying.
I'm assuming we'll stick with this table for the next session of play, at least until it
Tell me
breaks.
What about you?
Enjoying this lineup.
Finland? Really?
Yes.
Yeah, lots of chips at the table, and
Yeah.
they've been providing us with a good amount of action so far.
Officially,
Well, give it
Raskar's
away
moved
then,
slightly
no
ahead of
problem, no
Leknes on the leaderboard. It's pretty much tied at the top.
Look. East European look.
And it's Ronnie Lemon's turn to pick up Ace King. Opens to
Grandmother was-
30,000.
Finish.
Saskalati on the button with 10-5. No.
What with the microphone?
Kowalski in the small blind. He's already folded. And Leknes in the big. 4 deuce. That is also going in the muck, and that is going to bring this level to a close. The players taking a 20-minute break, and when they come back, the blinds will be 10,000,
Are we keeping
20,000 with a 20k big blind ante.
Keeping this thing.
An opportunity to thank Kenny Hallett for the time he spent with us in the booth over the course of this level. Thank you.
Welcome, James. It was my pleasure.
Oh my God.
Always good to get your thoughts on the action and talk to you about other poker stuff as well, tapping into that, that nerdery. So let's check on the stacks of the players we've been watching. Raskar and Leknes both have 2.8 million, more than 140 big blinds each, and this is at the new blind level. Lauri Saskalati, the other monster stack at the table. Ronnie Lemon's not that far behind. Everyone else sub 1 million. No super short stacks, but Haita Maciel is playing fewer than 30 big blinds, and Fabiano Kowalski is now playing fewer than 20. Looks like 59 players will be returning from the break. 3 more levels to play today on day 4 of the Barcelona main event here on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We're back in 20.
It would be nice for you to win the first,
and the 10th.
The biggest, and the second.
Yeah, yeah. Be the first one to win 2.
Everything.
I want the number 10. This way, people can call me Maradona of poker.
Diego Armando Maradona Franco is an Argentine football manager, coach, and former player. Many experts, football critics, former players.
Joe, are you reading off the internet?
Yes.
Stevic has raised under the gun with Queen 6 offsuit.
What is up with this raise? It's not 2004 anymore, bruh. You know that's not a good hand, right?
Iha Soika has ace king.
Well, we know Soika should 3-bet here. Stevic looks ready for it.
Raise 46.
Here it comes, a 3-bet to 4,600.
It's a pretty small 3-bet. Stevic should probably peel for that amount and see who else wants in.
Well, Horetsky has folded. Jacek Markowski also passes. Gurgly Kulsha is out. Yakovolu doesn't have much of a hand. Didier Sicarel in the big blind. Passes, as does Stevic.
It's tough to fold quicker than that. Try to get some respect with the under the gun raise, but no.
Stevic first to speak, 6-7 suited under the gun. He raises to 1,800. Action folded around to Soika. 9-10 off. He passes. Marcin Horetsky has got pocket jacks.
Hello.
And not much of a stack. He's all in. Give him the red triangle. Thank you. Anyone else want to play? The loop in the small. King deuce. That's a fold. And Sicarel in the big. Having a think.
Nah.
Back on Stevic.
How much is that?
9.3.
That much?
300.
Really?
Yes.
Why is he asking that?
It looks like less.
It's not.
It's not less.
What do you have, doses?
I have very small cards. But they look good together.
True.
Then you have to call if they look good together.
Not true.
Small and look good together, like Danny DeVito and Rhea Perlman. Seriously though, you do not have to call.
Try it one time.
Wow, Stevic calls!
You are doing very good against me.
7-6.
76. I tried to get
I've lost 2 worse hands, so...
so it's not over yet.
All is possible.
Horetsky, a 3-1 favourite to double up here.
He is going to get run down 1 and 4 times though, which is pretty sick.
Good flop for Jacks.
It's not a very good flop for me.
That 4% equates to the 4 runners he can hit.
Oh! King.
My friend.
Now he can chop.
Another chop for me? Maybe.
I like chopping. It's friendly. A little bit for you, a little bit for me. We both win money.
Just keep it low, please.
Everyone loves a chop part.
10 is good.
We do.
It's a 3. Horetsky doubles up.
I like to double people up.
Thank you.
Won the hand with Jack high.
It's good for the game.
Yeah. You see why they should invite me to private games.
Blinds are now 600, 1,200 with a 200 ante. Jack 10 suited for Duda. He will raise from under the gun +1. Pedro Pellicer has just arrived at the feature table. He folds. Horetsky's out.
Raise it up, Jack 10 of spades. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Flop real well and then get paid. Doo-dah, doo-dah day. Royalty-free music for the win.
Action has been folded around to Didier Sicarel. He's got 7s in the small blind.
And 18K behind.
I'm all in.
He shoves.
Probably the right move with his hand.
There's a very strong chance this all-in gets through.
I call.
Scratch that. Stevic picks up kings in the big blind. Duda folds the Jack 10. And Sicarel is at risk. And way behind.
He knows he's not playing blackjack, right? Actually, knowing him, he might hit on 2 kings. But he'd probably pull an ace. He's the lucky one.
18-5 total.
Well, Sicarel is the one who needs to get lucky here. 23% chance of survival.
Yes.
Wow.
And there is a 7 on the flop.
Well, that is just unlucky. And 1 king was folded. Sicarel, the huge favorite to double up here now.
Kulsha folded the king of diamonds, so Stevic has 1 out in the deck. And only one chance to hit it here.
Yep, there go the chop outs.
Sicarel is a 97% favorite to double up. Stevic is going to be left with around 60,000. The river.
No!
It's the case king!
I'm sorry, Didier. No problem.
Mr. Lucky, story checks out. Although, I guess the chips went in with him as a favorite, though, so I'm not really sure how to score this one.
What an incredible turnaround. Sicarel sent to the rail.
And Greg the sound man has really perfected his that sucks face. Nice.
Stevic now playing 99k.
Dr. Italia. Welcome back.
Italia.
And Marcin Heretsky has gone into Sith Lord mode.
Darth Heretsky.
I also have a hoodie. When I play with you, I will use the hoodie.
But does it get you +5 to flipping?
No? How much?
+5%.
Ah, okay.
It's like, you know, having a helmet in a game or something.
Yeah.
200 and 2,000 and 700. Okay?
Okay, Mr. Montecholo.
And under the gun raise with ace king. Folded around to Heretsky. He passes. Markovsky. Pocket fives.
My guess is he's calling here almost always.
There's the call. Kulsha has 5 deuce. He'll give that up. But Luke folds. Henri Benoni, who's just arrived at the feature table, is in the small blind.
I like his peak approach.
He passes. Ace king for Alexander Stevic.
What is Stevic gonna do here? Guy's more unpredictable than a runaway balloon. Certainly this is a spot for a call, at least.
Well, that is a 3-bet. Stevic re-raises to 11,200. Action back on Montecholo, who's got the same hand. Is he thinking of 4-betting?
I follow Mr. Poland.
I love this guy. This guy is good for poker, good for the EPT, good for the online community. He is chicken soup for the poker soul. Maybe Montecholo just piles it in here like a plate of antipasto.
Counting his stack, considering going all in, knowing that he still has Markovsky to act behind him.
Fold.
Wow, he lays it down.
What? And he has plenty of chips. That was tighter than a pair of David Bowie's pants.
He shows it as well.
It worked. Did you see? I did it too.
It works.
Yeah. I have a lot of talent for the hoodie and the sunglasses now.
Agreed.
Foldo, foldo. 2,000. Nothing.
2,700.
Nothing.
At the outer tables, Alexander Stevic is facing an all-in from Florian Dimitra Duta. He came over the top of Stevic's open.
For this many big blinds, Stevic has got to call with anything decent. And considering he raised from under the gun, you would expect him to generally have something decent.
Certainly giving it some thought. While he decides to call, Stevic has got ace-jack, Duta's got queens.
All in call on 11.
Well, this dealer's a tattletale. Stevic does have 3 aces he can hit.
Well, the flop is 7-6-3. 5 on the turn. And the river's a king. Duta doubles up.
Duta's Eychenne survives. What, doesn't anyone play MOBAs?
Do you know what, this occasion, I'm quite proud of the fact I don't know what you're talking about.
Nerd alert!
Well, let's head out into the field, where Alexander Stevic has been 3-bet by Creston Nielsen.
Stevic ain't got a ton of chips.
Whoa, where's my sunglasses?
Stevic 4-bets to 100K.
And he ain't 4-bet folding.
Nielsen shoves. Stevic calls.
You're probably ahead. Tens to flip.
It's a race.
It's been so much fun watching Alexander Stevic come back to the EPT. If he gets stacked by a guy in a golden bull hat, I'm going to be steamed.
Stevic needs an ace or a queen. Doesn't hit. Nielsen doubles up. I think he's happy about it.
Yeah, story checks out. He literally could not be gloating over a nicer guy either. Dislike.
Big Toro?
Pretty difficult comeback.
Got a 10-8-7 flop with 2 clubs. Nielsen is betting 28K.
136 all in.
A shove and a call.
Oh, wait. This one.
And Stevic is behind.
A 9 or a club.
Let's hope he's better at hitting them than he has a table in his hand.
A 10 on the turn would be nice.
Big Toro wants to boat up. And he does with a 7 on the turn. That's it. Stevic is done.
Mon ami!
It lasted for quite a bit. Anyway.
Oh, well, that's disappointing. This guy's been awesome to watch. Really great having him back here from season 1. Absolutely stellar dude, too.
The original champion cashes in 86th place for 12,700 euros on his return to the place where the EPT began. And that is one happy man in a vulgar hat.
Well, winning this 10 years ago and coming back now and cashing, I mean, I finished at 86th place from 1,200 something. Feels pretty good. This might be the best tournament experience, actually. It gave me back my passion for tournaments and poker in general. I feel very, very spirited again.
$20K, $40K of the blinds. King, Queen. Looks like a hand that could generate some action. Not sure yet how much.
It's typically however much these guys can move out in one motion.
Yeah, that's the sizing choice. It's on weight.
It's a raise to 110 according to Thomas Kremser. Can't raise to 70,000 if the blinds are well, the blind with 40-80, right?
2040, I think.
Okay, 2040. Well, he definitely can't raise to 70,000.
Yeah.
I'll let him do it. They have the small chips.
It should be like a pick and mix at this point. Just put him on a scale. 3 pounds of blues.
Christy Johansson pairs his deuce.
Oh boy!
Wow.
Excuse me.
Just shoving.
I don't imagine a better hand's ever shoving here on this spot.
Sorry. He just shoved 2.2 million into 200,000.
Well, James, you said it yourself. Sometimes you just got to put a man to the test for all of his chips.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the right look right there.
I mean,
Johansson rightfully baffled.
As baffled as everyone else is by this play. I mean, he's got nearly 80% equity here. If he makes a call, it'll be a huge call. And he does, and it's the right call. So Johansson at risk, but way ahead.
I mean, obviously it wasn't for the full 2 million, but it was still 1.1 million effective into a 200,000 chip pot. It's like a 5x overshove.
And Johansson set for a double up, just has to fade a king or a queen on the river. It's a queen! And it's over. Christy Johansson, the runner-up for 228,000 euros. Jan Bubly
the EPT Season 2 Barcelona champion, taking down this event in September 2005 for 426,000 euros. And a reminder, you can watch both days of the Spin and Go Championship live right here on the PokerStars YouTube channel. Right now, we are covering day 4 of the main event live from Casino Barcelona. The PokerStars European Poker Tour back in its birthplace. These players on top of the standings right now. Thomas Eychenne, current chip leader with 3.2 million. Tobias Leknes still inside the top 5 as we return for the third level of the day. Level 22, blinds going to 10,000, 20,000 with a 20k big blind ante. Same lineup on the feature table. Raskar and Leknes, the big stacks. Fabiano Kowalski, the not so big stack. I'm James Hartigan, and joining me for this level is Griffin Bencher.
Hello, everyone. Great to see Eychenne as a chip lead. We were really impressed by him yesterday. So nice run up, 3.2 million. Wow.
Very talented player from France. With 58 players remaining in the EPT Barcelona main event. We're paying 22,800 euros right now. Next money jump, I think, is when we get to 56. And of course, we've got 6-figure scores for most players at the final table, a 7-figure score for the winner, the champion receiving the trophy, and 1.4 million euros. So still, let me count, Griffin. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Still 3 more days after today to play in this tournament. The EPT Barcelona main event, huge field, 2,045 players. Takes 7 days to get down to a winner. But once we do crown that champion, once we do wrap here in Barcelona, the EPT will move on to Malta. The first time we have been to Malta since 2016, and the dates of that festival, October 1st to 12th. If you're interested in going to Malta, if you're interested in trying the Sats or maybe coming out there to play some lower buy-in events, you can check out the full schedule in the PokerStars live app. If you are going to be at home and just interested in following the action, of course, we will be streaming the main event. The last 5 days of the main event will be streamed on the PokerStars YouTube channel. Likely to be the same case when we go to Prague, which of course will be the closing stop of EPT 2025. The dates for Prague this year, December 3rd through 14th.
Yeah, Malta's quite beautiful. I actually spent a couple of months there, living there. I was doing commentary at one point, and it's where I filmed a lot of the Game of Thrones, and it's just a really, really incredible little island to visit. So if you're thinking about checking out an EPT, I would recommend Malta. It should be fun.
So that was the Global Poker League when you were working with
the Squid,
with Sam Grafton. And I believe that the initial plan when you guys moved to Malta for a couple of months is that you were going to share an apartment. How long did that last for before Sam insisted on getting his own place?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, as a grown man who hadn't had a roommate in a while, perhaps I wasn't that accustomed to being the best roommate. But more than that, I mean, when you're spending, 8+ hours a day working with someone. I mean, imagine just you had to share a room with Joe on every trip. I mean,
ain't happening.
As much as you love each other, it's you need some space.
I think that was essential to you being able to retain a working relationship and a friendship, to be fair.
We all know. We all know now.
Have a banana. Fabiano Kowalski tucking in.
Just 19 big blinds is the short stack on the table, but always just so happy to be there, Big smile on his face, chowing down on a banana. mucking it up with his table mates.
And worth reiterating again that Kowalski just has an amazing record in the Barcelona main event. Deep runs in several years, including a final table appearance and a near FT appearance. So, same lineup on the main stage, about to get the action underway. I think the floor is sorting something out in the field, so hopefully the clock will start running soon and hopefully we can start dealing cards again. Are we really 2 eliminations away from another table break? Oh boy. So 2 more levels to play before the dinner break, then a final level of the day, and everyone who survives will come back for day 5. Was discussing with Kenny Hallett during the last level, Griffin, how many players are likely to advance today. His line was 33, the Widgets line is 31. I think that's a good spread, 31 to 33. Tomorrow, of course, we want to get down to 16, final 2 tables. Then on Saturday, get down to 6.
I think it's a good plan. As long as we can get cards in the air.
I mean, it's a good plan, but it's not going to be possible to execute that plan if they don't start dealing at some point. There we go, clock's running. Blinds are now 10,000, 20,000 with a 20K big blind ante. Another thing we established during the last session of play, courtesy of the team at the PokerStars blog, John Woods, high-stakes online cash player, doesn't have a lot of tournament results, but is clearly an accomplished and successful poker player. Queen 9 in the cutoff for Lauri Saskelati.
Some consideration there with that big 85 big blind stack. Kowalski going to try to get one through here. We're seeing some pause from the guy in the small blind, and that is the reason.
All of the fruits being consumed by Fabiano. He's finished his banana and now he's moved on to a crunchy apple. Wait till he tries to dice the innards of a kiwi fruit next.
Yeah, and Leknes really giving him a good price here. Just making it a little over 2.5x out of position. I think this is a result of Kowalski's stack size. Really wants him to think there's room to 4-bet shove or even decide to call, which would be a massive mistake with 10-9 off in particular, but
sorry. No,
yeah,
okay.
Fabiano not going to make that mistake, gets out of the way.
That's right, Broggers. Fabiano Kowalski has to get his 5 a day. That's why I always have a slice of lime in the neck of my Corona. It's one of your 5 a day.
You're supposed to have 5 fruits a day? Is that the thing?
Yeah, you're meant to eat 5 pieces of fruit per day.
No way.
That's a... How have you got to this point in your life and you've never heard that?
I don't know, I got to start eating fruit, I guess.
Exactly, Glenn Webber. That's why I've never had scurvy. Snowmans.
You know, now that I think about it, it does really make sense. I thought the rule was you have to have 5 Werther's Originals a day. And I must have confused that with fruit. Oh, God. It explains so much.
Griffin, you are far, far, far too young to be eating Werther's Originals. That is an old man candy.
That's why I didn't question it. I'll respect your elders, you know?
You're a chef.
Yeah, true.
Where do you?
Holland.
Holland. Yeah. Michelin star.
Yes, I had a Michelin star.
You had it? Not
I closed the restaurant and started a new restaurant without a Michelin.
Okay, there's a queen on the flop. That means Uguccione now has the best hand.
Oh, you Gucci, huh?
Yeah, but yeah, that's true. But there are also some private things that's going on there. Okay. Forced me to close it and start something else.
And
Yeah,
Lemon's
so
discussing the fact that he was a Michelin star chef, closed that restaurant, is opening a new one.
No, it's in beer.
This board is just getting worse and worse for 8s, by the way.
Yeah, and if you expect there's pretty much no way that you're ahead anymore, do you just want to give up or start betting big? I mean, you do technically still have the range advantage here. You can put a lot of pressure on Queen X. Even Ace Rag is going to have a tough time responding to a large bet. And yet, we are seeing reaching. That is a 90+% pot bet and targeting exactly what Guccione has. I think we're going to see this work. Yeah, big moment there.
Nice.
Maciel, I mean, you know, bet 150K of his 450. That's like, you know, over a quarter of his stack there. So to get that through and accumulate, very nice job.
So the guidance and advice varies from country to country. Where I come from, it's 5 pieces, however you define a piece, 5 portions of fruit or veg per day. In some countries it's 7, and they even divide it as like 5 fruit and 2 veg. The latest advice is 30 different fruit and veg per week. So 30 portions per week of different fruit and veg. That sounds like hard work.
40.
Sounds fruitful for big fruit. That's how they get you.
Even the man from Del Monte wouldn't say yes to that one. So Maciel opening second hand in a row. Ace-10, Guccione 7-6 suited in the small. Oh. When 2 tribes go to war. It's round 2.
Wood's going to come along as well with the Queen 10, dominated by the Ace 10.
Nine, 6, 3. Guccione flopping best again. Middle pair. Thank you, Ed, for clarifying that the 30 includes herbs and spices. Well, that's amazing. I mean, I have pasta sauces where I put in like oregano, fennel seed. I mean, I can easily get the numbers up through Carbon Up.
Half pot bet here.
$70K gets called by 7-6. Queen 10 folds, heads up to the turn. And Guccione now near enough a 4-1 favorite.
Yeah, gut shot to the straight draw now as well. And taking the lead now is Guccione, wanting to set the price with a card that technically favors his range in the small blind probably a bit more than the under the gun razor.
Rob Backer says, 1 bucket of KFC has you covered. 11 herbs and spices right there. You're a third of the way towards your target if you eat KFC.
Nice hand. Just bets like 15% pot as a block bet. Doesn't let ace high put out some big second barrel or get the free card to maybe spike an ace or a 10. Nice little intricate play. I like.
Michael Uguccione, slightly below average, 810k, which equates to 40 big blinds. Average stack right now is a milli, 50 bigs.
Do you know if we lost Jason Wheeler in the last
We
level?
did.
Yeah. It's too bad.
Yeah, we've lost Peter Yorkner today. We've lost Jason Wheeler. We lost Julien Sitbon. Sad.
Very sad.
We are still able to follow Ramon. Senor Colillas still in.
40.
Was just above average before the break. As Raskar opens with jacks. Oh, this is the ultimate hack. And then this closes the conversation, guys. PokerStars has discovered that Jägermeister has 56 different herbs, roots, fruits, and spices.
Well,
there you go. That's how you get your 30 in a
servings,
week
yeah.
in one single shot. Saskelati 3-betting the king-queen suited, and now Tobias Leknes with ace-king.
Yeah, obviously, king-queen suited, you really want to make sure that you see a flop. So oftentimes we'll see players, I think, lean more call than 3-bet, but because they're so significantly deep, I feel like Saskelati feels that it'll be easier to play. You don't expect a lot of light 4-bets, but now has to contend with the fact that Leknes is waking up with ace-king behind. Then it's going to make things very, very strange for Raskar, who's sitting there with quite a strong pair of jacks.
Yeah.
And I think it might just become one of those weird spots where, you know, you might just need to fold. You hate to put in, you know, 600,000 here and then just see one of these two players go all in and then you have to fold. I mean, you may as well be turning these jacks into a bluff. Overcalling here for 260,000 kind of feels like you're almost playing your hand face up. You have that one kind of hand that would probably consider doing something like just calling. So maybe it is one of those spots where you just fold and don't tell anyone. There it is.
Jacks get folded. King-queen suited.
The problem with king-queen suited too, once we start getting into multiple raises pre-flop, is its value really, really shrinks. As much as it's the kind of hand that can make, you know, nutty hands with the flush opportunities, it's just so crushed by strong value ranges.
Yeah.
Like an ace-king, like the big, big pairs. So you just kind of have to tuck tail and run.
And with that pot, Tobias Leknes is going to move over the 3 million mark, playing more than 150 big blinds now. The player known online as Senkel92. Live earnings of $845,000. This is his first EPT main event cash, but look at his online resume. 13 W Cube titles, many of them in mixed games events.
What a boss.
Do you have like an education, chef? Education or?
Yeah.
Action has been forwarded to the blinds, and Haita Maciel is going to play 8-7 from the small. Just calls. Option now with Johan Raskar, 10-3 offsuit, and he checks his option.
Most important, the chef, yeah, of course.
Do you have like a mentor that's been like really important for you? Or?
Ace 7-6. That's second pair for Maciel. By far the best hand.
And how did you get into it? Like, did you just come from a family that were like all foodies, or did you just find a passion?
What to be a chef? Or?
Yeah, like the passion. Like, where did it come from?
No, I think when I was
92% equity, bets 20,000, and we get the fold from Raskar.
cool. You got to like do all the stuff.
Yeah.
Have
And
all
I think
the
there, and then I went to the school where for sports, and I had an injury, so I had to choose between something else. So became chef. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Storm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool. Always fascinating when people just follow their path and become really good. And
yeah.
Full Tan Tack says, how many W Coops are there in 1 year? Only one, right? Yes, it's a series of tournaments. It's a festival that runs in September of each year. This year there are 123 tiered events, so remember that means there's a high, medium and low, so 3x that amount, so approximately 370 odd tournaments across that period from September 7th to October 1st. But they're tough fields, especially those high buy-in events, very tough fields, and winning multiple titles is still a huge achievement.
So when you heard it, is it closed or?
Now it's closed. We are now building the other one. So, in October, beginning of October.
Oh, so you haven't opened that at all?
So Maciel opened on the button with 10s, and Saskalati is defending the big blind with Queen 3.
So that made it easier to decide to go.
Jack 6-5 on the flop. Maciel still ahead.
What's the best French restaurant in Barcelona?
I don't know. No, no.
Ace of spades on the turn. Okay, this is an interesting card because both players pick up a decent flush draw. The 10 high flush draw for Maciel, the queen high flush draw for Saskalati.
We're looking from EPT Barcelona.
Went check on the flop. Will Maciel check back the turn?
60?
No, delayed continuation bet. 60,000 into 110,000. That's a call. Or is it a raise? Ooh. Check raise alert. The Finns made it 150k. That's spicy.
Call.
Maciel calls. All important river card incoming. A pot of 410,000. It's not a spade, but it is a queen. Saskalati, rivers a pair, has the best of it. Action goes check at showdown, and Saskalati adds 200k to his stack. Still 58 players remaining. That's the number we returned with from the break. Almost 20 minutes into this level. Third level of the day, 5 levels on the slate for day 4. going to keep revising the end time. Play likely to end tonight 11:15, 11:20. I'm just going to call it now and say it's going to be after 11:30. We'll be lucky if we're done by midnight. Are we out of the woods yet? Are we out of the woods? He's folded. Raskar with ace queen. Raises to 40,000. Saskalati folds the small blind. Fabiano Kowalski in the big blind has king 10 of strawberries. That's a shove. And it's not for much. Raskar makes the call, and we could be about to lose Fabiano Kowalski from the EPT Barcelona main event. What a time for Joe Stapleton to return.
Like Penne versus Lingo. Oh, wait, hold on.
Ben. Sure. Or virus. 5 is enough. I like it.
Not a true flip.
Not a true flip, but the equities are running close. Kowalski isn't that far behind.
2 downs.
No, thank you.
One on the flop, one on the river.
One on the turn, preferably.
Turn and river.
He's so chill. Who's more lax than Fabiano Kowalski?
Ace, king, jack.
You want a 10, you said?
Who's ahead?
Raskar. Kowalski, 3-1 dog, looking for a king or a queen.
You get to have fun. You've been here before.
Barcelona has been kind to Kowalski over the years.
You had rookie mistake.
But no miracle river card. And Fabiano Kowalski KO'd in 58th place.
Thank you very much.
Wow, down to the top 57.
22,800 euros. And one away from the next table break.
Now I get
You think they're going to break the feature table again?
I really hope not.
That's the rules, right?
That was fun. I like 10 whole minutes where people can't go, hey, do you think you could comment on the poker? So Johan Raskar, huh? New chip leader at this table after that?
Yeah, I mean, he and Tobias Leknes have been pretty much neck and neck for the tail end of the previous level and all of this level. Raskar with the slight advantage over Leknes right now.
Do you remember when the big game premiere was preempted by Raskar?
The trucks.
Truck NASCAR, not even actual NASCAR.
If memory serves me correctly, there was terrible weather and the trucks kept crashing and someone was like, yeah, here's the problem. For as long as there's crashes, they'll stay with it because that's what people want to see.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a race, it was qualification. They stayed with the qualification because it was just crash after crash after crash.
This is detail that will make my bit better. Because when I say it wasn't even NASCAR, it was truck NASCAR, and it was a qualification race, and the only way reason they stayed with it is because trucks kept crashing.
Correct. That is all factually accurate. That's not embellishing at all.
That is how humiliating it is to have our job sometimes.
I think the Cars movies are the only Pixar movies I haven't seen.
You're not missing much.
Yeah, I didn't figure that.
I mean, I remember when it first came out, I thought Cars was like the weakest Pixar movie by far.
You guys aren't fans of Flash McCready?
I just like brand allegiance, you know. I feel like I still should watch all the Pixars, but it just didn't interest me.
I'm trying to think of a Pixar movie I liked.
Joe.
Wall-E. I like Wall-E.
Up, Ratatouille.
No.
Inside Out.
No.
Incredibles.
Finding Nemo, Toy Story, Monsters, Inc.
Incredibles is okay. Monsters, Inc. I liked.
Okay, see, there are a few. Anywho.
What was the real bad one about jazz music?
Soul.
Whoa. Ah.
You didn't like Soul?
No.
I didn't like Soul either. So Leknes has been outflopped by Raskar. It went check on the flop. Leknes has checked the turn. Raskar's going to bet.
A bit of a weird spot here, actually, for Leknes, because this is the kind of board that I think you're going to be calling flop bets with in these positions some of the time. Something like ace-8, maybe one of the worst hands you'll call the flop with. When you see a check back on the flop, it's hard to imagine it's just some random error coming out of the closet here on the turn. So that concerns Leknes, and he's kind of wearing it on his face here, being like, well, I think ace-high is supposed to be good some of the time, but what is he doing here? Does he really play king-10 off like this?
55,000 apiece, 10 of clubs on the river. And Raskar's hand's still good. Check, check. He wins at showdown.
Was very concernicus. Tobias Leknes.
Yeah, that's put some distance between them. Raskar playing 3.2 million, Leknes playing 2.9. Both players well above average. Both players among the chip leaders. But Raskar with the advantage right now. When we came back from break, it was Thomas Eychenne who was the overall chip leader. A reminder that you can check on outer table action and check on chip counts via Poker News, via the live updates. But remember, that is near enough real-time updating. We are on a 30-minute delay on the stream because we are showing all of the hold cards. How to tell me that your opinion on movies is not worth listening to. M writes, Cars belongs in the top 3 for sure.
Yeah. I mean, at least with Toy Story, they didn't make it so obvious that they were just trying to sell toys.
I think I mean, they made a 4th one, right? The first 3 Toy Story movies are incredible. Toy Story 1 through 3, yes, fully on board. They almost get better with each movie.
James only acknowledges the original trilogy.
Correct.
The 4th one's good, I thought.
You like the 4th one?
Yeah.
I didn't like the fork thing, the spork thing. It annoyed me. I wanted someone to break it.
I mean, you're not a utensil guy in general, though, I've noticed.
No, I like to eat with my fingers.
3-bet and take it.
I like Monsters University as well. I thought that was a decent follow-up to Monsters Inc.
I like my monsters uneducated. We don't need them going to these liberal arts schools and getting woke ideologies shoved down their throats. They're monsters.
But that's the plot, is that it's a prequel, and Mike and Sully go to Monsters University, but they get thrown out, so they end up working in the mailroom at Monsters Inc. and work their way up to working on the scare floor.
That just shows you how a college degree and a massive amount of debt isn't really necessary. Learn a trade. The world needs ditch diggers too, Danny.
14.
Raskar with 7s.
I wonder if you like more dreams. You probably wouldn't be able to put them out of taking them out of a line, but I wonder if you like more DreamWorks than you do Pixar's.
In general, I'm not terribly entertained by animated,
yeah.
but especially whatever that's CGI.
Yeah, DreamWorks is like Puss in Boots, How to Train Your Dragon.
Didn't see Puss in Boots, didn't see How to Train Your Dragon. I did like Wreck-It Ralph. I don't know who did that.
That's
Disney, but not Pixar. There is a distinction.
DreamWorks also did Prince of Egypt, Ants.
Nope. I mean, I did not. I thought Prince of Egypt was fine.
By the way,
I watched it in like religion school.
By the way, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish was like maybe the best movie of the year last year.
I heard it was good.
Yeah, you'd like it a lot. You wouldn't really need to have seen the first one either.
I like the Lego Movie.
That is, what is that?
Sony?
Yeah, probably Sony. Or Sony Animation.
Oh, well, I like the Spider-Verse.
Or is it Warner?
Yeah.
Either way, it's not a major animation studio. As we see, Lemons 3-bet with ace-9, get called by Raskar. This hand going to the flop.
Yeah, Lemon's hoping to get a lot of credit. Ooh. That is big trouble for the 3-better.
Ow. That is a sour flop for Lemons. Top pair against a set.
Yeah, Lemons, as I was saying, just hoping to get a lot of credit for this out-of-position 3-bet. It's supposed to really, really tighten your range if you're prepared to, 3-bet the chip leader out of position when you're going to have so many other opportunities to do it in position. So takes maybe the worst hand I think you would consider doing it with, and then just gets the ace-king-7. Is not going to be so married to this pot with this weak kicker. I mean, Lemons could just have ace-queen, ace-jack. I don't think that, pardon me, Raskar could. Sorry, that was me. I just shouldn't multitask like that.
What did you have for lunch? So Lemons fired 110,000 on the flop. He's betting into a pot of 570k, 265k.
This is trouble. This doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. You know, as far as value hands are concerned, you have one of the worst ones you can have. That's still pretty strong in this situation. I mean, you're only really going to get called by better here. The ace-queens, the ace-jack, the pocket-7s, maybe ace-10 suited. So if you're not going to fold out better and you're not really going to get called by worse, why are we betting so much? Why do we suddenly have an SPR of under 1 when there's... So this is a really problematic line, I think, for Lemons, and I would imagine he's probably not going to bust on this river and should know that playing this as a check fold for his last 41 big blinds is the way. But he's going to rep ace-king he's going to rep ace-king plus instead.
All in, walks into a set because he's in Barcelona where it's always coming 7. And that is going to result in the elimination of Ronnie Lemons. The former Michelin star chef is gone in 57th place.
Yeah, actually, I felt that I may have misjudged Lemons based on the way that he reacted. I think he really was turning that ace-9 into a bluff, wanting to fold out a hand like ace-queen, ace-jack by repping ace-king plus. So when he remarked 7s, like he knew that like once he got snapped, it was because he happened to run right into the top of the range there for Raskar.
Maybe not.
Very interesting hand. And an incredible chip lead now for Johan.
Yeah, Raskar now playing 4.6 million, more than 230 big blinds. And because we're at 56, we've reached a point where it's time to break a table. Again, the tournament staff will pick a table at random that will break. There is always the risk it could be our feature table. That will not happen, though, until play has concluded at all of the other tables, and we have at least one hand in progress.
Has anyone given any chips to anyone besides Leknes and Raskar?
Does feel like every pot has been moving in the direction of those guys. I think we saw Guccione pick up a small one, Sascalati pick up a small one.
Why is the dinner break so late today in a format where we pause the game all the time? Like, you know what I mean? Like, no, it's one break later for the dinner break tonight. It's the second last break tonight.
Yeah.
And then, but we're like making these. Yeah, but we're making the levels like 2 hours long. Like, so why is the dinner break at like 8 p.m. You know, it's like
it's gonna be late.
Like, you might as well just play and then go home. Like,
it's a valid question from John Woods. This decision to break random tables from 10 tables out is causing a lot of delays in play, and it is going to push the dinner break super late tonight.
Well, we had Kenny on earlier, and he explained why that's become a thing.
He also said he was going to talk to Toby about it because he thinks it could be potentially unnecessary at this point in the tournament. Anyway, it's a thing right now. We're dealing with it. We've got a hand in progress here at one of the outer tables between Damien Gayer and Mustafa Belkayate. The board is 8-8-7-3. 2 hearts out there.
Kayate means shut up in Spanish.
So Mustafa bet 50k on the turn. Gayer has raised to 190k, and I just heard the word raise. Mustafa Belkayate has re-raised to 450k.
Wow. Big boy poker here.
Cállate, por favor.
See that?
Throwing some confident vibes out there.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a reverse towel or if it's just that obvious.
5 seconds.
And that is a fold.
You should have called. Cállate, por favor. Mustafa Belkayate.
So now, hopefully, we'll find out which table is going to be broken and give the players their new seat assignments. It is an opportunity for us to reflect on the big online series that is just around the corner. We have got a 13-time W Coupe winner on the feature table right now, that player being Tobias Leknes, who plays online as Senkel92. And I'm sure, assuming he's found somewhere else to live in the world, he will be competing in this year's World Championship of Online Poker, because W Coupe 2025 is kicking off the weekend after EPT Barcelona, running September 7th to October 1st. As we established earlier, 123 tiered events this year, 11 championship events, leaderboard prizes for the players of the series, and plenty of live streams. You can have final table replays of key tournaments on the PokerStars Twitch channel. Nick Walsh front and center of that coverage. Joe and I will be helping out over the course of those 3 weeks. And then when we get into the last week of the series, the last 3 days of W Coupe, we'll bring you live cards up coverage of the 10K main event, which is the World Championship of Online No Limit Hold'em.
That's bigger than this. $10,000 buy-in.
Correct. September 29th through October 1st, you can watch Cards Up streams live from the PokerStars Arena as we bring you the best of W Coupe 2025. So post Barcelona, very much the focus on the world of online, and yet I did the kind of quick math. 123 tiered events, that's high, medium, low. That's more than 300 or nearly 370 tournaments to be played through the month of September. That's a lot of poker to be played, Joe.
God bless Howard Swains, who keeps track of all of it and then just tells us what to think and feel.
Absolutely, and we can expect to get updates from Howard, hopefully, during the last 3 days of the series, to basically tell us what the story points have been, because that's another great thing about W Coupe is you do get those stories, you get those players who win multiple titles, you get those fierce contests for player of the series. It'll be a fun 3 and a bit weeks, and you'll be able to follow it on the PokerStars Twitch channel. The good news reaching me is it is not our table breaking.
Wait, this is how long we're stopping for not our table to break?
Yeah. Anytime a table breaks, the clock is paused until every hand is concluded. Then they decide what table is breaking. Then they bring the racks out. Then the players move. Then, once they're situated, then we restart the clock.
I'll tell you something's going to be broken soon.
Why didn't you just point at me?
I had no.
That was so weird.
I had no follow-up to that.
And this, is the reason why John Woods was questioning, why the dinner break is so late, because we've lost a lot of time today, or rather we've added a lot of time to the day.
Sometimes I wish lightning would strike the building again.
I wouldn't. Considering I was actually in one of the upper levels of that building and had to witness the building swaying, and
it didn't sway.
Oh yeah, it did.
Oh, it did. I've got video of it swaying.
I mean, it's intentional. It does it on If you're building dozen sway, it's way more
Correct.
likely to fall down.
Okay.
But when the lightning hit, you heard it, and you almost literally felt it. Like the building shook.
Pretty cool. I know, I wish I could have been up there. In James's suite with a gym in it.
Different hotel. The one that had the gym in it was in Prague. And guess how many times I used that gym, Griffin?
Was it a gym on your floor or in your room?
In my room.
No.
We play slower here anyway.
Genuinely.
Really?
And I never used it.
You have 2 buses.
I mean,
It's very
that
difficult now,
part
like,
doesn't surprise me.
Not even when you first checked in and you were like, oh, look at this. You didn't do anything like that.
I mean, I look like
He did some e-awing, but not that way.
Seems like a good choice. Yeah, can't go wrong with that, right? Must be a good one. Can't lose
Lars Tungel, is that a new player? Has he been here this whole time? Did
He
come
just
from
came
the
to
break?
the table. Lars has taken the empty seat that was recently vacated by Kowalski. I think Tomasz Brzezinski has also new to the table.
Are we positive this
Just
guy's
don't bring
name
any
is
Danes here, then we'll just start a
Guccione
fight,
and we
I'm
didn't
sure.
just ask him what his name was and he went,
him out of here.
Guccione?
Do you think he's any relation to Bob Guccione?
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah,
Bob
yeah.
Guccione.
Played against him?
You mean the guy from Faro?
I recently watched a documentary about Bob
Danish
Guccione.
flag.
Oh my God, what a narcissist.
No, not that
Who's
one.
that?
Another guy.
The guy who
That's
founded
nice guy
Penthouse.
as well, I think. Yeah.
The magazine?
Yeah,
So we talked about the
yeah.
guy with the sunglasses and the scarf, the white sweater, yeah?
What's that guy in sea?
Yeah, he's
Penalty.
he's Icelandic.
Woods.
So were those 3 competing magazine companies, Penthouse, Playboy, and Hustler? Were those
Correct.
the 3 main ones?
Correct. Hustler is Larry Flint, Penthouse is Bob Guccione, Playboy is Hugh Hefner. I believe Playboy was the original.
What was your favorite, Joe, when you were a teenager?
I didn't partake in any of that as a teenager.
No?
I got caught looking at a Playboy once when I was like 12 or 13 in a bookstore, and it caused shockwaves through my family. Like, every family member of mine called me up and scolded me.
Oh, wow.
And I felt great shame.
To understand why Joe is the way he is now, you need to understand his teenage years.
Right. A lot of shame.
I went over to my grandma's house, and she just stood there in the doorway shaking her head at me. Like, they called my grandma and told her.
Jeez.
And it was a Playboy. I mean, come on. It's not like it's really that smutty.
Number 5.
Wow. If you're going to be a know-it-all, don't feed jellyfish. His narcissism did not pay off quite well because he died penniless. Because sadly, his ego got the better of him. He invested in a casino in Atlantic City.
He died penniless and on penicillin.
Lost 145 million on that misadventure. Didn't really see the threat of the internet coming. Didn't know how to diversify into new media. And lost it all.
As you know, porn famously never caught on electronically.
You don't use this. You want to eat?
So, do you want to know how Penthouse responded to kind of new technology in the 1990s? Interactive CD-ROM games.
I was going to say DVDs in the plastic bags.
As I just said, I just said I watched a documentary about it. That's why I know a lot about it. He also produced the movie Caligula.
There was a lot of Swedes and also from Norway.
Brzezinski, pocket jacks at the cutoff. Playing 30 big blinds against the chip leader, who should be raising wider than anyone else.
I hate to admit it, but
I think we can expect to see a 3-bet.
There's like 2 of them that are good.
Around the 3x mark.
They're still Swedes. 2 more? 1 more? 2 more? 2 more?
Keeping it small, actually. Let's go 2.5.
Don't say 10 more.
Wants to entice Rasgar to continue
Yeah, one guy busting here, Carlson.
to some capacity. Of course, he's still need to get through these 3 players.
So there is 3 of us straight left.
I think I lost both my Norwegian countrymen today.
The last one?
I think both of them are gone now.
Also the last.
Rasgar can really go any direction here. It is obviously a very popular 4-bet shove hand. This isn't always going to be Jacks plus. However, getting such a good price of just 60K more to call with 40 out there, I think call is well within his right. Fold, I think, probably be the tightest option. I mean, look, you're sitting there with $4.5 million. Why not just flick in a little 60K, right? What is that? 1.5% of your stack?
Earlier, I couldn't even get Griffin to admit that moving all in was an allowable move for a player. Who then did what?
No. Wait. I don't think you. Wait. Maybe you're right. I said that he wasn't allowed to go all in, and then he did, right?
Yeah.
With the Queen 9.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be getting an email about that tomorrow.
What he should do and what he can do aren't one and the same thing.
Yeah.
What Griffin was saying, it was so out of the realm. By the way, are those Meta Ray-Bans?
They have been reported to the floor, and I think they will be investigated soon.
I can't think of a worse thing to accidentally let at the table. Like, even like someone's earbuds, I think, is probably not as bad as the Meta Ray-Bans.
Well, sadly,
no,
a former EPT runner-up, Georgios Karakoussis, has just been KO'd. He exits in 56th place, and he's the last player to cash for 22,800 euros. We've hit a money jump now that we are down to 55 players in the EPT Barcelona main event.
I would like to read this question.
We're now looking at 26,300.
Thank you, James. Sorry, I would like to read this question from Kyle. So with the stream being delayed, are the commentators watching live then delaying the stream, or are they watching and commentating 30 minutes after? Based on the fact that I have read your question and when you sent it, what do you think the answer is?
Ooh. You have put Kyle to the test.
I'll give you a hint. Was there a 30-minute gap between you writing that and me reading it?
So wait, this means that we're all live?
I want him to figure it out. Also, I truly believe that Griffin does not know.
Oh, look, he's changed his sunglasses.
Now that would have you thinking that we are watching it live.
To be fair, it was a big talking point about 30 minutes ago, so it would make sense that it's now been resolved. Look at Lars. What a fella. Lars Tungle.
Man, they're living the good life in Sweden, aren't they? Jeez.
More is better.
Lars makes me want to live past 50. Almost.
Very good. Ooh, knockout.
Those Meta Ray-Bans, what do they actually do?
I don't know, but I think I actually want a pair, and I know that's crazy because like I don't like buying into any of that nonsense, but they look cool. I want them. Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know what they do, but I want
them.
them.
Let me look. Meta Ray-Bans.
Hopefully they'll make me better at poker.
Geez, what next? An AI girlfriend?
Okay, let me see. First of all, how much do they cost?
They're not that expensive. I think they're like under $300.
Yeah, they're only about 300 euros. I thought they were going to be a bit more, you know.
So wait, what do they do?
Griffin, that's why I've gone to the website. I want to try and find out.
All right,
Can you check the website for us and let
I'll
us know?
handle this. So Leknes is open with 210s. Guccione's got queen suited. Woods in the cutoff with king jack.
130.
Oh my goodness. Knock on Woods. Does he not have king jack? What just happened? Were the graphics department so surprised he 3-bet king jack off that they just eliminated it? There we go.
Let me know when you're ready for me to read the blurb from the Meta website.
Okay, we're back on Tobias. Go ahead.
Combining iconic Hollywood style with Meta AI, these glasses let you react to what you see, take pictures and videos, listen on the go, and make calls and send messages without touching your phone.
I think I like the aspect of it that I can shoot content without walking around holding a phone up in people's faces.
Yeah.
That's what it's more about, is you're filming people with them.
Yeah. And by the way, I completely disagree with filming people without their knowledge. especially if it's to point out something that they are doing.
You can live stream from them as well. The cameras can be used for recording video, photos, or live streaming.
So this is a very interesting spot for Leknes because...
Fine, Griffin.
I don't think that he's really expecting Woods to get too out of line here. And frankly, he is. King Jack off, probably, not a hand he's expecting him to hold here. So he has a decision. Is he either going to 4-bet to play for the, 35 big blinds, or is he just going to call and, proceed with caution? Has gone with call. And I think we'll also see a call from Guccione, even though I think I've spoken about how King-Queen suited, not a great hand to play multi-ways in 3-bet pots. Getting quite a good price, as this was just about a 3x.
Flop is queen high, top pair, good kicker, Guccione. Everyone else drawing nearly dead.
Yeah, so I really don't, I'm not thrilled by the way that Woods has played this. It's just a sizing issue for me. I understand that he wants to make himself look especially strong, but he probably is reckoning and realizing the fact that he's now found himself against two ranges that felt that they didn't want to fold pre. Now you have this queen high board, and he's still trying to take a stab, but it's just messy. It's just no good. The queen high boards are going to connect a lot with the king queen suited. The ace queen offs that wouldn't necessarily want to get it in pre-flop. Maybe even something like queen jack suited sneaks in. I'm trying to think about the hands that you're going to get folds from here. Maybe something like an ace jack of diamonds, an ace jack of spades, but you block that. It is going to get the 10s out of the way, but of course, that's really not the thing that you have to worry about.
Yeah, not the better hand.
Stop 1 second. Oh, sorry, man.
Guccione ain't going nowhere. It's going to take at least another barrel from Woods. Maybe there aren't enough barrels in the world.
I mean, look, suddenly you find yourself with 640,000 out there and just 475 back. Is this really the spot that you wanted to find yourself in with 50 players remaining? And some maybe heavier breathing than usual. This 9 of clubs is a pretty brutal card for Woods. It's helpful in so much as you do now have a gut shot to add with what you might perceive as a live king. But your opponent could certainly have a flush draw here, could have pocket 9s, could have a queen he's not willing to fold. What portion of the range could you ever fold out here? Pocket 8s that call on the flop, maybe? Pocket 10s that call on the flop?
Let's see if Woods designs his own chipper. Or heads for the hills.
Yeah, it does just take the free card. Begging for that 10. Doesn't get there, no.
Pretty scary board, though, for top pair. Still.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but it isn't, right? There's just not many 7s in Woods' range here. He's not going to find a 7 in his hand and be squeezing behind these bets pre-flop.
Yeah.
So you're not that concerned. You know, if you are up against aces or kings or queens, you're still losing, but those hands probably just find shoves on the turn.
Woods is assessing his big chips. He's going to see that he has less than pot left behind, and I think that was a knock at the table. Yes, gives up. At this rate, he's not going to have to worry about when the dinner break is.
Yeah, it's funny. I imagine that the energy of that sigh probably says to the table, oh, he feels like he got unlucky, like he had jacks or something. But really, it was a sigh of someone being like, why the hell did I do all that? Why did I mess around against two extremely capable players with a lot of chips with a small 3-bet with shitty king jack off?
Regret. A sigh, potentially, of regret.
Yeah. So that's going to leave John Woods with 475,000, losing 230,000 in that pot.
With clubs, with this club. Yeah, also. Good also.
Do it out.
Tough to fold.
Yeah.
Very tough.
It's funny that that whole porno magazine conversation came up when we were talking about Guccione. Because to me it looks like he should be on the cover of every romance novel.
Yeah.
Of course, as soon as I started talking about him, we cut to every single player but him, so thank you. Great stuff.
Fold.
4 plus. 5 plus. 6 plus.
Kyle back with another question. Do we get a commentator cam? I'm gonna flash Griffin something right now, which is why we can't have a commentator cam. Right there, buddy. You yank on it a little bit there. Now, if there had been a commentator cam, that would have been it for me.
Yeah,
that would have been done. Yep.
Everyone pass.
Raise and take it for Hector Maciel. Oh, it's Woods. It's old Woodsy over there. Some of those chips might stick together now. Guccione, 62 big blinds. Not even in the top 4 at this table. It goes Lowry with 91 bigs, Lars with 102, Tobias 139, and Johan Raskar with 224 big blinds.
So many big blinds.
Take your dinner break now, buddy. That's what I would do.
So many damn big blinds.
Zachy asks, "Is my stand-up comedy about poker?" Mostly no. Talk a little bit about what it's like to work in a niche industry, but there's no real poker jokes in it. I just haven't thought of any good jokes that I think would apply to a general audience about poker. That both is true to poker and that normal people would understand. Anyway, Guccione with ace king, Raskar with ace queen. And you would imagine with all those chips, he is going to get aggressive.
Yeah, and Guccione sitting on 60 or so big blinds. Oh, wow, and now Leknes gets dealt ace-queen as well. Yeah, Raskar with the kind of hand that you don't really want to get in for 60 big blinds, but you feel like it's too strong not to 3-bet. Leknes with the very, very disciplined fold.
Wow.
You know, finding himself in a situation where it's like, well, this is probably the best hand a decent percentage of the time, but if I'm up against the top of their range, I'm crushed. This is not my big edge. And Guccione decides to play cautiously with just calling. I think that on 60 big blinds, there's certainly an argument to put more chips in the pot pre-flop, but if you expect Raskar's not going to blast it off, you're just going to fold out hands that are worse, like an ace-queen. So I think it's really cool that he finds a call here pre with the ace-king instead of just going all in or 4-bet calling off with ace-high.
Guccione is checked.
Yeah, a bit of a standstill here. Two players that are prepared to play honestly. You know, this was a legitimate open. It was a legitimate 3-bet. Cautious call pre.
I'll
Look at
take.
this.
Oh no.
Raskar.
Not
Pardon
gonna-
me, Guccione reaching for chips against the perceived sort of ace-king or ace-queen hand that is likely possessed by Raskar, right? Times he has ace-king, he'll probably just snap and they'll chop. Times he has ace-queen, I mean, he might just call betting 70K into 290.
It seems so obvious when you can see the hold cards.
Yeah, but think of the action, right?
I know. I'm saying that. Like, I'd like to think that
But
if I couldn't see
it's a
them,
learning opportunity for you and everyone else watching at home too. Like, think about these ranges and think about how brilliant this value bet is based on the action.
so sick.
Yeah, beautifully done.
I'm just so happy to get to showdown there and to be shown ace queen that I don't even think about value betting into it.
Yeah. It's in there deep inside you. You've seen it enough times. You just got to really think about the situation.
I think I'm not drunk enough when I play. I think that would help.
This just can't possibly be the solution to what I'm suggesting.
It's a solution to a lot of things. You'd be surprised. What's your problem, Mini Cooler? What's your problem with hold cards?
We got a hold card denier over there?
Thanks for watching No Limit Texas Hold'em. Yes, wow factor. I did know Norm MacDonald very well. Very, very well. I miss him too. Actions folded to John Woods.
40.
7 raise 40,000.
40. Woods has made it 40,000. Who wants to play? How about you, Tungel? Hello,
Wow.
re-raise. Slip him the Tungel. 125,000. Brzezinski. Nay.
And quite frankly, Woods just has the kind of hand that I think he needs to fold. Yeah, it does quite right away. Ace-Jack a hand, you really need to be careful about putting many bets in pre-flop because it is so dominated by the value range. I doubt that Woods perceives Fungal as someone who's getting 2 out of line. Did I say Fungal?
Jesus Christ.
Sorry. Tungle.
We've got Lars Fungal representing the mycelial network.
Nope, it's not.
Mycelium, no? Is it mycelial?
They're not talking about
I don't know.
it.
I didn't watch the new season of The Last of Us.
It's not going to happen. No, not gonna happen. But if the members club is okay. Poker? It's not okay? No, only underground clubs. I thought if it was a member club that you can have a tournament.
Did you watch season 2 of The Last
It's
of
been
Us?
very
I
popular
did.
now in especially Oslo with pub
Yeah, it's all
poker.
right.
But that's like free rolls at pubs where you don't pay a buy-in, you just...
But you didn't play
hopefully
Last of Us
drink
2,
enough
right?
For the pub to make. Like,
I didn't play Last of Us 2, but you
They have
did
like
spoil
150 people on like...
Oh God, yeah, that's right.
it for me and then pretended like you hadn't.
Pretty impressive.
Which I do respect you at least
Poker
trying
is
to
very
pretend like you didn't, like you were just joking.
Right, but then you knew for sure when you watched the show.
Well, I knew for sure right away.
Just treat it like any other gambling game, more or less.
Raskar with ace queen again. And
Whoa.
pocket queens for Brzezinski once again. Raskar running into a much better hand.
Big difference. For the end of the gambling.
So 35 big blinds here for Brzezinski.
Still waiting.
In Finland, they're doing it now.
Yeah, I know. All in.
And goes for the straight shove, which I think is quite interesting because You know, maybe Raskar would just call a 3-bet here with ace queen, a 3-bet to 160, 170,000. But the shove, you know, this is where you really have to start considering calling an all-in with pocket tens, pocket jacks, ace queen suited, certainly ace king off. Ace queen off is like right there, right? You have so many chips, you can afford it. You know, does this player shove ace jack suited in this situation? Maybe. Maybe ace jack off. Not really knowing how to play against the chip leader at the table. You know.
Jacks.
Yeah, so he's saying tens and jacks make a lot of sense. Those are hands are flipping against. He doesn't need to make this call, but if he always folds here, he's just going to get exploited so much. This is really a big hand, ace queen.
Ikar Gupta on YouTube says, shove is bad play. Raskar in yet another dicey situation with ace queen.
Good hand. Then you have like kings.
Yeah, Raskar really breaking this one down in his head.
What?
Nice for us that he's doing it out loud and makes a really brilliant fold with the ace queen. I mean, I think just realizes that this range, despite it just being a shove over an open, is slightly ahead of the ace queen range. Very, very oh so slightly, right? Maybe some ace jack suited mixed into these shoves, but most of the time, your ace kings, your jacks, tens, nines. And if you're not doing that, you know, if we were talking button against small blind, you know, we're snapping off the ace queen, but early position, mid position, 35 big blinds, it's a lot of chips.
A little more info. A little more context to get that fold done. I don't really ever feel that bad about folding ace queen. I know we don't talk in absolutes. I know that if I'm always folding ace queen to aggression, I'm going to be exploitable, but I don't lose any sleep folding ace queen offsuit.
I mean, yeah, there's so many other things you lose sleep over, so you're
So
fine.
many, yeah, mostly just, you know, being overweight.
I'm more overweight than you are, I think, for my height.
Who's to say? I'm pretty shredded these days, to be honest. I got like 4.5% body fat. I'm doing pull-ups right now. I don't know if you can hear. I'm like so out of breath. Jack 4 suited in the small blind for Iguccione.
Yeah, playing it as a raise, I like this. Putting a little pressure on a player that's flailing a bit between the ill-timed squeeze 3-bet and the raise fold with ace jack. You know, what is Woods going to do here with the queen 6 off?
I'm done with the Woods. Egbert says you got to fold that ace queen in about 34% of situations. I'd love to know how you got to that number.
750,000.
Oh. Oh, just call. Sorry, I heard something else. Excuse me, 8-7 tray. Woods is a high with a queen. A high ahead with queen high. I'm all over the place. It's these pull-ups. Got my brain all jumbled.
Thank you.
Good one. 1 point.
Do you think at our age,
1 point? Nothing.
it would be possible to train our bodies? And how long do you think it would take to be able to like
I have
do
friendly
push-ups
neighbors.
with
The
our
last guy who's
fingers?
up there,
Like
he gave me an
one,
apple.
like 2 fingers or like 1 finger, you know?
I don't think it would take me
Then
that
you
long.
took his more.
I know what I'm talking more about
No, I
me.
didn't.
Oh.
If I prop bet someone.
Because I can, my shoulder's kind of whacked right now, but with my dominant arm, I can do a one-handed push-up.
Can you?
Yeah, I can do.
No, really?
Yeah.
Like wrap the other one around your back?
Yeah.
Can I do that?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Johnny Buttcheek, not too bad here. He says pull-ups to the drive-through. I can do that. But that's for sure.
having a seminar.
Oh, James and I were having a conversation, I believe, yesterday, over under on the amount of times you've eaten McDonald's so far. We came to 4.
Now.
Now?
No, I'm saying now. Now.
How many times have you been to McDonald's in Barcelona? Been here for
Lifetime?
No, here. This is a trip.
Well, I didn't go to McDonald's at all.
Awkward.
Okay, no. Don't you semantic me, sir. No semantic stapes. How many times have you consumed McDonald's on this trip so far?
40.
40. He just said the number there.
Before I answer this question,
okay,
I just want to let you know that I had a guest stay. Oh my goodness, we got a hand. Raskar.
Oh wow, what do you know?
Ace 10 suited under the gun and runs into the ace Scalati.
And she loves nuggets. Is that what you're trying to say?
I will reveal the answer to that after this hand.
Okay. Nice, tidy, small sizing for Raskar to deal with, which is nice because you have a very playable ace-10 suited that should be live against this 3-bet range. You'd rather call 65,000 more than, say, 85.
Shane Lightning on YouTube says red ace is his favorite hand. And Raskar makes the call, drawing incredibly thin, 12%, and now is down to 2%. Although running spades would be a really annoying way for aces to only get half this pot, as Raskar checks to Scalati.
These aren't the black cards you were looking for.
They sure weren't. Okay, so I had a guest staying with me, and she was really into... The first night, she was like, hey, I really just want to see what McDonald's is like here.
Okay. Speaking your language.
Second night,
yeah,
she was like, I'm really hungry. And I was like, well, there's not much open right now besides McDonald's.
Donnie's, okay.
Third night, she was like, should we just do it again? Should we just get...
It was becoming tradition, yeah.
Well, actually, no. Third night, I went to bed, and she was not tired, so she stayed up and then ordered McDonald's a third night, but I didn't have any that time.
I'm going to say it still counts. If it comes into your room, I'm going to count that one.
And then that happened one more time where she got it while I was sleeping.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah.
Are you dating the Hamburglar? Was there a mask situation?
First of all, the answer is no, because the Hamburglar friend zoned me. But the Hamburglar may or may not have been staying in my room, yes.
And then you got friend zoned after getting her McDonald's 4 times?
I mean, she got her own McDonald's the second 2 times.
Ah.
6 raise, 40,000. 7 pass.
But McDonald's has been in my room 4 times.
Yeah. I mean, that was our line. So this is pretty... Yeah,
I mean, also,
good.
how do you count it? Because, like, sometimes I'll wake up and eat the rest of it. Does that count as having McDonald's again?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'm just kidding. There's never any left over. All right, we've got Raskar involved in yet another hand with yet another ace-queen offsuit. Guccione has hearts, and I count 1, 2, 3, 4 hearts for Guccione, and another whiff for Raskar.
Yeah, not too big a whiff, though. You are drawing to the nuts here. You do have the backdoor hearts. So you're going to see a turn card for sure. Also, Raskar incredibly under-repped here with just calling in the big blind with ace-queen off.
Sure. Who is rooting for the 10 of hearts, you sick?
I think because this hand is so under-repped, because you're still drawing to the nuts, I think Raskar is going to have to call again here a lot of the time. However, as far as the spot is concerned, if Uguccione decides to bet, he might go real big. Like really, really put pressure on what he might perceive as a weak jack. And he does do that to the tune of a 90% pot bet. So you're sitting there now with this ace-queen that feels really hidden. But do you want to start folding here when, you know, a 7-6 of spades could be two-barreling? Something like a 3-6 suited, as we see. And look how effective that bet is, despite the fact that you have this massive hand pre-flop. And this is why these are the downfalls. Folding you decide to play hands passively sometimes.
Folding ace-queen is the best. We've been over this. There's just nothing better than playing ace-queen and then having to fold
But that's
it.
a disrespectful raise pre, you know? So something's going a little wrong where they feel that they can open into the chip leader as big blind.
Let's check out some more respectful players like Ramon Colillas versus Rifat Palevic. Ramon had bet on this board of 5 ace ace 7 tray. Ramon bet 55,000. Palevic made it 330,000, and that's where we're at now, I believe. This looks like a rather large pot. Ramon makes the call. Palevic shows sevens for a full house. Sevens full of aces. Ramon, you'd imagine, must have had one of those other aces.
Yeah.
And he is now down to 400K, while Rifat has got some Rifat stacks in front of him. Uguccione raising ace tray. Sascalati has ace 5 in the big blind, is going to defend. A little domination situation here. Not always super relevant with these baby kickers and aces, but relevant here as Sascalati flops second pair. Uguccione with the gut shot. Repeat 4 on the turn. Uguccione with the gut shot.
Yeah, I like this check back actually from Uguccione. I think it would feel more natural where you flopped a gut shot. Ace high is probably going to be good a lot of the time. You want to maybe put out a bet for some protection, but because you're up against such a capable player like the Finn in the big blind, you don't want to get check raised to get by hands like 8-6 or 8-7, hands of that nature where you're having to start calling 3 bets on the flop with ace 3. So checks back, now faces this bet where, you know, your hand is too good with ace high, especially when you're drawing to the wheel, because of the kind of hands I mentioned that may have check raised had you bet. But yeah, just a nice value bet with the ace 5 for Sascalati.
And gets paid to the river. Running hearts to close out this board. Goes check, check.
Ace 5 is the winner.
Cinco, cinco.
Chicken dinner.
Yo, is this true? Is this true? Chris, is this true?
That's me.
Why not me?
Tell us, Chris.
They're balancing Lars Tungal off the table? No! No! It's the only thing keeping me interested in this table.
Joe, come on, hey.
No,
Hey,
get off me. Stop.
Hey, sun's getting real low. Shh, hey, come on, hey.
All right, okay.
Shh, hey, big guy.
All right.
Hey, big guy.
Okay.
Hey, big guy. Hey, come on.
Okay. All right.
Sun's getting real low.
Okay. All right.
Good luck.
Fine.
Look.
No! Come on!
Stop. No.
I don't know if I want to do this anymore.
No, you don't want to look at the names here because you're going to notice again. Okay, so Raskar chip leader with 4 million. We got Leknes 2.8. Sascalati down there. But no toggle. I can't do this.
Well, you got Griffin too. Uguccione
120.
is going to get 3-bet by Raskar on the button, ace-10. Wait a second. So we got 49 players remaining. One more elimination means another table break. Oh, if we get Lars back, we're so back.
I now understand what that expression means when people say we're so back. Because I would know that we were so back if that happened. Guccione with a candidate to 4-bet here. Maybe wants to protect against how much he's been opening lately. We saw the raise with 6-3 of hearts. We saw the ace-3 off raise. Maybe he thinks, you know, once this chip leader comes after me here, I at least have to continue as a call. And he would be right. This hand is live. Too strong, I think, to fold to the 3-bet. I mean, if you think about the last 3 hands we've raised, this would be the one you would want to call with, right? You're not calling a 3-bet with ace-3. You're not calling a 3-bet with 6-3 suited. King-queen. I mean, don't make it a habit. Don't be calling a lot of 3-bets with king-queen, but when it's against the chip leader, and because of this dynamic, I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
I mean, you got to flop a little better, bro.
You got to flop a little better, but I don't hate it.
150.
Table chip leader Raskar doesn't mess around with his sizing, just goes half pot and says, here it is, pal. I'm not down betting. I'm not letting you get weird with some check raise. Come get it.
Less than 20 minutes left on this level. I believe we've got a fan favorite commentator coming into the booth after the next
I thought I was off next shift.
Yeah, you are. Oh. Yeah, I said fan favorite, not fan tolerable.
Oh, right, okay. Can I make a guess?
You can make a guess.
Is it Maria Ho?
Oh, you are so close.
Yeah?
So close that you nailed it.
Oh, wow.
Vahe asks, and why did the old guy get removed? So it's just that so they have an even number of players at every table. They just pick someone at random. Or sometimes who's going to be in the big blind next and put them into the big blind at the next table. Keep things fair. They didn't specifically move him because I loved him very much, like he was my real father.
Saskalate with the ace-king offsuit. Easy, breezy, beautiful 3-bet on the button against Raskar's cutoff open. Brzezinski taking some pause with these 40 bigs. Perhaps contemplating a little out-of-line behavior, maybe trying to make it 250K there, but would not have gotten past the monstrous ace-king. Now back to Raskar, who just, ever since he got this significant table chip lead, has felt like the players at the table have really, they haven't exactly been bending the knee, Joe.
No.
They've been 3-betting a lot.
It's been a lot of, yeah.
They've been barreling on
It's been a lot of cheek.
Yeah. And because of that, has decided, you know what? We're playing 100 big blinds deep. I can afford it. I'm not just going to be raise folding every time. I'm going to call here with my queen jack. We're going to see what's what. Definitely a situation you don't want to make a habit of calling 3-bets with, this particular hand. But because of the flow of the table, because of all those chips, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. We can see he was live. But that is not his board, baby.
Do you get to be a little looser with your peels when you have 220 big blinds? Or is that how you hold on to your
This
chips?
is going to sound like such a cop-out, but like yes and no.
Sure.
I mean, I don't think you should really be changing your ranges that much because that's just not how you want to be playing poker. You don't want to be playing poker out of position and just bleeding out chips with weaker holdings. I think this is one of the only situations Raskar would be calling a 3-bet with Queen Jack off in.
250.
Because I think if he was in position against the blinds, the sizing would probably be bigger and he'd probably get out of there. If he was raising an earlier position, he would probably be a bit more scared of the range. Cutoff button, playing mega deep. He was like, you know what, I'm gonna fight for this one.
Raskar is still out in front at this table, but has been on a pretty consistent slide. Has had to make a bunch of folds. Last we saw Ramon Colillas, he had lost a huge pot, was down to 400K, which is around 20 big blinds. Here we have him all in and behind. Domination situation. Ace-King versus Ace-Jack of Ramon. 2 10s and a 5 on the flop. Turn card is a Jack.
Wow.
River Deuce. Domination rotation. Ramon now up to 725,000, which is more than 35 big blinds.
Follow Ramon. Follow.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Follow Ramon.
How does it go?
Absolutely.
You remember how it goes.
On a
right?
Monday, on a Tuesday, we're following Ramon. Hey.
Hey. On a Monday, on a Tuesday, we're following Ramon. Hey.
There you go, buddy.
James hasn't been letting me say it all weekend.
Really?
All week, yeah.
Maybe you have to earn your fun. But
No, I just wait for him to leave and then I ask you if we
You've
can
been
do
a
it.
good boy doing analysis with me, so I'm willing to let you let the leash out a little bit. Back to the feature table. Ace Jack for Brzezinski. Ace Jack's hot right now.
Yeah, Ace Jack in the small blind here. Brzezinskiing a pretty nice opportunity here. Three and a half X call. Classic little 60-40 going to the plop.
King 7-4. Did you say plop?
I did, yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe
we
we
kind of plop it, you know?
Yeah, we should change it to the plop.
Yeah, let's see if we can get it going.
A couple of diamonds out there. Guccione with a straight draw, a gut shot inside, they call it. Backdoor diamonds and an ace high for Brzezinski. Guccione bet 65,000 with the gutter ball. A gutter ball.
Yeah, Brzezinski wasn't intending on check folding here. Not going to be thrilled by having to hold on with just ace high down the street, so we'll obviously hope to improve. But ace jack, I think, too high up in his range, but instead just check folds. I'm a little disappointed by that. I understand you're up against a tough opponent that's going to barrel, barrel, barrel. And maybe you always fold the turn when you don't turn an ace or a jack or a queen of diamonds. But those cards do come. You're not always just going to be up against a hand that's better or that's always going to barrel you off what you have. So I think that was a bit too passive for my my liking. We weren't dealing with a particularly large bet either. It was just 3 big blinds into about 8, 9.
I hate
Too tight.
I hate to have a cop out here, but yes and no.
Nice. Yeah. Ten minutes left on this level.
Action on Heitor Maciel falls under the gun. Have not seen much from Heitor this level. Jack 9 for Saskalate. Come on, buddy. You can get in there with your Johnny Bravo looking ass. Let's go.
That is a great bad lookalike. We're allowed to entertain 2 characters, right?
Of course. Looks like Tobias is going to play with a mystery hand. Ooh.
Is it a mystery hand?
I mean, we don't see it yet. There it is. King, queen off. Now, Brzezinski, what to do with a couple of sixes. Some juicy squeeze spots potentially for the small and big blind. 6 deuce of diamonds. Guccione gets a little out of line, but this would be so far out of line. In line with the fold.
You know what would be interesting as far as like a post-production hand that we could put on like YouTube and stuff? We have, instead of a mystery hand, we have a misery hand. By the river, it's a miserable decision.
You have just like aces and it just runs out of 4 flush.
Yeah, and like you get to put all in on the river and you don't. So it's technically still a mystery hand because you don't know what the other guy has, but it's called a misery hand.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Woods closing the action with queen jack off. Not the worst hand here in this situation.
Would have played as a pretty interesting shove here. I think it might get through. maybe not through the 6s actually, but
queen high flop could be big trouble for Woods.
Yeah, and
who is not only not out of the woods, but is in the woods.
Yeah, and just this pot being so inflated going 4-handed, you know, even though he started the hand with 16, 17 bigs, suddenly, you know, he has 15 left and there's 10 in the middle. So going to be very difficult to proceed. You know, if Leknes bets his queen here, what do you do when you're facing a bet of 55, 60,000 and you only have 295? Do you check call? Do you check raise all in to clear out other equity?
You were facing
only get called by better, you know?
Not quite 55,000, 45,000. There goes one opponent. Action on Woods.
Yeah, and he might be living his worst nightmare here if he shoves. I mean, I don't know if he's going to be able to get away from this hand anyway down the streets, but because you're only really getting called by better, I think it's better to just call here. Good for him.
That
just puts him to 45.
A
We'll
just
see what
call.
happens now.
Woods with less than pot behind now.
But at least you're going to keep the bluffs in there, right? You know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
That's the logic.
6 clubs on the turn. Doesn't really change a whole lot about this board. Puts a potential club flush draw out there.
Yeah, I would expect to see something like 80 to 90K here from Leknes.
250.
I think it's also an option just to shove for pot here. Make it look like maybe you turned a club draw and now you want to fold out a queen. Or something like a 7x of hearts. But I think it makes more sense to bet to the tune of around 100,000.
I see the clock has been paused, which leads me to believe we might be at that 48. Oh, I see.
And this is the struggle too. When you make a really big mistake in a level, and then you start getting put into these kind of coolery spots where you need to make the best decision, it's very difficult to, and yet can't find it, and knows he's in terrible shape.
Oh yeah, the 6 on the turn. Who folded 6s?
Oh, the Brzezinski, yeah.
It does all go in here on the turn. Woods in big trouble. Covered and behind. Needs to hit a jack. There are 2 left. One shot.
One opportunity.
I'm done with the Woods. John Woods, unfortunately, monkey's pawed his way into an earlier dinner break.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty disgruntled exit, and I don't blame him. Tripped over his feet a little bit in that king-jack hand, and then just couldn't get away from the cooler on the queen-high board. You can't really blame him there.
Apparently there was some aces hand that did a bunch of damage too.
Mine. No, that's me. Yeah, thank you.
We are at 47 players, which explains why the clock has been paused. And we are showing you footage from moments ago. This is how, spoiler alert, we get down to 48. We've got a board of queen, queen, 6. Johnson bet 55. Ramon made it 155. Johnson shoves. Ramon calls. Johnson has ace king. Ramon has trips. And the trips hold. Oscar Johnson eliminated in 49th place.
Wow, and I mean, Ramon was all in for his tournament life. Ace-jack against ace-king just a second ago for 360K. Popped off the jack, now eliminated another player. I imagine he's well over $1 million now.
1.5 million to be exact, which is over 70 bigs.
What a sick game tournament poker is. And the cream once again rising to the top.
I just don't know. I mean, I've never had 70 big blinds in a tournament ever, let alone come back from the brink to have 70 big blinds. Wild. Absolutely wild. So believe it or not, this table is being broken again. We got unlucky again. I mean, the chances of us, we lost Russian roulette this time, right? It was a 1 in 6 chance.
Looks like somebody of
TG for betting yes. Dama Jack 2 con...
But yeah, it should be aces there.
Yeah, for me it was like
kings at least, yeah?
At least kings, but even kings, I think like...
Agree.
I'm just calling, yeah.
Ace-jack suited, whatever you want to have, but like queens is just...
Yeah.
Now, rather than...
I was like, okay, let's go.
Stopping play for 10 minutes, breaking the table, and then going on break 6 minutes later.
No, I'm out of here, by the way.
Yeah, we are just going to take the break now. Ish. And play out the final 6 minutes on this level when people come back from break, and then roll straight into the level after that.
On Sunday.
6 tables? 6 chance?
But how exciting.
Yeah, down to our last finals, 47.
47 players remain.
Thank you.
Everybody now guaranteed, still guaranteed 26,000 until we get to 39th place.
What table number is this?
We are breaking 5.
So, in all likelihood, we will end up with one or more of these players back on the feature table. So let's have a look at their stacks as they head to break. Heitor Maciel did not do much last level, and you can see he is blinded down to fewer than 15 big blinds. Brzezinski with 32. Everyone else real healthy. I mean, Uguccione real healthy. Everyone else in great shape. Saskalati and Leknes both over 100 bigs, and Johan Raskar with still over 200. So, when we come back from break, we will have a new feature table. I know that it'll be whatever table Ramon is at. So, come back and join us. More from EPT Barcelona in 12 minutes.
th hand of the day. Action starts.
Pick one first. You have to keep your cards in the square for 2 seconds, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah. On that one, like this. 6
Yeah,
3 fast, 6 4
just
fast.
one
side by side.
6-5 pass.
Just so they can.
Is mine?
No, that
Yeah,
one, but
well,
just like this.
Ace Jack for Alenka.
Face up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is that clear? 6, 6,
I understand.
13,000. Good. 7 pass.
Only if you raise, you know. Yeah, he forgets all the time. It's annoying.
Aces for Hanafi. Johnny Overkill.
Six call. Heads up.
And the 3-bet gets called. Here we go. Oh, the case ace. Johnny Overkill strikes again. Smell you later, Alan Carr.
10 bet 30,000.
I mean, Alan Carr isn't a risk here. Hanafi likely to get a full double up.
You get the idea.
He only had 30 big blinds behind. Continues for 30K.
How is your summer been?
Pretty good. Stayed in Montreal. Didn't go to Vegas much. So.
You didn't go?
Yeah, I went only for the main event.
Okay. And then no sort of no stops.
No, I was in Europe on a trip with my girlfriend, and I played the online.
I didn't make it.
I didn't make it. So
Same here. I didn't make it, and I didn't want to go there. But
so we made another trip to Italy instead of going
Beautiful.
to Rosada. Yeah.
So what was the first trip?
In Italy I wasn't with my girlfriend.
4
She
diamonds.
had to go
A
back
little bit of an
home.
action killer, maybe?
Poland and Croatia before.
Oh, I mean,
yeah,
Alan Carr
it's amazing. It's a really nice country.
Yeah, I haven't been there in a long time. I guess I've never been.
Where are you from?
Austria.
Wow.
So it's close.
And Alan Carr
Croatia
moves all in.
We really loved Croatia.
Shoves on Hanafi. It's all into call here.
I don't know how you can call this.
VIS.
I fold this
It's a really remote island.
100% of the time.
So far.
I just came from
there, yeah.
From Croatia.
Yeah. How did you like it?
Oh, amazing.
It's amazing.
Amazing.
Remember, those cards buy you additional thinking time. The shot clock is 30 seconds. Every card played buys you an additional 30 seconds.
Some people told us like this year wasn't that good, like in tourism wise, but like the past few years it went up like 400-500%.
I can't blame a guy for trying to
HVR.
Yeah, that's
HVAR.
talk some tells out of this guy.
They have music festivals there.
Yeah, it's more like
I think it's known for party, right?
Yeah, like Ibiza, a little bit like that. But the other one, this is
2 time bank
like
cards
remote,
in the middle.
Really,
I don't think
relaxing
I fold.
island.
He calls.
And he is right, and he will double up through Alenka.
Dude, I would be so mad if I got called by aces there. Oh, it's
how many chips in?
Sure.
And John Hanafi is now going to have a 70 big blind stack. Alan Alenka down to 50 bigs.
If I was a professional, I would have folded there. Didn't I?
If you were a golf professional, you would have.
I would have folded.
Yes.
But you look scared. You look scared.
Justify it however you want, pal.
The tail on.
Just one battle, it's not the war.
Don't tell him, just keep calling him. And you're golden.
Slightly bigger pocket pair for Alan Carr. Pocket jacks.
17,000, 6, 7 plus. 6, 8 plus. 6, 10 plus.
Queen jack for Kamel. He's in. And I imagine ace, deuce of hearts will also be joining the party.
17?
Much like me, late and uninvited. 3 ways to the flop.
Queen 9-7. Top pair for Kamel. 1 heart for Jedlichka. 1 overcard for Alencar. And now 2 hearts for Jedlichka. Checked around on the flop. Kamel not wanting to give another free card as this board gets straightier and flushier. I do not think he will be eliminating the nut flush draw, however. Nah. Stefan calls. Pocket jacks now after a bet and a call. I feel like you can probably confidently fold pocket jacks. What do you think, Fenton?
I think it'd be reasonable. It's multi-way, particularly when you have the heart. Makes it less likely that your opponents are going to be on draws. Have hands like Jack 10, King Jack. And I love watching Brazilians play poker. I really do.
He said it before, he will say it again, and I have to admit, he's got a point. This raise coming from out of nowhere. Last to act on the flop, doesn't bet. Decides that this raise on the turn will be credible. Gets top pair to fold.
How much? 84.
Yeah, Lishka just trying to work out if he's getting the right price to call here.
He's getting like, what, just under 4 to 1?
Of course, we can see that he's less than a 3 to 1 dog, so would expect him to call, particularly with more chips to play. Probably not counting in his head that his ace is likely to be a live out though. Might think he only has 9 outs, but still needs just a little over 4 to 1. And with the rest of the chips to play for, maybe he stacks his opponent quite frequently on a heart.
It's a call. 250K in the middle. River card is not a heart, but it is far from a brick. Top pair for Jedlichka.
Very interesting.
And it looks like Alencar may think that he can bluff Jedlichka off a queen.
Problem with bluffing with the jacks is that you just block the hands that you want your opponent to have as the auto folds. The King Jack of hearts, the Jack 10 of hearts, maybe even just Jack 10. You don't block any of the pairs, any of the sets, any of the 2 pairs, but he is going to pull the trigger. This is a very tough spot for Jedlichka with the ace deuce of hearts.
Man, when somebody puts out a big stack like that and then immediately looks to me the way Alencar just did, that does not seem super strong to me. Looking very interested in what you do next. I think when you're strong, you seem less interested. You're less invested. You know you're going to win the pot no matter what.
Show one.
Jedlichka does lay it down.
Show him the Jack of hearts.
How can I call with a flush?
Only.
And we get a shove from one of the small stacks at the table. Petit shoving for his last 11.5K.
Was Petit shoving from the small?
Nope.
Would have been a triple threat.
Well, just Phil Ivey in the big blind, looking as interested as ever.
I think that early Ivy has some like Tom Dwan tendencies with the looking around, mouth open.
That's so weird that you call him Tom Dwan tendencies. I would say Tom Dwan had Phil Ivey tendencies.
Yeah, it's true.
So Ivy calls the all-in with ace-7.
He wants the dealer to turn the cards just a little more to the side.
Uh-oh.
Flops a gut shot.
See ya.
Wow.
Oh.
Dead to a chop.
Wait, you can hit a jack.
Oh, of course.
Straight.
A better straight. I just didn't think that was even a possibility, because I never thought in a million years that the very first hand we would see of Phil Ivey on the EPT would be a hand where he
I knew
lost.
when you said only a 7 would cut the time I was going to lose that pot. I thought I was going to lose it when you said that. I didn't see. It's okay. Not your fault.
Phil taking out his frustration on the guy calling the cards.
Yeah, that's actually kind of weird. It's like, oh, you didn't know either. Like the, you know, what the floor says stands. No, sorry, you lost. The floor didn't announce you're out.
Change the whole table.
Ivy nonchalantly raises the button with king-queen.
Have you done that because you have a hand, or it's because you're duty on the button?
You picked the wrong guy, buddy.
Yeah. Punch him, Phil. Oh my god. Oh! What?
He's going to call out the small blind. Lex is slightly perplexed by that move.
That's
He's going to outplay Ivy.
Oh, please do it.
So Ivy with the gut shot to Broadway.
Pierce laying the trap.
Here we go. So we all want the check raise here, right? That's what we're all hoping for.
That's why we remember Ivy and not Mr. Pierce.
Ah. I wonder if that guy knows he's playing against Phil Ivey.
I mean,
I remember when the American guys, when they would come over to Europe, I remember seeing Doyle for the first time. I believe it was in EPT London somewhere.
Yes.
But anytime somebody made their debut on the European scene, it was always kind of a big thing.
I mean, I can't believe that there was anyone playing in this event who would not know who Phil Ivey is.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you, I mean, boy, I really hate it with the 7-9, huh? What are you doing? You trying to flop 6-8-10 specifically?
Oh, here comes Rifat Palevic with his ace-queen.
Is it from the little blind this time?
No.
Whoops.
Good stuff.
Not a fair fight. Down to 1% equity, running cards needed. Okay, good shot with a 3 on the river. But it's a 6, aces hold, and Petit is eliminated by Ivy.
Then it's raising to 11,500 and forward moves all in.
Raise with ace king and all in with ace king.
Look at that face. Come on.
And Ivy's all in.
And Phil Ivy comes over the top.
With queens.
All in.
Oh, what a great spot when you're up against guys who counterfeit each other.
This is the age of, oh my god, I can still fold ace king pre-flop.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I guess
But
he's
they all
facing.
think about it.
But also, this is the original Razor who's facing 2 all-ins, right?
Yeah.
He's gonna let it go.
Forward going, playing against Phil. Phil's hands. We have queens.
This is one that I always tell him. I had the same hand, bro. I had the same hand. Yeah, there you go.
Just did it. That's really made him feel better about himself.
Scheiße.
Ivy's really not going to like that when the ace peels.
Oh. Clubs aren't working for him either.
You
see the club? That's gonna kill you.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
Oh!
Oh my goodness.
That's why he's Phil Ivy and you're not.
Ivy looks like the kind of guy who just spiked a set on the turn.
And we can't. He's out.
Oh, shake hands. Yes.
Steven raises to 12,000. Small blind cups.
I have a hand this time. It's not a button move. I have a hand. You can look on the you can look on the television later, next month.
Or in 14 years' time.
This guy has all the classic poker jokes. Like somebody raised on the button, do you have a hand or it's just because you have position? And now he makes it in reverse.
Yeah, but Lex, this is original material at the time.
For sure.
You can look the television next month, but they probably won't show this hand.
I love that. So this guy basically said we're not going to show that hand on TV. We're obstinately going to include it, even though there was no consequential action. Continuing to bring you action from EPT 3 Barcelona. Live commentary on a 14-year delay. This tournament played in Barcelona in September of 2006. Phil Ivy making his first appearance on the European Poker Tour and raising the button here with 8-7.
Can't have a hand every time on the button.
Yes, he gets a hand too. This is his moment. Come on.
Is he going to do it with or without more chirping, though? That's the question.
Yeah.
Also, I think maybe he flats here.
A raise. Steven announces a raise.
All right, good.
It's not big enough for a raise.
Now he knows he plays only against him. You know, if you're folding out. You understand?
Critical beatdown says, does he go quiet? Now he has a hand. Looks like it. All of a sudden, not so chatty.
He had a hand before, though. He said so. You can see it on TV in a month.
mean, the best way for Phil to outplay him here would be to fold.
Yeah.
I would like you to call me.
Oh, God.
Well, now.
No, you don't.
Field passes, Steven wins the ball.
I don't care what your cards are. No one wants to play a hand out of position against Phil Ivey post-flop.
I love
Well,
this.
it depends on what the flop is, but yes, you're mostly correct.
Do you know that they close the door here in practice? Beautiful bunkers, they close it.
Welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour Day 4 main event coverage. We are live from Barcelona at Casino Barcelona, and we are deep in it, y'all. I am Caitlin Komeski here with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Maria Ho.
Hi.
Welcome. Happy to have you. Here's a look at our big chip stacks across the room right now. A lot of these stacks are going to be on our feature table. We're going to have some deep stack play here in the upcoming level. Here's a look at the chip stacks on our feature table. We've got Palevic, Kebe, Kumer, Karatsu, Leknes, Colillas, Raskar, and Lee as our short stack, sitting on just 190K. We're going to be finishing out our previous level at the 15K blind level for 6 more minutes, and then we're going to move on to the 20K blind level. We should be excited to see some really deep stack play in this next level with a good portion of our participants well over the 100 big blind mark. Here's a look at our payouts, what we're fighting for. 1.4 million euros up top, and then 6-figure payouts to all the 10th place or better finishers.
It was fun listening to a girl from Texas try to pronounce 8 European names in a row. That was a real treat for me.
I thought I nailed it, frankly.
You were very close. No, you were good. But just seeing the sweat beating up on your head as you did it was worth it.
I don't know. I was really natural and smooth. I pulled it off. Nobody worry about it. All right, here's a look at our main playing station here in Casino Barcelona.
Down to the final 6 tables.
Yeah, just 47 players left here. Current payout at over 26,000 euros. It's getting real in there.
And we should have a couple of the same faces at our new feature table that we just had. Remember, that table broke, so we didn't actually take a break at the end of the level. And Tobias Leknes, who you're seeing in front of you right here, he was at that previous table. He and Johan Raskar were the 2 biggest stacks.
Yeah, the biggest stacks in the tournament's 158 big blinds.
Remember how you thought that had to be a mistake, that someone couldn't possibly have 280 big blinds?
No, I got my calculator app out, and I was double checking that we had all these numbers right, because I couldn't believe that we are this deep so late into day 4. Tan Lee, our short stack, sitting on just 190K.
This is Felix Kermer.
33 big blinds, and
I'd recognize his face anywhere.
I'm gonna pass my flag quiz. That was Austria.
That was Austria, that's right.
We had that one yesterday. She got a memory on her.
And here in the 1 seat, we've got Rifat with some fat stacks. Palevic.
161 bigs. My word. And then former footballer Jimmy Kebe flying the British flag, but I'm told he's actually a Frenchman.
And we all know him. We all love him. We've seen him go deep in dozens of tournaments since winning the PSPC oh so long ago. Ramon Colillas.
Maria, how do you
I'm just here to follow Ramon.
Nice.
Maria, how do you think the play is going to be affected by how deep they're playing this late into the tournament?
I mean, I think it just comes down to the players in the field that kind of abide by the rules of ICM, right? Like the players that understand how they want to navigate when they have a big stack, but they're playing, very deep still. I think those players are, of course, going to continue to try to accumulate. There's always like one or two wild cards that no matter how deep they are, they don't quite respect the rules. And they might go a little bit ham, because I think we always see it. Sometimes people just don't know what to do with a big stack or playing really deep. And so there might be a couple of explosions.
Maria, what does ham stand for?
Hard as a mother effer.
Oh,
Ooh,
yeah. I
like
love it. She
it.
said more of it than I thought she would. Okay.
Maybe heavy A maneuvering? Another option? We can workshop it, y'all. All right, Rasker going to open it up in early position with the king queen off. My goodness. Cabe looking down at ace jack off.
Khmer folds the button.
Karatsu also going to come along in the small blind with the 4 of hearts, mystery card to be determined.
There is three green.
Sure.
Three green, right? Yeah. Okay.
Look at all this stack eyeballing going on. Just chill out.
3 ways to the flop. King, Jack, 6, 2 diamonds. Rasker flopped best.
Going to be pretty easy here to just find a continue against 2 players. You're going to expect that the flatter in the cutoff will oftentimes have a hand that contains a jack. Definitely going to try to capture a little bit of value from those types of hand. The ace jack that we see here, or some queen jack suiteds, some king jack suiteds, which would be ahead of king queen, but there's always going to be a lot of those suited broadways in that flatting range. There's going to be, some flush draws out there, of course, but just still happy to get a little bit of value.
Yeah, Rasker betting 70,000 into a pot of 160.
I mean, kind of surprising to see the ace jack just fold in position to the C bet. But, soul read.
Would you have preferred to see a 3-bet from the ace jack, or do you think the stack disparity is sort of dictating that at this time?
Yeah, I definitely think that, against a big stack opening in early position, I can understand the hesitation to want a 3-bet because maybe you feel like more comfortable playing post-flop with ace-jack in position. But again, I think if you're going to call ace-jack, but then just fold when you flop second pair with an ace kicker, I do think that you might want to rethink kind of what your strategy is going into it.
It's the meanest thing I've ever heard Maria say. You might want to rethink that.
And I felt bad saying it. Like I kind of want to. I'm sorry, and I just want to apologize.
Well, I'm glad I called you out then.
Our short stack Lee looking down at ace-8 suited, first to act, and he's going to be going all in for just under 10 blinds.
E. Lee Evan, all in. Ooh. We got a pair. But a lot of action behind. Yeah, can't do it.
Bunch of napkins going into the bin.
You ever see that Ronnie Chang special, Asian Comedian Destroys America, where he talks about how many napkins you get here? It's so good. That's a top 10 special for me, all-timer.
I'm really enjoying the work he's doing on The Daily Show, too. Very talented young man.
He's so funny.
I was just seeing a clip of him talking about his trek through Middle America and how much he enjoyed meeting everybody in small towns.
Oh, I gotta watch that.
Turkey.
So a nice pickup for our short stack Lee there. Happy to take the blinds.
Maria, did I hear correctly that you were chowing down on some canes right before this?
That was last night at 10 p.m., thank you. It wasn't for breakfast or anything, okay?
Yeah, no, that's a totally normal time to eat, 10 p.m.
Well, it was what I was craving, and now, because of DoorDash, I could get anything I want at 10 p.m.
Nice. I hope you were real liberal with that special sauce. That's the best part of Cane's, is they enable you to get a trough of the sauce along with your tendies.
You may have thought that Maria misspoke when she said dork dash, but actually she's got an army of dorks that will bring her food any time, day or night. Oh boy.
Kumar finding ace king off in the hijack.
Harold and Kermayer go to White Castle.
Kratz are going to let go of his offsuited ace.
Play 670. 670. Thank you.
Kebe in the big blind, looking down at the Octo Crab offsuit. Not worth it.
Octocrabs is the reason why Maria won't let me stay in her guest room anymore.
Oh my gosh.
That could mean anything.
I mean, with Stapes, I feel like it could only mean one.
And now blinds are going to be up this hand. We are up to 20K. We have finished out the previous level. Let's get serious.
Rolling straight through to level 23.
Blinds up to 10K, 25K. Excuse me. Playing 90-minute levels here on day 4.
Just 47 players left. This is always the point in the tournament where you're like, 47 players left, we could just play this down to a winner today. And you're like, nah, dog, there's still 3 days left.
In Midwest America, they would have chopped by now.
I mean, they definitely would have chopped if they were playing for Euros because nobody would actually want them.
Kermayer going to open up the 10-8 suited in early position.
Maria, how do we feel about these sorts of hands in the small blind in general? I would like to play them, which leads me to think that you shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's situational, right? I think it depends on the effective stack of the opener, and I feel like it's tempting to play these types of hands, especially when you have a big stack. I think certainly, you know, you feel like you can flop a fair amount of equity. You like having that, you know, king paint in your hand, but I don't know. Sometimes I'd prefer maybe 3-betting these types of hands versus kind of maybe flatting some of the stronger suited combos, especially out of position. I think what's surprising here is that, you know, Kermayer, despite having, you know, a lot of other big stacks at the table, is kind of willing to open up a hand kind of on the weaker side from early position. And I think that's if you are noticing that your opponent might be a little bit more liberal with their opens, then, you know, you're going to maybe want to be flatting wider.
And what if
But you see how, you know, this c-bet's not not something that Raskar, you know, is willing to just let, you know, it wasn't going to be just a check fold in this spot, maybe because he feels like his flatting range from the small blind can contain a lot of hands that connect well to this flop, but also, you know, just looking at the interaction with the 7 of clubs, with the backdoor possibilities wrapped around the 8 and the 6 and all of those things. I mean, this is a very interesting card, though.
Why? Show your work.
Because because once your opponent calls the raise, then obviously you might give them some of these like ace X type hands that are going to continue. But Raskar now has turned one of those backdoor draws. So you do see him continuing and sizable as well, you know, just slightly over half pot. It puts a lot of pressure, obviously, on Kurmar's exact hand, but I think against the entirety of his range that's going to be calling the check raise on the flop. I'm not really sure, you know, how well this bet would normally perform against, you know, the stronger part of your range. And that's also why you have to be careful to maybe not open as wide from early position off of, you know, a 35 big blind stack, is because, you know, when you do, you're not really able to continue on a lot of turns when you are kind of that low down in your range with the 10-8 specifically here.
So what all of this says to me is that, yes, you can play King 7 of clubs from the small blind.
Flat away, my young Padawans, flat away.
Now, I was going to say, what if I justify it by saying that the big blind is never going to squeeze me? Like, I know that. Does that help?
No, that's definitely a factor as well. Yes. You know, if you feel like you're going to be able to see a pretty cheap flop considering you're already invested from the small blind, and the likelihood of, you know, it getting 3-bet is slim to none, then sure.
3-bet light, I should say.
Nobody likes to... Yeah, but wait, didn't you and I have that debate about whether or not people
yes.
3-bet light from the big blind
And they almost never do.
Kermay are going to open up 2 8s in early position. I see people doing all kinds of things with these offsuited wheel aces, Joe. I don't know. They mixing it up.
Big blind?
Oh, yeah, especially. Versus a button open, they get mad disrespectful down in these streets.
It's crazy. Normally TV table is warm. But
Yeah, normally it's warm, yeah. With the light in everything, but right now it's very cold.
Oh, speaking of 3-bets out of the big blind, Palevic looking down at ace-king offsuit.
The way he's talking about bright lights and being very cold, I think he might be dying. Don't go toward the light.
It's raining outside. They might have felt a breeze. That's dang near winter here in Spain, I think. Three bet up to 275,000. Large-sized 3-bet, but then again...
I mean, you probably just want to get it in against a stack this size, right? Is that what you're trying to do?
Well, I was going to say that they're quite deep on this table, but then I referred to Kermer's stack, and he's not one of the deeper players. But he's going to be playing for all of it now. And it is flip time. Deep into day 4 here at EPT Barcelona.
Like Halloween versus Friday the 13th movie franchises. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
1.1 million chips in the middle here. And Kermer's tournament life on the line.
Probably one of them.
Flop 9 high. No help yet for Palevic's ace-king. Kermer needs to fade 2 more streets to get the double.
More importantly, to not go for a walk.
4 on the turn, bringing in some wheel outs. 5's now good for Palevic. Six on the river. Kermer has secured the double up, and he will live to see another day.
What does that do to Palevic? Oh, he just drops down to third in chips at 106 big blinds.
I think he'll be okay.
He's going to survive.
A mere flesh wound for one of these big stacks. Average chip stack at this point in the tournament is 1.3 million.
How many M is that?
I'd have to call Clayton Fletcher and ask him.
Does he still work with M?
Yeah, average chip stack, 52 big blinds at this point.
What a great structure.
Lots of play left here with 47 players left.
Maria, tell me something fun about your life. What's going on in California? What am I missing?
What are you missing? I mean, do you even miss California, to be honest?
I miss it a lot.
Probably not really, right?
No, I love California, yeah. Why else would I pay
No,
four
but I feel
times
like
the
when
national
you-
average in rent if I didn't love it there?
No, but I felt like when you did talk about moving at one point, you didn't seem that sad about it.
I didn't seem that sad about saving the money, but the more time I spend away right now, the more I do genuinely miss it.
Don't you spend so much time traveling that home base is rather irrelevant, though?
You're damn right about that. But there is something about landing at LAX that always puts me in a good mood.
Karatsu going to get rid of the
Even though
king.
that is one of the worst airports ever.
I know, but it's just so iconic. And yes, I know I'm going to sit in 90 minutes of traffic to go 4 miles as soon as I get out of the airport, but
Rasker opening up some suited Broadway here in the cutoff. Queen 10 of spades.
another funky little small blind hand.
Yeah, I think he just took a little glance over at Raskar's stack and decided, I don't need to mess with this. But good timing.
Wow.
Oh, that looks like just a call here from Kebe.
Yes,
that
Maria?
sigh doesn't sound like an
Wow.
approval sigh, Maria.
Wow. As played. I feel an as played
it's
coming.
interesting. No, it's interesting. Like, yeah, I get maybe you don't want to play a big pot out of position against the big stack, but also your hand is so good against the cutoff opening range. And even when you 3-bet, don't you want to keep all these other hands in there that you're going to have dominated? Like any of the other, suited King X Broadway hands are going to stick around, and other, suited ace X's probably. And it's just feels so good to just get in extra value when you pick up a good hand.
Yeah, perhaps if it's an under the gun open, are you less judgmental with the non 3-bet from the big blind?
Yeah, I
with
mean,
as deep as they are,
I try to be not judgy overall, but yes, I would definitely.
My
judge it
apologies
less
for using the
harshly.
J word. My apologies. A lady as ever.
How dare you?
Kebe going to spend no time here with passive action anymore. We're going to bump it up to 150K to go. Rasker here with no pair, no draw. I'm going to just let it go. Do you think he missed out on some value there? Probably.
Yeah, I mean, I think it on multiple streets, like pre-flop, we could see that Queen 10 suited is going to be calling a 3-bet pre, and then obviously if you want to kind of slow play the ace king pre-flop, then maybe give your opponent a little more rope on the flop.
Little stats about our friend Kebe. As we said, former professional footballer. He does have a UK passport, but he is a Frenchman. We are going to upgrade or update, perhaps. Would be. Oh, whoopsies! Was that on purpose? I'm being told I can say upgrade. All right, we're going to give him a French flag.
Incredible.
Kratsu going to pass on the king jack off in early position. Rasker, certainly our most active player since coming back from break.
Quite active in the last level as well.
Well, when you have 150 plus big blinds, it's your right. So he's going to pump up the action with some crabs from the hijack. Palevic on the button with queen 10 off, contemplating a disrespectful 3-bet perhaps. Khmer going to take a defend with at least the queen of diamonds. Two ways heading to a flop of 6-5-5, 2 hearts.
Still a decent flop, I think, for threes. I mean, you could just c-bet and clear out some overcard equity.
5 on the turn puts trip 5s on the board. Boat for Raskar. Khmer puts in the check.
Queen 6 would be huge right now.
Queen 5 would be even huger.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even think of that. That's my problem, is I dream small.
4 of a kind, can you imagine, Joe?
And actually, that's very possible because I don't think Khmer is going to defend Queen 5 offsuit, but Queen 5 of diamonds, which is the only 5 left, makes sense.
Rasker going to put in a second barrel of 105,000. Just over half pot. Khmer puts in the smooth call. I'm starting to feel like this is a 5 under there, y'all. 6 on the river makes 5 full for both players.
Yeah, those 3s are caca.
Counterfeited. River action. Gonna go check, check.
You got another sigh.
And that's gonna be a chop pot.
That's the I just got counterfeited sigh. Caitlin.
I'm ready.
This pot ends in a chop. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Oh, no, it's okay. No, sorry. No, it's okay. I see. It's okay.
Yeah.
All good. Sorry.
The button was elsewhere.
The timing was close on that one. I'm not sure that Caitlin knows the tune to Everyone Loves a Chop Pot.
I feel like I keep trying to harmonize. Yeah, I'm not quite there yet. I need rehearsal.
It's a complicated song.
I mean, Caitlin, you're holding back, Caitlin. I've heard you sing before. Like, what are we doing?
That's the part that's so troubling is that Caitlin is a trained theatrical singer.
For real.
I'm a leading lady. I'm a soloist. I have trouble working in a chorus, y'all. I'm so sorry. It's just beneath me.
Were your parents from Texas disappointed in you that you went to college and became a thespian?
No, they were very supportive. I was very lucky. People ask this question about poker too. They're like, Caitlin, were your parents like really disapproving of when you became a poker personality and player later in life? And I was like, no, because I finally quit asking them for money. I was a failed actress before, and then I actually started, paying my own rent on time and stuff.
Do you still feel like you have like aspirations to do things in that world though?
Hey, I'll take a gig. One thing about me, Mama, is I'll say yes to the gig. So if they come knocking, we're ready for them. Ready for my Sunset Boulevard moment.
Yeah, I don't think either me or Caitlin is going to turn down a sitcom. Should NBC Universal.
Yeah, Joe and I are currently packaging our family sitcom. It's mostly King of Queens, but we're hoping to find our original spin on it eventually. We've lost a couple of players on the outer table, down to just 45 remaining participants here in this main event.
No pay jump until 39th place, I believe. I'm going to double check that momentarily. Yep, 39th place. Everyone kicks up to just over 30 grand.
Palevic going to pass on some garbage. Kebe not going to open up the button with the Octo Crab. All the way to the small blind. Khmer is looking down at Queen 8 offsuit. Going to opt for just the call. And Karatsu is going to look down at 10-6 suited with his option. Eight high flop. Khmer flops best, but we have a double gutter and backdoor hearts for Karatsu.
I don't know karate, but I do know Karatsu.
Karatsu going to put in the one big blind bet.
Yeah, it feels natural when checked too, when having so much equity that you're going to want to just bet. But Khmer checking, definitely has some interesting implications. Could go for the check raise here quite easily, I think. I mean, calling is fine, but I also imagine that, you're going to want to check raise some of those, hands that are just going to be barreling because you check to them, fold out some equity, but also, even hands like a 7X here that might just bet. You want to be able to get some value, and of course, all the draws as well.
10 on the turn, Karatsu now with top pair.
So many man noises at this table.
That was my stomach, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry for describing it that way.
I'm starving myself before my wedding. Do you think anyone notices? Karatsu putting in a bet of $80,000 on the turn. 80,000 chips, excuse me, pardon.
We're back at the old days of the WPT, where everything had dollar signs in front of it.
Once again, call from Khmer. 5 on the river. Karatsu gets there with the 8 high straight.
Yeah, this board has definitely gotten significantly worse for Queen 8, and especially when you face another bet here on the river. You're not going to like it. Just does not feel like there's going to be a lot of natural bluffs. We've got 4 liners here. It just seems like a tough spot, I think, for your opponent to find bluffs or bet a hand that is worse than Queen 8 here. It's so enticing, this 40K, though.
Exactly. I'm saying, do we think he's inducing here?
I mean, potentially, but also, just feeling like the way that Khmer has played this hand, just check calling the whole way, just feels like he has such a weak one pair type holding that you don't expect to get a lot of value, and so you don't want to go for the bigger bet.
Yeah, just target those one pair holdings with the small bet. Karatsu going to get paid with that little bet and pull a big one blind v blind.
Yep, adds 170,000 to his stack. 38 big blinds now. What's going on in the PokerStars Live League, Caitlin?
Well, in 2025, you can play tournaments to earn points. They're going to be 3 different levels, 3 different tiers, a high, a medium, and a low. They're going to be prizes for top finishers and a chance to join Team Pro. And joining Team Pro means that Joey Stapes has your personal phone number.
That's right.
I can't think of a more prestigious honor.
It's hard to escape me having your phone number if you're going to be made Team Pro. I don't know. Maybe people will stop trying for the leaderboard after hearing that, but you more
I
or
feel like
less.
it's hard to even be in the industry without getting on your Rolodex, Joey. Most popular kiddo I know.
I've
mean,
been lucky.
Who really is blowing up that Team Pro group chat? Like, who's the person that's like always?
What's
Hardigan.
funny is that
Let's throw Hardigan under the bus.
I don't like group chats. I don't like trying to be funny in group chats. When other people try to be funny in group chats, I roll my eyes. I don't need my phone going off any more than it already does. I'm very quiet in group chats.
I feel like most of the group chats I have exist only for happy birthdays and congratulations.
It's so
Did you
annoying.
have a baby? Are you a year
Yeah.
older? Did you get married? Let's acknowledge it.
I mean, the Run Good group chat is just like someone wins a tournament every day.
It's exhausting. I feel inadequate.
But I don't want to
can't
be the
hack
one
it.
person who's like, who didn't congratulate me on my win yesterday? Oh, Stapes is too good for this.
I wished you happy birthday 2 weeks ago, but you can't be bothered to congratulate me about my baby.
Yes.
All right, back to the action here. Kebe opens the Queen-Jack offsuit from the cutoff, facing a call from Kermer on the button with 2 9s. Karatsu going to get out of the way in the small blind. Oh, excuse me, no, Karatsu coming along. Big blind out of the way. Ace, King, 8, flop, 2 spades. Karatsu checking it over to the original raiser.
Yeah, I think Kebe with the betting lead, of course, this does feel like a spot where you should just be c-betting. You think that if your opponents had, you know, something like a strong ace-x type holding, you might have heard from them pre with the 3-bet. So you're kind of excluding some of the nutted hands here on this texture from their range, which makes it a little bit of an easier c-bet against 2 players. You do, of course, have some equity with that gut shot to Broadway.
Kermer going to call this c-bet. 6 of hearts on the turn. Not going to change much.
Yeah, now in Kebe's hand, you just have to start thinking about the range of hands that's going to flat a cutoff open on the button that doesn't 3-bet, and it's going to just call your flop bet. You know, it does feel like there are going to be some weaker hands in there, perhaps some flush draws. But, you know, maybe some king X's that might not feel that comfortable against a second barrel.
Yeah, make them neutral as soon as possible. $115,000 bet for the second barrel. And that's going to get the job done. A little aggression from Kebe. Love to see it. I think the players are going to get a message from the floor here now. Being told he's telling the players that they can't have more than 2 items obscuring their faces.
Oh, the 2 out of 3 rule.
So we'll see that Kermer has now removed his hood. Here's a look at the updated chip counts after these first few hands of the level. Raskar still on top, 4.3 million. Leknes, 3.08 million. All the way down to our short stack, still Tan Lee with 180K.
Yeah, how's Tan Lee not gotten it in yet?
It's a cold city.
It's been about 6 hands. But maybe we can go pinch him. Give him a little prod. 8-6 off, not going to do it.
I mean, he's in the big blind in 2 hands, so we gonna see something.
With 7 big blinds, you know, it's deep in tournament poker with ICM implications. I don't know, Maria, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not necessarily any 2 time.
No. Definitely not.
Maria, can you do me a favor? Can you say 6'2" Blue Eyes Finance for me?
Are you going to use it in a TikTok or?
Just the way you said no just then reminded me of.
Karatsu going to open up the hooks on the dealer, the red jacks.
Might we be seeing some outer table action soon? What the hell was that?
Must be a big bomb. Yeah, probably not the 1K.
I'm just bummed we haven't seen Ramon involved in a ton of hands. Like usually he's all up in there.
Well, he's going to be all up in this one, defending his big blind. Paired his 7, but he's going to be up against the top set of Karatsu.
This can't be a good situation for Ramon, no matter what that other card is. There's some worse situations, like another 7. So for a little context, Maria, Ramon kind of got his lunch eaten at his last table, had trip aces, ran into a full house, gave his opponent the full double, was down to 400,000, which was like 17 bigs or something at the time, and doubled up like 3 times to the point where now he is back up. Well, he was over 70 big blinds right before he got to this table, so now he's at right around 50 with the blinds having gone up.
King of Diamonds on the turn may or may not have brought in a flush draw for Ramon. TBD.
Yeah, but what we do know is that Karatsu is definitely going to keep betting the set of jacks here. You know, you don't love kind of blocking the top pair from the flop here when you have top set, because those are the hands that are going to most likely call you. But, you know, you're still hoping that Ramon has a hand that's strong enough to continue. Obviously, 7x of diamonds, as you mentioned, Caitlin would certainly be a candidate to continue. You don't imagine that Ramon's going to love the king very often.
We got another call out of Ramon. River 4 of clubs. Going to be bricking any potential flush draw. Now I'm starting to get worried this is a set over set situation. Ramon's slow to check here.
Yeah, you do wonder if Ramon had a set of 7s on the turn. I feel like that could have been a good spot to hear from him, you know, just because you could check raise that turn, maybe try to rep some combo draws and, you know, get something like a king X to call. But here with just the lead for 30K, that feels pretty spicy, just begging to be raised almost.
You're saying it's like bending over and saying, "Spank me, daddy"?
It is like if Caitlin, you know, if Caitlin is right and he does have a set of 7s here, it's going to get real gross real quick, because, you know, if you're trying to induce because you think you have the best hand here with a set of 7s, you're definitely not going to be expecting your opponent to have jacks. All right.
It's all over. Karatsu puts in the big daddy raise. And Ramon can't get him in the muck fast enough.
I did posit the idea of a set of sevens way earlier in the hand, but of course it's common that like a man says something and a woman says it slightly louder a few minutes later, and everyone pays attention to that instead.
My voice is crisper. I think people just understand me better in general, Joey.
Exactly, yeah. No skate, no.
Non, c'est bon,
Four races.
c'est bon.
Very personal poker.
Bon, après, ouais, 1 heure, ouais. Ah, ok, vas-y.
We haven't all done as much work as Stapes has over the years to get that extra gravel in his voice, you know?
And you haven't had as much work done as I have over the years either.
You know what I hear in that voice? Life experience.
That's right. It's not the years, it's the mileage.
It appears we have lost another player on an outer table, down to 44 participants here on day 4.
Trouble.
Trouble when you walked in.
When you say that, you make me want to sing a copywritten song.
No, I
I'm
know.
not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm
Saying
so tempted.
The lyrics is how I get it out of my system.
You know, you got me feeling 22, Joe. That's what you got me.
I mean, who is happier than Hardigan about the news of Taylor Swift?
He
and
literally
Travis Kelce
posted
getting
about it
engaged?
on like congratulating them.
I had so
on
many people
Instagram.
ask me if he was being sarcastic. I was
He's
like, was
not
that
being
sarcasm?
he's
I
not
was like,
being
no.
sarcastic. I think he understands like how ridiculous it is, but it's not sarcastic.
You know, he's a fan of love. He loves love. High profile.
And if you guys think that Hardigan is a fan of Taylor Swift because of his daughter, no. That's just the kind of music he likes.
That is, I think, because he knows it's irritating.
She knows he's the millennial woman's poet laureate.
I mean, I think Taylor Swift is hella talented and have no issues with people liking Taylor Swift, but I think James gets extra satisfaction out of it knowing that it weirds people out.
That's why I pretend to like basketball. All right, Kebe going to be opening up pocket sevens in early position. Our chip leader in the big blind Raskar looking down at quack, quack. That's the Ducks, friends. Two ways to a flop of King 8-6 Rainbow. Big blind going to check it over to Kebe. Kebe, a former pro footballer, but been playing pretty solid so far. I think he might be a pro poker participant too.
Yeah, and I like this bet here. I think this is just the texture where you should just be betting range as the pre-flop raiser from early position against a big blind defend, and it's ambitious, I think, to be calling with deuces, but
He
here
got
we are.
sticky chips, I guess.
Maria, I know what betting range is, but maybe for the audience who might not know, maybe you could explain what that means. I mean, you know, because I do know, but some people out there might not.
Checks notes. No, I mean, it's just when you're supposed to be betting 100% of the hands that you're raising in this position with. So, you know, it's not really about your actual holding, because people might look at sevens and be like, oh, you know, you have a little bit of showdown value. Maybe you want to, you know, try to pot control and check back. But, you know, on King 8-6 Rainbow, when you're an early position opener, you should probably just be betting 100% of the hands that you would be opening.
Why do people say betting range instead of just betting whatever two cards you have? Is it because they think they're better than me?
No, nobody would ever think that, Staves. No.
That's correct. That's the right answer. Thank you.
River going to go check here, and Kebe going to pull a 200K pot his way. Yeah, you see, Joey, you and I, we play the two cards in front of us. These pros, they construct these whole ranges, and they're going to be playing. They're going to be playing Broadway cards the same way they play pairs. What's going on here?
These are the kind of people that refer to the hands they're dealt as candidates. This is a 3-bet candidate. Get out of here. You think you're better than me? Huh? Sorry. I was bullied a lot.
Well, you could never tell, Joey. pull it off so well. Suave over here.
But I don't know, Stapes. I feel like I've been hearing you say a lot of things like, there's not a lot of visibility with this hand.
I learned one new word this year.
You're hip with the times.
No, I'm with you, Maria. I'm seeing
hip.
growth out of Joey.
With it.
Some of these probing questions he's asking the analysts, they're just spot on. All right, under the gun, Pavlovich going to look at the ace queen off, raising up to 55K to go. Khmer now spotting that shiny dome. They said no hood for you.
It's amazing how much poker information I started retaining once Maria explained to me what beer level was.
Before, did you think beer level was just the one you registered?
Maria, how many times did I ask you, is this beer level? Is this beer level? And every time she's like, it's the last level. Oh boy. Hey, Tan Lee.
We got some fireworks over here on the table.
Rewarded.
Yeah, he waited long enough, and the great news is he doesn't have fold equity, so he's really going for the pretty much quadruple with the blinds in there.
How much? Yeah.
Palevic asking for a count is the original raiser. He is facing a 3-bet behind from
I want to
Leknes.
say kings never hold here, but against these candidates, I think they might.
It is performing pretty well, yeah. We like it. We like it for Lee. Surprised nobody's commented on his 11 hat, by the way. I'm surprised. Joe,
I
surely
did.
you've
I said
been
it's
to 11.
E. Leven. Because he spells his name L-E.
Smooth call from Palevic.
40.
Putting Leknes in quite an awkward spot here in the middle. Or was that a fold? Did I hallucinate?
We are going to a flop.
3 ways. Ooh,
Oh, come on.
Well, then
Oh, come
you
on.
mushed him, Joey. This is completely
did.
you.
Oh, 100%.
Jesus Christ.
100% he did.
Trip 10s on the flop for Leknes.
More like Lee Eving. Oh, man. Can he hit the one-outer? Can he get there? Can we see the king of clubs?
No, what you should have said is he's definitely not going to hit the one-outer, and he will. Like, what are you even doing, Stapes?
I am so sorry.
Get him out of here. What do you have against this guy, truly?
All right, quick bet and a fold on the flop, and Lee gonna get the bad news.
Gross.
Unless we can find that final king, he is gonna finish in 44th place.
He's got 2 shots at it. Tobias looking way more stressed out than he needs to in this situation. Although that does seem to be his permanent face.
Ooh, 3 on the turn, boats up Leknes. Changes nothing for Lee, though. Queen on the river, paint, but no king. GG for 10. Lee finishing in 44th place for over 26,000 euros. Good game, sir.
Nice flop. That was a good flop for me. Huh?
That was grosser than the room service tray that I've had since last Monday.
I keep begging you not to order oatmeal.
It's good for me.
4 days, what can I tell you?
I remember the one,
just one
maybe,
week, or is it?
I mean, it's not the only time I've been to your room, Stapes, but like one of the first times I went to your room, you just had like a leftover pizza with a pizza box with maybe 1 slice of pizza. Actually, there might not have been anything left. You had like 5 little nips from the mini bar, just like empty. 1 by the bathtub. Like, what else did I notice? I'm like, I was like, huh.
He'd only been there for like 5 hours too. Like he
Just
checked in
checked in.
earlier that day. So upsetting.
Oh.
I'm not alone in this. I don't like to let housekeeping in the room. It takes like, I need it to build up for like.
Well, because you always travel with all your jewelry and cash.
That's true. That's part of it, yeah.
Got some beautiful PokerStars merch being modeled by Ramon.
I have to go pick mine up.
And Johan. If you are in Barcelona, make sure to drop by the merch shop. We got some new digs, some new threads.
Oh, you helped me pick mine out.
I did. You got the jersey. The jersey is like a football jersey. I didn't say the S word. Are you proud? Khmer opening up the Jack of Diamonds and a mystery card. Going to be facing a defend from Palevic. Ace-7 off. They go to a flop of 10 deuce for Rainbow. Khmer going to continue in check 2. $40,000 into 120. Looks like third pot to me.
Yeah, I don't really expect A7 to continue very often against an under the gun +1 open. I do think that, you know, if you had something like, sure, A7 suited with the backdoor flush draw and the backdoor wheel, sure, maybe. But I think A7 offsuit is a little bit wide against early position ranges. I mean, we do know that Khmer has seemed to maybe open a little bit wider off of his stack size than maybe some other players would. But I still just think that it feels ambitious, although, you know, this 3 of hearts brings a little bit of improvement.
3 wheel cards out there. Definitely better for the big blind. Khmer going to get checked 2 again. Going to check it back. 5 on the river brings in the wheel for Palevic. Undeterminate whether Khmer got there as well.
Yeah, it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility that Khmer could have checked back a hand like Ace-Jack on the turn, and so they would be chopping here with this wheel river. But, you know, it feels like the check back on the turn does indicate some showdown value, which, you know, the check back on the river is not going to beat, it's not going to beat the wheel, but it does look like he turned over his hand. Okay, it is Ace-Jack. It's kind of surprising. I understand that the backdoor flush comes in, but it is a little surprising to see the Ace-Jack check back in position.
All right, Joey, get your pitch pipe ready because we have another chop pot.
This pot ends in a chop, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. I'm on board with Caitlin that time. Maybe some timing issues with the satellite.
I definitely went up a good few pitches.
The button is here. He's
small. Small button. Yeah.
That button. Yeah.
All right, moving to an outer table here. Timo Kamfuas is going to finish in 43rd place for 26,000 euros.
Some might call him Timo Campus.
Maybe not a Texas girl reading the name for the first time, but I did my best. GG to Timo. Congrats on a deep run here in Barcelona.
I say you want those lucky chips.
Yeah.
That's what I said. You can take. Okay.
Same thing.
Down to just 42 players left here. Did we confirm it was at 39 remaining players with the next pay jump?
That's right.
Is it a significant pay jump?
24K.
All right.
From 26 to 30,000.
That's a transatlantic round trip or two.
Yeah.
We'll take it. Khmer going to open the king-queen off under the gun. Ramon continues to be dealt out. Over to Kebe. Pocket threes in the big blind. Gonna put in the call, and we are heads up to the flop. Deuce of clubs, king of clubs, 9 of hearts. Makes top pair for Khmer. Kebe checks it over to Khmer. Quickly puts in a continuation bet. Quick fold.
I guess I'm playing every hand on this table.
Khmer kind of pointing out the obvious here that he's been quite active over the last orbit.
So how was comedy night last night, you two?
It was good. We had some things working against us, I would say, but given as played.
As played?
As played, I think that it was overall a success. I was happy.
Oh, good. What are the things that were working? Well, what were the things that...
It was a full room of people. Always great for comedy.
That's good.
I would say one of the things working against us is always heat. It just kind of sucks the energy out of the room when it's very hot. And me in particular, when I'm performing and I'm sweating, I think I give an air of nervousness.
We also had an open bar, which is a big favor to the comedians, to provide an open bar to the...
We had an open bar. Some of the people in there just wanted the open bar and weren't that interested in the comedy, was another thing we had working against us. And then I think...
So was there a lot of like talking over?
There was a lot of talking, and I wasn't on top.
Hear the whispers.
I wasn't on top of it because I couldn't see it from where I was sitting. And then a few times I went and shushed people, but you know that kind of sucks the air out of the room a little bit too. And then I think, and this is like a credit to the poker community. The community is so supportive and comes out, but there are so many different cultures in the room that I think it was difficult to find jokes that resonated with everyone. And so you would have little pockets of people laughing at various things that sort of tickled their fancy, but it was hard to get the whole room, you know, on board with a particular theme for too long.
I think Joe's being a little too critical here. He absolutely smashed as the headliner.
That's very nice, Caitlin. Thank you.
Back at the action here, we have a hand developing. Karatsu opened ace-king off under the gun.
Yes.
It appears to be, yes, a 3-bet out of Kebe with the ace-10 suited. Does ace-king ever just want to call and play the hand in position, Maria?
Yeah, I mean, Karatsu started this hand with 45 big blinds. And, you know, this 3-bet from the small blind does look pretty strong, but I also feel like, I mean, Kebe hasn't been crazy active. I mean, I don't even think I've seen a ton of 3-bets at this table, but yeah, you do see Karatsu, I think, just off of the stack size, deciding that all-in is going to be the best play here. And I think it was actually surprising to see Kebe 3-bet the ace-10 of hearts against an under-the-gun open. I feel like, you know, ace-10 of hearts is a hand that can easily play so well post-flop. You know, you really miss out on the chance of being able to see a flop because you do expect the under-the-gun range off of around 40 bigs to have you know, a few number of hands that they're going to be willing to just go with.
Yeah, perhaps lost a little value. Definitely missed out on seeing the flop there, opting to 3-bet the ace-10 suited. Karatsu going to pull another one up to 1.44 million in tournament chips. Got a comment here in the chat, Joe. Joe and Caitlin, they say stand-up comedy is one of the scariest things to do, but you guys do it a lot. So what is the scariest thing for you guys to do?
I've been a passenger in Maria's car on multiple occasions. That that's up there.
No, don't feed into the stereotypes, people, because there are some good Asian women drivers out there.
You went there. I'm just saying that you personally are terrifying.
Oh, okay.
Kebe found one of our favorite starting hands, the best you could say, 2 aces on the button. Karatsu with 9-8 suited in the big blind. Gonna see a flop.
Great ace crack in hand, especially with no ace of spades for Kebe.
Oof, ace right in the window on this monotone flop. All hearts.
I take it back. I take it all the way back.
It's going to be hard. He got some digging to do.
I don't even running 9s, right?
Yep.
Can you imagine?
Karatsu checking it over to Kebe.
Fortunately for Karatsu, you know, you might expect him to just take one off here, but there's just going to be so many bad turns and rivers for his hand, especially considering he doesn't have a redraw to the flush, that, you know, even though the 35K sounds nice, there's just going to be very, very bad cards that will come that just make it hard for him to continue. So he shouldn't lose that much, just hitting a little piece here.
Karatsu going to stick along to the turn, and a 4th heart peels out. Karatsu checks
yeah,
once
and this is
more.
obviously one of the bad and this is one of the bad turns that I was mentioning, but it's also kind of bad for Kebe in the sense that, you know, it just freezes him a little bit with that check back on the turn. But, you know, on the river, I think it's safe to say aces full is going to be best here, but I don't really expect, you know, Karatsu again to be putting much more chips into this pot. I mean, I think it depends on Kebe's sizing on the river, but still, you know, I just don't think you find a lot of bluffs here taking that check back turn line. I think, you know, some decent flushes might check back turn and bet river. So, you know, it's not a foregone conclusion that, you know, it has to be a bluff here. If they check back the turn and they bet river, there's just going to be some of those value hands that were not strong enough to bet both turn and river, but certainly against a check turn and a check river by the big blind can very easily go for value here. So see the quick fold out of Karatsu.
We are going to move on to the next hand.
That was my kind of hand right there. Just never have to worry about anything. Just total smooth sailing. Start with aces, flop a set, river a boat. Just beautiful. That's all I want.
That's a Stapleton hand right there. Got just over half an hour left here in this current 25K blinds level. 41 remain in the main event of EPT Barcelona. Day 4 coverage. Ramon continues to run dry, folding the offsuited baby ace in early position. Palevic, queen jack suited in the hijack. Certainly a candidate
Oh,
to
boy.
open.
Jeepers. All right, Mrs. Dictionary.
I went to the Matt Berkey Thesaurus School of English. Keep my thesaurus open at all times. Leknes was 7-4 offsuit. Pretty ugly in the big blind.
It's on his shirt.
That's the wheel. That's the nuts in deuce 7.
7-4 is not a bad start. There you go. 7-4, deuce 5.
There we go. He's got a 9 right now, and she's drawing to a 7.
He's so close.
Nice.
Yeah, pat it, brother. Check on the flop. 5 pairs on the turn. Leknes checks once more over to Palevic. Jack on the river. Palevic finds a pair. The toppest of pairs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think had the turn not paired the 5, there's going to be, some barrels coming out of the big blind just because, maybe some other low card on the turn would have fit easily and nicely into Leknes' defend range from the big blind. But I think once the board pairs on the turn and you see your opponent checking back a lot of the times, you are going to give them credit for some ace highs here that you're not really sure you can get them off of. And now, of course, Palevic happy to bet the jacks and 5s.
Palevic going to scoop another one. Now with over 2.5 million in chips.
Quick.
A reminder, we're playing real deep here today. Short stack on the table is Felix Kormeyer. Still has 865K at the 25K blind level.
Are you always?
How was the dealer? The card was the dealer, yeah? Yeah.
By the way, got a little help with the pronunciation of Kormeyer's last name. If you hear this small southern gal mispronouncing one of your favorite players' names, feel free to correct me. I'm open to feedback.
Just have an English accent. People will just believe you got it right.
What do you mean? I'm James Artigan.
Making fun of James is fun.
Just such a distinctive squawk box that young man has. Karatsu looking at King 9 suited on the button. Another 7-4 off in the big blind. Ramon continues to draw napkins. Hopefully we can find some
the
hands.
man's patience.
Yeah, we need to find some hands for our hometown hero.
Right? And we know that, I've just seen Ramon involved in so many interesting hands throughout the years that we know he likes to get in there and mix it up. And it just must be killing him that he just can't get involved.
It's so painful to fold on the feature table.
No, we started, yeah?
I don't know. What's the plan?
We have riffled. She riffled before. She riffled before.
Looks like we're keeping an eye on keeping things balanced. We've got 41 players left, which means we are one elimination away from another table breaking, right?
Yes.
And we are, oh, hold on a second. Tick down 40. So we've got a table break on the horizon, and then right after that comes a money jump.
A lot of excitement here. Day 4 of EPT Barcelona's main event. Palevic opening up ace-9 suited under the gun. Pocket queens for Leknes on the button. Looks like a call to me. Oscar folding. These two going to go heads up to the flop. Strength of these queens very disguised with the call. Flop of Jack of spades, 4 of spades, 3 of hearts. Queens still best, and over to the board.
Yeah, I think the reason for the flat from Leknes pre is just respecting the under the gun open from Palevic, them being so deep. You know, Palevic here, the effective stack with just under 100 bigs. So certainly just happy to flat in position. You know that you're going to be able to get a lot of value post because, like you said, Caitlin, your hand's under-repped here. I would imagine that at some point, you know, especially with these safe boards, that the queens are going to find perhaps a raise. I mean, we'll see what Palevic wants to do after his c-bet got called on the flop. If he's going to slow down here, not turning any additional equity.
Palevic slowing down on the turn, opting to check the 10 of diamonds.
You certainly have to be wary of how strong that flatting range is going to be against your under the gun open. And then once Leknes calls the flop, you know, I think you start understanding as Palevic that maybe a second barrel is not going to do it.
It's a chunky turn bet, 160K in the middle.
I mean, does Palevic want to be a hero, or does he want to respect how strong that range is going to be here? Of course, Leknes could have a lot of Jack X here, could have sets, but also might have floated with maybe a hand like King Queen or something like that. But still, that is, I think, a smaller part of his flatting range, and Palevic is right to give it up here.
Yeah, Leknes now over 3.5 million.
Yeah, now we wait.
As Joe said, we are down to 40 players here. We are on the precipice of a table break and a pay jump.
No, it used to be the tables broke high to low, but now they break them at random. So we could be in another situation where this table gets broken.
Here's a little look at what we're playing for. 1.4 million euros up top of this nearly 10 million euro prize pool. All 10 final places will be receiving six-figure payouts. 898 for second, third, 641, down to that 10th place finish.
Yay. Hopefully, yeah.
Little rail developing for our featured table here on day 4. Maria, are you someone who prefers to have your friends on the rail, or would you rather be able to concentrate?
Oh, there.
I think it depends on the mood of my rail. If they're getting super rowdy, then I'm definitely like, maybe I want to be able to concentrate. But like, I always appreciate having support there. But I almost feel bad when I get knocked out. Like, I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry you wasted your time coming to rail me. Too soon.
Now, I remember when Jamie was playing heads up for a bracelet versus Sheena last year at the ladies event. I felt so guilty about how rowdy the rail was, but at that point it was off the tracks. I wasn't going to fix anything. And here's a look at the outer table where we are indeed breaking the tables here with one table with 40 players remaining.
All right, cool. So the feature table is not the one being broken, so we shouldn't have too long of a stop in the action here.
No, we are going to be receiving a new player here at our feature table. Yao Weber is going to be joining our lineup on the feature. Joe, where does Barcelona rank in your favorites of European cities?
So the city itself is not my favorite, mostly because it's usually pretty hot when we're here and I just don't do well in the heat. Prague does that. But what I will say is that for the vibes it creates inside, the final tables are electric of the main event. The final 3 tables down to the winner is oftentimes the most exciting and electric that we encounter on the EPT. And so, you know, my real job is to do commentary, and when that happens, that makes my job a lot easier, and it makes it fun to be a part of it. So that's happened in this city more often than any other.
All players in the main event, please return to your tables. We are about to restart.
Play about to resume here as we get these new players to their new seats.
Caitlin, have you been to Barcelona, or is this your first time?
This is my first time at EPT Barcelona. I was in Barcelona once before as like a little girl, maybe like 10, 11 years old. I was here on a family trip. Speaking of this new player, Yao Weber sitting on 1.69 million. That's good for 67 big blinds at this level. Another big stack joining the table. With our recent eliminations, the average stack is now up to 1.5 million. Yeah, a lot of play left in this tournament with the average stack at 60 big blinds. My word.
Main event dealers, please begin to deal.
All right, cards up and back in the air.
Oh, sure.
No, but I have to say I love it here in Barcelona. We're certainly here at the best time of year. Very tepid, beautiful weather right on the beach. Palevic going to open up ace-queen suited under the gun off 2.44 million.
Ace-queen and ace-queen suited have been pretty big losing hands so far today.
I swear, if you keep mushing these young men.
No, I mean, I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't.
Truly. Karatsu looking down at a beautiful candidate. Ace-jack suited in the hijack.
Yeah, I think definitely rule of thumb is I just prefer flatting the suited varieties and, you know, sometimes mixing in 3-bets with the offsuit variety, especially against, you know, an under the gun open. You are just so happy to be able to see a flop in position with a hand like ace-jack suited. Just tons of possibilities.
Folds around to our new player, Weber, in the big blind. Brazilian going to take us 3 ways to the flop with his call. Flop, 6 of clubs, king of spades, 3 of hearts, open-ended for Weber. Ace, queen high, still the best hand. All right, my friends are letting me know that it's pronounced Joe, not Yao.
It's Joe Wow is what the guy's trying to tell you.
J-Wow, like Jersey Shore, J-Wow, okay.
J-Wow.
That I understand. Yes, always speak in MTV personalities to me, y'all. CT Tamburello, Trishelle, these are my people.
Snooki.
I savvy.
It's more like J apostrophe Joao.
Joao. I did also get a hint that our dearly departed Tan Le. It's Tan Le.
Oh, Le.
So my apologies and congratulations to him.
Everybody with a little something, just enough to come along.
Karatzi looking at some backdoor hearts. Palevic got those backdoor clubs. King of clubs on the turn. Palevic, the strongest, gets stronger.
Yeah, as hard as Stapes tried to mush him with the ace queen of clubs, so far still, still holding strong.
Monsieur? Tobias? Yeah.
I think that's something we need to bring over to America, Joe. The ay-ay-ay. When frustrated.
I've used ay and I've used ayah, and I was shouted at by a Chinese woman once saying I'm not allowed to say ayah.
Oh.
I disagree. You know what? As a Chinese woman, I give you permission to say ayah.
Thank you, deputized.
I don't think that's limited to only Chinese people.
I would tell you the way she said it, but I don't think that would fly. Am I being big permission for that?
No, no. Definitely not. You're always so close to getting canceled, Stapes. I don't want to be the person to put the nail in your coffin by giving you permission.
Palevic going to put out a bet of 110,000 on the turn, which is called by Weber, who has the open-ended straight draw, which is going to brick on this 8 of hearts river.
Yeah, and even though, you know, Palevic feels like he might have a teeny bit of showdown value, I still think that sometimes it's nice to really put something like a 6x or, you know, something like a pair of 7s here in the hole for Weber to the test. Like, you really, your range is going to be stronger a lot of the times, and you would hate to just check back and let them flip over, you know, a 3x or a 6x here, but either way,
humiliating
be the
to
winner.
surrender to bottom pair. Absolutely.
How
I agree
know,
with you.
Right?
Oh, so if I tried one more time, you're saying I would have won? Darn it all to heck.
What'd you show?
Instead, ace queen high gonna scoop that pot. Palevic continues to run well, climbing up to 2.8 million in chips, nearly double the average stack. Karatzi looking down at Queen Jack offsuit in early position. Yeah, definitely a hand that's sort of on the fringes of whether or not we want to open it. On a table where we're this deep stacked, perhaps quick fold is the way to go.
Raise.
Chip leader going to find a loosey goose open here on the dealer button with 7-6 offsuit.
Double suited.
Double suited, pardon me. And our buddy Joao looking down at the sailboats here in the small blind. That appears to be a call. And this is a vision test, that little black flash that we just gave to you. We knew about it. We did that to test you. Congrats on still being able to see. Palevic going to come along in the big blind here with 6-4 suited. A lot of shared cards here. Let's see what happens. 5-3 king, 2 diamonds. Pair of 4s still best, but we got straight draws for both Palevic and Riscar. Palevic with the open-ended, more desirable variety. Other two players going to check it over to the chip leader. Going to put in the continuation bet.
Yeah, I think 4s, given the fact that you still have the big blind to act behind you, is a little bit optimistic here to find the continue. I do think that, you know, heads up, maybe there's some room for some other actions, but I do think that again, just given the fact that you are going to be out of position, you do have another player in the pot, it's a little bit hard to find ways to continue on later streets. It does feel like Weber still going to get in there, just hoping for some of those backdoor possibilities to materialize.
Palevic also putting in the call. We are still 3 ways to this turn. 9 of clubs bricks both the straight draws. Pair of 4s still best. But Raskar now has a double gut shot as he can now make a straight with the 8 as well as the 4. Drawn thin to 4s though. Chat definitely.
Do you feel like this is definitely 4-4?
Yeah.
Are they rooting for a 4?
Yeah, the
For some
chat is
carnage?
definitely rooting for that case 4 on the river.
I mean, of
280.
course, chat loves carnage. But what I love is this bet from Raskar, just following up with that flop bet, and I think just recognizing that you're up against hands that seem to be on the weaker side here. I'm not sure what he would have done had he not turned a double gutter. I think, you know, maybe we might have seen some check backs and just trying to realize his equity. But I think with this additional equity that he turned, it feels like a fairly comfortable spot to fire a second barrel. You know, of course, you're really trying to put some of those second pairs from the flop to the test. Of course, those 5X, you're just going to have such a tough time continuing. You know you're not going to get a King X to folds, but there's going to be other hands that, of course, you're going to be way behind with just the 7 high here. You know, maybe some ace high backdoor straight type possibilities. You know, maybe that like ace deuce, maybe that ace 4, maybe some hands that are happy to just call on the flop but have a hard time continuing on the turn. I mean, that smile says it all. The man knows he got away with something. I mean, he doesn't realize how weak his opponent's hands actually were, but
you were an 80% favorite with 7 high once you got the 4s out of the way. But hey, we applaud the aggression from the Frenchman once more as we are going to join some outer table action now. Michael Guccione is all in versus Hugo Gattuso. Guccione has ace jack offsuit. Gattuso has pocket 10s.
If you ain't flipping, then you must be tripping.
Flop, queen of clubs, 9 of hearts, 4 of hearts. Turn, 6 of clubs. River, 8 of diamonds, 10s are gonna hold. Michael Guccione is gonna finish in 39th place. He did make that pay jump. He is going to cash for 30,000 euros. Well played to the man from Italy.
Has to go back to his day job of being on romance novel covers.
That's a handsome young man with a beautiful head of hair. I wish my hair grew in that thick these days. He's gonna head to the payout desk to collect his 30,000 euros, and we're gonna head back to the feature table where our buddy Joao on the button with ace deuce suited. Going to pass versus the big stack open. Riscar really feeling himself with these suited gappers.
He's got some VPIP, huh?
Yeah. VPIP. That's a new one I've heard from you. I like it. Almost sounds like a medical condition more so than a frequency.
He's got a case of the VPIP.
Down to 38 remaining players here. final 5 tables of day 4 main event action here at EPT Barcelona. Blind levels still at 10,000, 25,000, 25,000 for at least 15 more minutes.
These pay jumps are going to start coming a little faster as well. The next one is at 31 players. And it goes up almost 5K for that one.
Palevic going to find an open on the button here with Queen Jack off. Kebby going to flat from the small blind with 2 6s. Kormeyer getting out of the way in the big blind with the Choctaw nuts, as we call them in Texas, Jack deuce off. Two ways to the flop of King of Diamonds, 5 of Diamonds, 7 of Hearts. 6s still best. Gonna go check on the flop here. Queen of Diamonds on the turn. Makes Palevic's pair of queens best, but Kebby has the 6 of Diamonds drawing to the flush.
Not the worst diamond. It's an okay diamond, I would say.
Hey, a diamond's a diamond, my guy.
It's a fine diamond.
Exactly. It's especially nice when your opponent has no diamonds.
Gonna go check on the turn
Ew.
again. 6 on the river. 3 of a kind for Kebe.
Wait, what? Oh, my goodness. Sorry. I thought it was just a pair of 6s.
No, 3.
It's 3
3
6s.
of them.
That's
Can you
so
imagine?
good. I can't, actually. That's
Wins
part
at
of the-
Showdown here in No Limit Hold'em quite a bit.
Part of the problem is that I can't imagine having 3 6s.
Yeah, I do think against most sizings, though, Palevic is just going to end up calling here. The turns did end up going check. So maybe it's going to make him curious as to whether or not Kebe's going to just have some air balls here, considering there was no bets put in post until the river. So Kebe could really be liable to have a lot of hands that Palevic still has beat. I mean, 200K is a little greedy, for sure. A little bit of an overbet, which you can understand why Palevic is taking a little more consideration against this sizing. I think that for most sizings that are under pot, the chips would have been in there.
Closing in on the end of this level.
Kebe over 2 million in chips right now. As these recent eliminations down to 38 players, our average stack is now at 1.65 million.
I folded a big hand here now.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Letting him know he folded a big one.
Is it?
Fold.
So it's a 1 card?
Yeah, look at Ramon, just lifeless.
I think it was the king of spades.
Definitely been dealt out here at this 25K blind level.
I mean, at this rate, he might as well just go to dinner early, I think.
Just blind me out, mates.
He can't go to dinner because we have to follow Ramon.
JWoww gonna open it up in the hijack.
JWoww.
That's what you told me, you dork.
JWoww.
JWoww. Apostrophe. JWoww. Kormeyer looking at ace deuce suited in the small blind.
You can look at it as JU-OW also, like JWoww.
JWoww. Never want to disrespect my Brazilian friends. Some of My favorite players to play against. Yeah, it looks like a 3-bet here from the small blind. Up to 175,000, going to be 125 to call.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, just say it fast.
You are going to see people. You are going to see people take these wheelie aces that are suited as 3-bets, especially against some late position opens. But Weber actually has a pretty decent hand here.
That 3-bet going to get it done for Kormeyer. His stack now dangerously close to being back over 1 million. We're going to take a break from our feature table for just 1 second and join some more outer table action. Our buddy Hugo Gutuzzo is in the spotlight again, this time versus Lori Saskalati. We're going to join the action on the river.
This pot is freaking huge. Oh my God.
I'm going to help you out with the board here. That's Jack of Hearts, Deuce of Spades, 8 of Hearts, 9 of Diamonds, 9 of Hearts. Paired board with the flush completed. Saskalati has bet 500K, and Gotuzzo has played several time breaks.
Gotuzzo doesn't have much more than 500K behind, it looks like. Boy, he looks pained.
I think he's like talking to himself.
Yeah, muttering. And Finns have a storied history at EPT Barcelona.
He is going to put in the call. Saskalati showing Jack of Diamonds, 10 of Diamonds for Jacks and 9s, which is going to lose to 2 aces. Ace of Clubs, Ace of Hearts going to win this pot.
Why did it take so long for him to turn the aces over?
Hugo Gutuzzo now up to 3 million and a possible slow roll.
I mean, I looked away for a second. Maybe it wasn't that bad. Am I the only one who thought that was a little slow?
No, he took a little bit there. That wasn't instantaneous.
I guess he was just trying to make sure he wasn't beat.
Pretty wet board there. We got the paired board, even though he does have the Ace of Hearts, which probably makes him feel a little bit safer about the heart flush. It is quite wet out in those streets.
All right, everybody out there is saying it wasn't that bad, so. I live in dopamine central, so like 3 seconds is like, you know, longer than I have attention span for almost anything.
Yeah, anytime I take a few seconds to double check the board, it's just because I'm thinking like, is it more embarrassing to turn my hand over thinking that I had won and be wrong, or just take these extra couple seconds and hope nobody gets mad at me after?
Yeah, you know, and it could be a vision thing. He could possibly be at bifocal age. We don't know. We can't be too harshly judging.
Look, at my age, I'm bifocal curious.
Back to the action here on our feature table. Karatsu opening up the button with Ace-Queen offsuit. Ramon finally finding a spot he can defend with 10-6 off in the big blind.
Woof.
Gonna go to a king-high flop. King 5-7, 2 spades. Not much there for our hometown hero.
What do you bluff with?
Sometimes it just be like that, though. You know, it's just the ebb and flow of poker. You know, sometimes you're super card dead. It's going to try your patience. But all good players know that you just can't push those moments and try to force anything to happen.
Good to have, then you're never depressed.
True.
You never need entertainment.
Payout!
This is Lucas Roca, who's going to finish in 37th place.
Lucas,
for 30,000 euro.
An online crusher. I expect to see big things out of him in W Coupe coming up.
Aw, male friendship.
I want a hug from that fella.
I feel like that Samba team, there's just some really good players out of those Samba-wearing people.
Hey, if you got a good personal fashion sense, that usually points to some kind of intelligence.
Interesting, okay.
I've never met a snappy dresser who was an idiot. Have you ever met just like an absolute mouth-breathing drooler who could dress you under the table? Unlikely.
It's a good point that I'd never considered.
My friends are letting me know that's Rocha, who finished in 37th place. GG's to Lucas. Gormeyer is going to be opening up Queen 10 of clubs here from the hijack. Ramon with just another non-primo holding. Tired of waiting on the sidelines. That's a 3-bet. 175 to go.
Yeah, and he does have a hand that, you know, could flop well post, but also, you know, just a frequency thing of thinking, you know, I have not been playing any hands, so maybe I'm going to be able to get away with a light one here. I don't know if it's going to work against Queen 10 of clubs.
It is. Gormeyer puts it in the muck. Ramon scoops one.
Yeah, and perhaps even though, you know, people know just how capable Ramon is, he's earned himself that little bit of respect in that fold there from the Queen 10 just because he's been so patient. I do think that, you know, when you are, you know, over 35 big blinds, I definitely think you will see people come along with the suited broadways in position, but it's okay to just be a little bit more snug in those spots if you feel like your opponent might just have the goods.
I think we could just end it now, yeah?
Yeah, should be okay.
Let us play for no hours on day 2.
I agree.
I got a chatter criticizing my correlation between style and intelligence, saying she's right. Supermodels are known to be highly intelligent. Well, I don't know if that's true, but I do know that supermodels usually don't pick their outfits. They are dressed. So I don't know how much credit we can give them for the dressing. I'll call that a draw with you on that one,
It's not
my
a draw.
friend.
They're an idiot and they're banned. Where is it?
Okay, Joey feels differently.
First ban of the day.
Bye, Couch. I tried.
I was going to say, Stapes is in a good mood today. He hasn't banned anybody's Skype in here until now.
Supermodels famously dress themselves. What is wrong with you?
All right, back at the
It's
action.
like saying a mannequin has good style sense.
All right, Palevic opened up the King 5 suited here. Leknes with a sneaky little flat with the Ace King in the cutoff.
The whole point is they're wearing other people's clothes.
They're they're human hangers.
Most of the time they've never even seen them before. The hell is wrong with you people?
And we're going to go 2 ways to this flop.
You're watching EPT Barcelona.
With a dominated
of all
situation.
the things that could have of all the things that could have triggered Stapes today, I did not think that would be it, but
it's just so dumb.
you guys got him going now.
It's painfully dumb.
8-8-10 flop, Ace King high still best. Palevic checking over to Leknes.
And the smugness of it too.
What?
C-bet of 40,000, getting the quick call out of Palevic. 5 on the turn. Domination rotation, as my buddy Hardy likes to say. Palevic now out front.
Ace King probably ain't gonna be too mad at this card either. Fights the urge to bet again.
9 of spades on the river. Pair of 5 still best should we make it to showdown.
Leknes gets to take.
Palevic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say Palevic just definitely not feeling comfortable to value bet his hand, but very happy to show it down cheaply.
Palevic going to scoop yet another one. Getting dangerously close to 3 million in chippies.
And we're going to get one more hand in at the feature table at this level. The wash has begun with 25 seconds to go. Please don't everyone fold real fast and get another hand in and make me look like an idiot.
I'm just so sad I missed my opportunity to use penultimate. That's another Hardyism.
Yeah.
Hardy loves saying penultimate.
Alex, who asks, who is commentating with Maria and Joe? Today's lead commentator on this level, play-by-play, is Caitlin Komeski.
Hi, y'all.
And she'll be back in the next level where she will somehow find the way to work in the word penultimate.
You want to bet 20 bucks I can pull it off twice?
Well, the thing is, if I bet that you can very easily not do it.
It is a wackadoo bet. I'm just trying to get my edges wherever I can.
I feel like I'm taking the worst of it here.
Well, I looked at your personal style and I just assumed I had the intelligence advantage. Kormeyer opening up the sixes in early position.
Now, she didn't say the opposite was true. She didn't say if you have a bad sense of style that you're dumb. There's
140.
Plenty of nerds that have no idea how to dress themselves.
3-bet engage from our chip leader on this table, Johan Raskar. Going to make it 140 to go with the king of spade plus mystery.
Yeah, and I think 3-bets are particularly effective against this stack size. If Kumar just having 32 bigs, you know, you're really putting a lot of pressure on them because they're either going to have to oftentimes, you know, decide if they want to go with this hand. There's going to be just less hands that they're willing to flat out of position. Kormeyer deciding he wants to go with this.
All you can eat here with the pocket sixes. Quick call from Rasker.
This was not your typical try to steal on dinner. This is the real deal.
And that was the king of diamonds, the other mystery card in Rosker's hand. So Kormeyer here in a really rough shape with 1.78 million chips in the middle. Last hand of the level. He is a 20% dog to win this pot.
You know, germs aren't a factor during all-ins.
Oh my goodness. Queen of hearts, jack of clubs, 7 of hearts. No 6 yet for Kormeyer.
Heart sweat.
2 outs remaining, 2 streets to go. 4 of diamonds, not going to do it on the turn. One final chance for Kormeyer's tournament life here at the main event, EPT Barcelona. 8 of clubs on the river, going to set the stage for 35 players remaining. Kormeyer finishing in 36th place for 30,000 euros. Congrats to the Austrian. Played a lot of hands, got a lot of spots. Real deep run here, a lot to be proud of. GG's to Felix.
So just a reminder to the audience, this is going to
J'ai
be...
joué 3 mois du level, frérot. J'ai joué 3 mois du level, frérot. Faut être patient.
No, good for him, though.
He's saying that guy just punted it off, but okay.
60-minute dinner break, slightly longer dinner break.
All right, and that concludes our 25K level here at EPT Barcelona. Johan Raskar, after winning that pot, now a dominant chip leader at our feature table with 5.3 million. That's 177 big blinds. Our hometown hero, Ramon, sitting on the short stack, which still 34 big blinds, lots of playability available. We will see you after our break with more main event action.
This is going to be quite a significant flip. This is a 32 big blind shove over the cutoff open. And yeah, this is just one of those spots with this particular hand where if you're going to play it, you need to kind of play it as a flat or a shove. And I think a shove is fine. It sucks when you get called, but sometimes you just find yourself in a nice big flip where you're ahead and you could really, really catapult you up the standings.
Like the rock bottom versus the stone cold stunner. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Nice.
There's a lot of 25s.
I think the stacks and the blinds are also relevant here. You don't want to flat here and then have, you know, the big blind shove for 22 big blinds with king queen off, and then you have to call to flip that against a hand that would otherwise fold, right?
Ace high flop. Things are looking bleak for Vanderbeek.
Doesn't want to wait for his tournament life to be over.
Nice. Club on the turn, not helpful.
Well, a couple more outs though.
But the 9 is helpful.
Yeah. 8 or a 7. Vanderbeek finds it all.
Oh,
Why
my
did it have
goodness.
to be the club?
Wow, got the 8, but the wrong one. King high flush for Vecino. Oh, come on. You don't have to yuck it up so hard, guys. Let him get away. I guess he's up the Dawson's Creek without a paddle.
Fazio
on the button. Queen Jack off.
Yeah, playing around 26 big blinds. Feels pretty standard to come in with a raise. Is elected to go for 2.5x sizing.
30,000.
A bit irregular.
9 for Romero. A domination situation. Seems like the kind of situation where most people are just going to call, see a flop, reevaluate. And that flop to be reevaluated is Queen 10-8. Yet another cooler top pair in a straight draw versus top pair in a straight draw.
Yeah, and I think that there are a lot of ways where, based on the fact there are 2 diamonds, the connectivity of this board, that I don't necessarily think Romero is going to have to lose 3 streets here. But this is definitely a cooler so far. Let's see how the turn card might change things or not. You know, something like a 10 might shut down. A
How
9.
about a 9? That's the straight for Fazio.
Yeah.
Now Romero.
17.
Yeah, very nice size up here. Not only because your opponent can have a lot of 2 pairs here, but also because there are now 2 flush draws. So think about Romero might have something like a 10-6 of clubs here. You know, he's not going to fold even though he's facing a 60% pot bet. You know, if he has something like, you know, a 9-7 of diamonds, he's going to call again. So there's a lot of different ways that he's going to want to continue, even if he is very scared of this bet. And then you have to consider the very strong hands like 2 pair that feel like it's too high up in the range to fold. You're still technically drawing. He did not go all in.
Excuse me?
Why did he go all in?
I mean, it did improve technically with a 2nd pair on the turn, but he is in bad shape. Needs to boat up on this river and only has 2 perfect cards to hit to do it.
Yeah, I think this is not a great shove here from Romero. You want to keep the bluffs in and then, yeah, so he's going to lose there.
Wing and a miss. Fazio is going to double through Romero. Now, Romero had a lot of chips. Even after that double through, Romero's got 70 big blinds. Hey, sometimes you walk into the buzzsaw, buddy. Sometimes the penitent man does not pass. Sometimes you get your head lopped off.
Fazio under the gun, king 10 suited. What about this one? Still okay? Under the gun?
I mean, I think this is king 10 suited is going to be fine.
Fine.
Actually, better than king jack off.
Oh.
More playability, more opportunities to two barrel if you like flop a club and then turn another one. Suited is important, man. Not thrilled by this big blind overcall with the 5-3 off. I think that Wheeler can mix in some folds here.
Check, check. Casino betting the club flush draw is not the best club draw.
Yeah, and Fazio with a huge edge here with the king high flush draw. Really like the passivity that he's starting with here, because then you can mix in some check raises or check calls. And this really puts Casino in the blender here because, you know, this check raise isn't just better flush draws, it's over pairs, it's some bluffs, something like maybe, you know, king jack of diamonds might want to take this line here and put a lot of pressure on a hand that's just sort of taking a stab. So that's going to get a continue from Casino because he thinks his 6-5, his actual clubs are likely live a decent percentage of the time. At the 6 and the 5 might still be live, can turn a gut shot. So this pot is going to get very interesting, I think, by the river because Fazio probably going to continue telling the story, and with that increased equity, I don't think Casino is going anywhere.
The effective stack here is 46 big blinds. Casino starts the hand with close to 100.
I think the thing that you can take solace in when you do have this very, it's not speculative, it's just a very like messy kind of holding here, 6-5 of clubs, right? You have 6 high, there's been a check raise, there's been a big bet on the turn. I don't think you're ever really concerned about drawing dead here. Yeah, sometimes you're gonna be up against better flush draws, but it's not likely you're up against deuces full, threes full. So you're probably up against an overpair, which you're live against with the flush draw or the straight draw, or you're up against a better flush draw where you're going to be live to the pairs or the straight draw. So, you know, I don't think he's super comfortable now that this pot has been inflated to $500,000, but I think he knows there's a lot of ways to win.
Well, not a total brick on the river. None of the draws get there per se, but Fazio does spike the 10.
Yeah, and I think Fazio probably needs to play this as a check. Were this the 10 of hearts, maybe you want to get a little greedy and try to get value from something like pocket 8s or pocket 9s. But because it's brought in the backdoor diamonds, because you could have been up against, say, another flush draw that might find a bluff here on the river, I think we like to check here probably. You also might want to bet small because your opponent can have those 8s and 9s because they might call. Just the disaster comes if you bet 160K here and then get shoved on. Now Casino finding himself with the stone bottom of his range. You know, how do you wave the white flag here? How do you check when maybe Fazio was just check raising the flop with something like King Queen, something like Ace Jack? Yeah,
all in.
He does feel like he needs to shove. The diamonds have come in. How many 7s does Fazio have? Does Casino have? Not many. So I think we could see a very big call here.
Bank roller risks his entire bankroll in this tournament. Well, or at least as much as Fabio can cover on a 6-high bluff.
You know, it's so easy for us to put the puzzle together when we see all of the pieces, right? But when you're sitting in Fazio's seat, it's not easy to just say, okay, he doesn't really have many sevens here. So pocket sevens, it's really hard to make quads. Clubs have bricked out. He shouldn't have pocket tens. I have a 10 in my hand. He wouldn't value shove pocket jacks, which might have flatted pre. Nines or eights would have checked back. So this should just be something like queen jack of clubs, ace five of clubs, 6-5 of clubs. But it could also just be something like, can it really be backdoor diamonds? Would backdoor diamonds have called a check raise on the flop? Probably not, right? Ace queen of diamonds maybe bets the flop and then calls a raise. I don't know. It doesn't seem. So if backdoor diamonds don't make a lot of sense, quads are so hard to make. But you got to be brave, and it's not an easy thing to do. I mean, there are 83 people left in this tournament. The first place is 1.4 million.
Fazio, deep in the tank, has used a multitude of time bank cards already. Having a look at how many players are left in the field, we're a little ways from a pay jump. When I say little ways, like 10 or 11 eliminations.
Oof.
And Vecino's bluff gets through.
Yeah, and you know that he's going to be watching that on a break.
That's going to hurt.
That's going to sting. Something fierce.
Tobias Leknes now flops top pair, top kicker. Just a diamond and some backdoor straight possibility for Nielsen. Not really actual or perceived equity for Nielsen.
Well, it's kind of glass half full, glass half empty flop for Nielsen. You can look at positive, as you say, but on the other hand, you didn't hit much of this flop.
No, you sure didn't. 25,000 and Nielsen getting a little out of line here.
Yeah, but if you're gonna continue with this hand, you have to do it with a raise, because you do have these backdoor opportunities, and those are just a few extra percentages that you sometimes need, like in order to make this a good play. So you have the ability then to keep betting on a lot of turns and maybe hit your hands by the river.
Well, I guess the possibility of hitting his hand is still alive for Nielsen.
And this is a board, as you being Nielsen, you have to continue here.
Sure, why not?
Because, for example, you could have a hand like 10-jack already as well, which gets there. There's many hands that you still have in your range that do wanna continue here on this board. And what Nielsen did, like, he kind of improved a little bit. You saw his equity went up, and that's because, of course, he's now turning a gut shot straight throw. A check would give him the straight, but that's also his only out, or outs, I should say.
Just a couple of them. Leknes making the sort of face you would make with top pair, top kicker here. Although I assume he makes this face all the time. He can't be this easy to read.
Yeah, but being Leknes, yeah, you do have a very good hand, of course, as well. And Nielsen potentially can have a type of hand that he actually has at the moment as well. So, yeah, you're definitely not gonna fold on the turn. And this feels like a very safe river. It's yeah, it's pretty unlikely that Nielsen would have improved his hand further. I mean, there's a chance that Leknes was behind, of course, as well. Now it could be interesting because these guys could be playing a fairly big pot, and that's what Nielsen wants to do.
Although he's playing a fairly big pot. Just got bigger. That was a pot-sized bet, everybody, just about.
Yeah, pot's already like over a... If Leknes ends up calling, this will be a 1.6 million pot, while the average stack is only just over 800,000. So
Well, so what sorts of value hands are being repped here? Queen 8?
Deuces, Queen 8, Queen 9, 10 Jack. Lots of hands that, yeah, that Nielsen still can have here in his range for sure. And Leknes is using already one time bank. If you can see the stack of cards behind his chip stack, that's actually all the time banks that he has left. Each one is worth.
Nice call, Tobias. Picks off the triple barrel bluff from Nielsen and is going to add 800,000 chips to his stack. And that is going to put Tobias Leknes at numero uno at this table. 162 big blinds, while Nielsen drops down to 84. Nice work for the mixed game kid. Tobias way behind, 2 9s. Does go for a re-raise.
And this deep, as being Woods, you don't want to call. You want a 4-bet here.
Well, that's easy.
You'll need to make it huge here, but you definitely don't want to call because stacks are so deep. They're playing almost 100 big blinds effective.
275.
Later. $275,000 is the price of the 4-bet.
Yeah, Leknes now regretting a little bit his 3-bet, I think. Because there's definitely some merit in just calling their pre-flop as well.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
Is in position and creating a 600,000 chip pot while still having over $1 million left to play for.
Queen 4, deuce, 3 hearts. No heart for either player. Will this eventually kill the action? Which I guess is ultimately a good thing for Tobias. Woods continuing for 130,000.
Yeah, I wonder how sticky Leknes now wants to stay here. Like if he thinks Woods has potentially some bluffs in his range, has some ace-king in his range. Still getting a fairly reasonable price, but you're, of course, not very thrilled about continuing here either.
No, I am not, and I can see everything. I am not thrilled. This pot continues to grow, 850,000 in the middle. Turn is a jack, so it's another overcard for the 9s. Yeah, Walter Sobchak, not a bad lookalike.
Also, from Woods' point of view, like, it's not impossible that Leknes has a pair of queens, a pair of jacks here. You're definitely also not very excited about the run out so far. And I think checking seems like the best option for me to continue so far and take it from there.
Tobias with just 5% of the equity will win this pot at Showdown only 5 times out of 100.
Yeah, the question for Leknes is more like, do you want to start turning your hand into a bluff here? And hoping that fold out your opponent, a pair of kings, a pair of aces?
325.
And the answer appears to be yes. Bets 325, which is a lot of chips, but not a lot relative to the size of the pot.
Yeah, what Lexus does is like he sets up a potential all-in on the river as well, because pot would be 1.5 million with less than 700,000 to play for.
Now, how do the 3 hearts on board play into this? How do they factor?
Yeah, neither player has a heart, at least not in their hand.
That's right. So is there something to be said for getting more money in before another heart comes?
If you're Woods, like as I said, like you're not a fan of this situation where you're in at the moment, because Leknes can have queens, jacks plays it all the similar way. He might have a flush, like it's if he has like even ace king of hearts for. I mean, it's not a lot of combination of cards.
Wow, Leknes gets the aces to fold. That should be illegal. That was just mean.
I can see why Woods fold his hand there. Like it's a very ugly situation from his point of view, and he probably knows as well. Even if he calls the turn, he's gonna have to face the decision very often for all his chips on the river, and
makes us look very good.
Then, yeah, you're really in a very annoying position with a pair of aces if on that board, whatever, like on a lot of rivers at least.
Ruskar with ace queen. Raises to 40,000. Suskalati folds the small blind. Fabiano Kowalski in the big blind has king 10 of strawberries. That's a shove. And it's not for much. Raskar makes the call, and we could be about to lose Fabiano Kowalski from the EPT Barcelona main event. What a time for Joe Stapleton to return.
Like Penne versus Lingo. Oh, wait, hold on.
Ben. Thank you. Sure. Or Vargas. I like it.
Not a true flip.
Not a true flip, but the equities are running close. Kowalski isn't that far behind.
2 downs.
No, thank you.
One on the flop, one on the river.
One on the turn, preferably.
Turn and river.
He's so chill. Who's more lax than Fabiano Kowalski?
Ace, king, jack.
You want a 10, you said?
Who's ahead?
Raskar. Kowalski, 3-1 dog, looking for a king or a queen.
You get to have fun for life. You've been here before.
Barcelona has been kind to Kowalski over the years.
You had rookie mistake.
But no miracle river card. And Fabiano Kowalski KO'd in 58th place.
Thank you very much.
Wow, down to the top 57.
22,800 euros. And one away from the next table break.
Now
14.
Raskar with sevens.
I wonder if you like more dream. You probably wouldn't be able to put them out of taking them out of a line, but I wonder if you like more DreamWorks than you do Pixar's.
In general, I'm not terribly entertained by animated, but especially whatever that's CGI.
Yeah, DreamWorks is like Puss in Boots, How to Train Your Dragon.
Didn't see Puss in Boots. Didn't see How to Train Your Dragon. I did like Wreck-It Ralph. I don't know who did that.
That's
Disney, but not Pixar. There is a distinction.
DreamWorks also did Prince of Egypt, Ants.
Nope. I mean, I did not. I thought Prince of Egypt was fine.
By the
If
way,
I watched it in like religion school. It would've
By
been
the way,
great.
Puss in Boots: The Last Wish was like
I heard
maybe
it was
the
good.
best movie of the year last
I
year.
heard it was good.
Yeah, you'd like it a lot. You wouldn't really need to have seen the first one either.
I like the Lego movie.
That is, what is that?
Sony?
Yeah, probably Sony. Sony Animation.
Oh, well, I like the Spider-Verse.
Or is it Warner?
Yeah.
Either way, it's not a major animation studio. As we see, Lemons 3-bet with ace-9, get called by Raskar. This hand going to the flop.
Yeah, Lemon's hoping to get a lot of credit. Ooh, that is big trouble for the 3-better.
Ow. That is a sour flop for Lemons. Top pair against a set.
Yeah, Lemons, as I was saying, just hoping to get a lot of credit for this out-of-position 3-bet. It's supposed to really, really tighten your range if you're prepared to, 3-bet the chip leader out of position when you're going to have so many other opportunities to do it in position. So takes maybe the worst hand I think you would consider doing it with, and then just gets the ace-king-7. Is not going to be so married to this pot with this weak kicker. I mean, Lemons could just have ace-queen, ace-jack. I don't think that, pardon me, Raskar could. Sorry, that was me. I just shouldn't multitask like that.
What did you have for lunch? So Lemons fired 110,000 on the flop. He's betting into a pot of 570k, 265k.
This is trouble. This doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. You know, as far as value hands are concerned, you have one of the worst ones you can have. That's still pretty strong in this situation. I mean, you're only really going to get called by better here. The ace queens, the ace jack, the pocket sevens, maybe ace 10 suited. So if you're not going to fold out better and you're not really going to get called by worse, why are we betting so much? Why do we suddenly have an SPR of under 1 when there's so this is a really problematic line, I think, for Lemons, and I would imagine he's probably not going to bust on this river and should know that playing this as a check fold for his last 41 big blinds is the way. But he's going to rep ace king and he's going to rep ace king plus instead.
All in, walks into a set because he's in Barcelona where it's always coming 7. And that is going to result in the elimination of Ronnie Lemons. The former Michelin star chef is gone in 57th place.
Yeah, actually, I felt that I may have misjudged Lemons based on the way that he reacted. I think he really was turning that ace-9 into a bluff, wanting to fold out a hand like ace-queen, ace-jack by repping ace-king plus. So when he remarked sevens, like he knew that like once he got snapped, it was because he happened to run right into the top of the range there for Raskar.
Maybe not.
Very interesting hand. And an incredible chip lead now for Johan.
Yeah, Raskar now playing 4.6 million, more than 230 big blinds. And we are going to sweat with Phil. We're going to play this hand from Ivy's perspective now he's back on the main stage.
He's got no choice once he gets down to the final 2 tables.
Dave folds. Actions to Robin. Robin will fold. Oh, I must do. Over to Noah. Johnny folds.
You know what's weird is a lot of poker terminology obviously has evolved over the years, and a lot of the stuff people said back then doesn't get said now, but we still say sweat with.
Yep.
Let me sweat your hand. That hasn't changed.
Yeah, true.
So Ivy elects to complete in the small, and Sjoberg's going to check his option in the big. King, Queen, 9. Ivy checks.
Well, blind on blind, we like this. Seems weird that there wouldn't have been a raise pre-flop if we were up against a king or something that connects super hard with this board, but whatever, maybe. Call.
Uh-oh.
This board's getting straightier.
I like that card a little bit less now, obviously. Goes check, check.
It is the 8 of spades.
Now we have a straighty flushy board.
Are you telling me we're just gonna get a free showdown here? Fine.
That'd be so hilarious if it goes check, check.
All right.
I think we're going to get put to a decision. 25K is the bet.
Lex, what do you think? I think it's just so easy to be beat here. I'm just gonna fold probably.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that flush draws try to bluff the turn because there's a 1-card straight. I don't mind a call here because I think people don't bet a king, so you're not losing to a single king. I think that a flush they will bet the turn with. A jack is going to bet small on the turn, but they could have a jack. And every single set or high 2-pair combination he raises pre-flop, so I don't know.
Was only like a half pot bet, right? Oh, he does not like the fact that he was called. Good call, Phil Ivey. I fold way too much.
4-5 the hand for Sjoberg, who mucked, which means Ivy wins it uncontested.
I think it's so silly to not give the information what you bluffed with, because if you're going to muck, everybody knows that it's going to be 6-7 or some 7-high type of trash. So everybody knows that that's what you had. So you might as well get the information what your opponent called with for blind on blind. That's so important.
Makes sense, homie.
People still do that too. It's like a thing, you know, where people think, oh, I'm not giving any info. Not getting it either.
10-9 of clubs here for David Leani.
I thought they were mucking out of embarrassment.
Yeah.
So Leani has limped with the 10-9. Round to Daneshka, who's got Jack 10. Got to get a soul read before he calls. Ivy calls as well on the button. Sjoberg in from the small. And Gregory can see a free flop. And he says yes.
I like free.
5-way action. It's a Jack 5 deuce board. That's 2-pair for Ivy.
Ivy about to get Daneshgar good.
Interestingly, it's Leani who's betting.
Full pot bet, more or less.
What's this bet about, Lex?
I don't know.
I mean, look, into 4 opponents, it looks strong.
Yeah, that it does.
Ivy with a big brown tower here. Remember, those are the 5K chips. And that is a raise, an additional 100,000.
Looks like another 100,000. Yeah, 100,000 more.
Could still catch running cards to make a straight. Maybe it's worth staying in.
Sorry, how is there 300,000 in the pot now?
That's crazy.
Over to David Danishnar.
Wasn't there 50 in the pot? And Homeboy led for 50,000 and Phil made it?
There were 2 calls.
2 calls.
2 calls, okay.
How's Ivy's pulse, Daneshka?
Wow, what a fold.
Yeah.
I was just about to say there's so few hands, like value hands I can raise there, but...
Three full suited. Possible.
Humberto Brenes visiting our TV table.
Oh no. Did I hear Humberto Brenes?
I heard Humberto Brenes is at our TV table, but maybe he's just come over to say hello?
You've heard he's at the table, but you haven't heard him at the table.
Blinds are up, by the way. And here is Ivy. Raises with pocket sixes. Round to Leani in the big blind, who's got aces.
Okie dokie. Ah, he's doing it. He's doing the all. I'm so stressed out with these aces.
Okay, this.
Oh man, I'm so disinterested in this hand. I don't even really want to be putting chips in, but I guess I'll raise.
Full disclosure, this is a hand I have seen a fair few times. This is one that we bring out from the archives during the breaks on live streams. I'm pretty sure it appeared in the best of the EPT highlight shows as well.
Oh, I guess I call.
Crazy that he slow plays it from the big blind. You didn't really used to see that back then that often.
And there's the 6 on the flop.
Spent all that time Hollywooding when you should have been just trying to protect against that 6. Oh, geez. Oh, what a decision. This is him pretending to think again. So much pretending to think. If only he were really suspicious of a set of 6s here. But he's not.
His timing's slightly off here.
Boom.
100,000 total. And Ivy calls, and these two go to the turn. I think Leani has Ivy covered here, by the way.
That's a pretty big stack for Leani.
10 of clubs. David is first. David will bet 120,000.
Those chips are pushed forward, and then he went into that. What do you think about that face?
Yeah, I did.
Yep.
Bouncing back and forth. What's up, bro?
Phil's got his face pulled back like that to stop from smiling.
going to call.
Because he is real happy.
120,000 bet.
Okay, so now we have more than $500,000 in the pot with one card to come, and that card is the Queen of Spades. Board gets a bit straight here from Ivy's perspective. Leani decides to move all in, shoves on Ivy. Ivy calls it off and is going to get the full double up here and will have more than a milli.
Cracked him. Whoops. Never a good feeling. The gloating.
Yeah, we talked about people not getting it quietly in the early seasons. Ivy being the notable exception to that trend.
What a squeeze. No, thank you. Dave? No.
Here's the other Dave, Dave Gregory. Ivy on the button. Phil opening with pocket nines. And with Bjorn-Erik Glenna folding the small blind, the action will be on Jeff Lissandro in the big with 10-9 of hearts.
This feels familiar.
Yes, this is another hand which has had its fair share of airtime over the years.
Don't spoil it, though. I don't remember what happens. Oh, boy.
That's what happens. Ivy flops a set. Lissandro flops top two. Lissandro playing in flow, checks the action to Phil. Continues for 80k. Check raise all in. Snap call by Ivy.
His name should be Jeffrey Melisandro because he is about to be sacrificed to the fire god.
And the hand for Phil Ivey is Dev 9.
2 million chips in the pot. This could see Ivy take the chip lead.
And the river card.
Lissandro needs a 10. It's a 4 on the river. And Jeffrey Lissandro will be eliminated in 6th place. 115,200 euros. It takes us down to 5 players, and it does give Ivy the advantage.
Big old stack for Phil Ivey.
$15.30 blinds. $10-6 of spades for Dave Gregory. Just calls. Ivy just calls as well. Pocket fives. Pocket nines for Bjorn-Erik Glenna. And he says, have some of that.
This might be trouble for Ivy.
Yeah.
Actually has a lot still though.
I'm guessing it was still acceptable back in 2006 to refer to this hand as Presto.
Oh my god, Presto.
Ivy does not flop a 5. Huge dog here.
He got the Presto, he did not get the change-o.
Phil checks. And Björn bets 150,000.
Another win on the slots. Those machines are paying out today.
Slots are hot. Still another 15 years till Ocean Magic gets invented, so I'm not interested in slots right now.
To 350,000. 200 more.
Wow.
Wow.
Glenna with a sizable chip lead at this moment, shoves on Ivy.
I guess in a way there was so much more to think about back then because people could have any two cards at any point.
Yeah.
Like you would have to include Jack 8 as a part of his range here.
Field pass and Björn wins the
Good fold, Phil. I'm looking forward, as this final table plays on, to watching those Norwegian guys on the rail get steadily and progressively drunker.
Me too.
You had ace five.
A set of threes. Set of threes.
Yeah, okay.
You had a
calm
three,
down.
I saw it when you mapped it. I saw one of your cards, it was a three. When you mapped it. And you put it in one, you had a three.
Guy had two
You had a three. I
nines.
saw it.
At nines.
rounds,
I saw
20,000.
Boy, mate.
20,000 blinds. No,
You had a three.
4,008.
At a pair of
I was
nines.
like, I'm so sorry I asked.
You can see it on TV.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why he will lie. He knows how much it is.
I saw it. I saw your card.
It might have been Phil's three and make the pick was mistake.
What is it that he thought?
I saw you had a three. You had a three. I saw your folders. You had a three. No one.
So I guess what I'm.
No one is lying there, by the way. Bjorn Erik Glenna says, I had nines. Ivy believes him. And I do believe that Dave Gregory is 100% certain that he saw a three when he actually saw a nine.
Yes, I think he just doesn't know what a three is.
And Dave is raising from the button to 80,000.
I saw it.
Phil re-raised.
I synced it.
Björn pass.
I actually thought it was a tactic to get Glenna to reveal his hand. But
I thought
after,
maybe at first, but
after he said, I had nines, no, I 100% had nines, he's still going on, you had a three. I saw it.
Phil, show him a three.
If he calls this. Oh.
I call you with my pocket threes.
You know when people are saying like, well, I'm going to see it, do you think any of these people actually did watch the TV show when it finally went out?
Of course.
Do you think Ivy watched this final table back?
No.
That's really the question I was asking.
No, Ivy wouldn't. But my guess is this. That after the tournament, Ivy could have grabbed any person who knew where the hole cards were and asked, and they would have just told him.
Three-way action. King 9-5.
Okay, I'm liking this.
Bet 60,000.
Lena, he's never one to not bet a pair. Excuse the double negative.
Björn calls. Late pass. Junker is a king.
And that is a third pair.
Action goes check, check. Ivy pretty much has a lock on this. Never mind.
King 5-9, king 5. 100,000 bet from Björn.
That's pretty nasty.
Oh, Philip. Calls the 100k. He sees that he got rivered. And the Norwegian Rail delighted to see Björn Erik Glenner continue to pull away from Ivy and Gregory. Glenner calls on the button with 10s.
Here it comes.
Ivy with ace-5. He's all in. And there is the call from Glenner. So can Ivy get back into this game?
Look at how many people are watching.
Huge rail.
Some fiveys.
It is a set of 10s for Björn Erik Glenner, and Ivy drawing super thin, just 6% equity now.
He's going to need the rest of the fives.
It's an 8, and you have a decision.
It's over on the turn. Björn Erik Glenner is the winner. This is the point where I have to shout, bag of chips. Phil Ivy, his first appearance on the tour, a second place finish, still his best result on the EPT, 371,000 euros. But it's Björn Erik Glenner from Norway, who was the first champion of season 3, cashing for 691,000 euros. Line still 15-30. Action on Tim Adams. He folds. Steve O'Dwyer's out. Mike McDonald has just 10 big blinds, pocket 6s. On. He shoves. Fabian Cross, Eric Seidel, Ola Shemian all fold. David Benefield's got 9s.
Well, we know he's ahead, but on a final table bubble like this, people play tighter than Keith Moon's drum kit.
Benefield's got nearly 800,000. He folds!
Tight.
Donnie Stern, King Jack in the small blind.
Same joke, only now with Neil Peart.
Well, Stern's got 1.6 million.
He can afford this call a little more.
He folds! Vitaly Lunkin has ace-5 suited. He's got 2.4 million. And he folds!
I was rooting for Vitaly to go like this. And then
Yeah.
That would have been the greatest.
We'd be chopping unless he made a flush.
Don't worry, Mike. I know what it's like when a joke bombs. At least you won the hand.
The awkward moment when nobody laughs. Blinds up to 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. Action on Vitaly Lunkin. He folds. Timothy Adams passes. O'Dwyer, not interested. Mike McDonald has ace-king.
Well, this is a raise.
Faux show. He makes it 80,000. Fabian Cross folds. Eric Seidel's got ace-jack on the button.
Seidel might be looking to 3-bet what he perceives to be a wide hijack range. Not sure he'd do that if he knew what people have been folding.
550.
People have been playing tighter than a nun's schedule. Can't keep God waiting.
The word is schedule. Seidel 3-bets to 175,000. Action back on McDonald.
Mike McDonald and those dreamboat eyes are going nowhere. And how?
Seems like an obvious spot to request the red triangle.
What do you think of that stare down, Seidel? Huh? You like it? You like that stare down?
On.
He shoves. And Seidel has to call.
He's got an inkling.
McDonald a 72% favorite to double up here through Seidel.
Good news, Eric, you can't go broke. Better news, you can still suck out.
The flop is king high. Seidel with a gut shot. Needs a 10 to make a straight. The turn card is a 6, changes nothing. 4 cards in the deck that McDonald has to fade to survive.
Mike's in great shape. He's also ahead in the hand.
A jack on the river. McDonald gets the double up. And we are still 9-handed. We'll only see Donnie Stern's hole cards here. We've got an under-the-gun raise from Mike McDonald. He makes it 90,000. Action folded around to Stern. Ace-queen in the cutoff.
Well, I like our hand. We're probably ahead of Mike's range. We've got him covered. I say just ship it in. Let God sort him out. Kidding. Can you imagine? We're both too deep to get in before the flop, and we don't want to get 4-bet.
Stern just calls.
We want to play our strong hands, but we don't want to go broke if we don't have to.
Everyone else folds, so we're going heads up to the flop. And we do have the advantage of position. The flop is 7-5-3 with 2 diamonds. Not the best flop in the world for ace-queen.
We could have the best hand, though, and Mike's likely to bet all of his air.
The continuation bet is 125,000.
I think we got to stick around for at least one more street.
Stern has come to the same conclusion. He calls.
An ace or a queen would be nice.
The turn card is an ace. Bingo!
Now we really could have the best hand. Boy, oh boy, I hope we crack kings. Sorry, Mike, no offense.
McDonald not slowing down. He barrels 225,000.
And again, I think this is a pretty easy call for us. Mike would have to keep firing on this ace turn with all of his air hands as well. Oh, Philip Sternheimer's back. Probably anti-railing the guy who busted him. It's cool, man. We all do it.
Stern has counted out the call. And he makes the call.
2 fairly easy calls so far, but make no mistake, we don't really want to face another bet on the river.
The river card is the 9 of clubs.
We are now in quite a rough spot if Mike bets.
He is not checking, he is betting 450,000.
The reason this is such a tough spot is because Mike knows Donnie doesn't have to have an ace here, so he's going to triple barrel bluff a lot. But he knows we pretty much have to call with a lot of hands because of that, so this is a total mind bleep.
I call.
I agree, call.
McDonald tables ace-king.
No! No!
Donnie Stern did 60% of his chips in that hand. He is now the short stack.
Gall darn it all to heck. You can go straight to heck with the top of your range, Mike McDonald.
Nice little comeback there.
Yeah, it's been good so far. Jeez.
Horse nonsense. Straight to heck.
And Mike McDonald, the youngest ever EPT Main Event champion, is now 3rd in chips.
Welcome back to the PokerStars European. Welcome back to PokerStars European Poker Tour. Here with main event day 4 coverage live from Casino Barcelona. I'm Caitlin Komeski, joined by James Hardigan.
Hello, Caitlin. And yes, coming back from break, we have the biggest stacks in the room. Johan Rasko, I think, still on our feature table, right? With
Absolutely.
5.3 million?
We've got 2 of these big boys on our feature table. We even got to see some outer action from Hugo Gutuzzo playing 2 massive pots before the end of last level. The average chip stack still over 50 big blinds at this point in the tournament. Lots of play left. Johan Raskar, the Frenchman, the chip leader on our table, winning that massive pot right before break, sitting on 177 big blinds. Tobias Leknes, 3.3 million. Palevic, 2.7 million. Kebe, the former football pro, playing very well like a professional poker player now, 2.4 million, 71 big blind. And then, of course, our short stack still sitting on 34 big blinds. Our hometown hero, Mr. Ramon Colillas.
Yeah, kind of the shortest stack at the table, but by no means short stacked. When you've got 34 big blinds at this point of an EPT, you're still smiling.
Yeah, you could open, call a 3-bet, and still play a pot at a depth like that. Here's a look at the payouts. We have almost 10 million euros in the prize pool. Everyone 10th place or better going to get 6 figures. 1.4 million euros, that 7-figure payout going to our main event champion here at EPT Barcelona. There's a look of our main event action. Yes, James?
Yeah, so this will be... It's been hard keeping track because at one point I thought we were on the 3rd level of the day and we were only on the 2nd, because there have been a fair few pauses in the action every time tables have been breaking and when we've lost our feature table. But this is going to be level 24, the final level of the day. It's also going to be the final level that I will be with you for the EPT main event this year.
Well, where are you going to go, James?
Well, funny you ask, Caitlin. The Spin and Go Championship Live is happening over the next few days. Tomorrow there's this VIP event, so I'm going to be working on that. And then over the weekend, we've got the championship itself, Saturday, Sunday, 81 players playing down to a winner, 275k in the prize pool. A choice of viewing on the PokerStars YouTube channel. You can continue watching the EPT main, or you can watch Spin and Go Championship Live, or you can watch both and just decide which one you want to listen to, or you can have them both on mute if you want.
A lot of fun personalities in that Spin and Go lineup, including our favorite Rory, our favorite football commentator, as well as a boxing commentary, Ade Oladipo.
Yeah, some fun influencers who are actually going to be broadcasting that to their own channel. So there might be a lot of people watching tomorrow. So I guess I shouldn't screw it up. Also, I should highlight that the division of labor involves me and Nick going to the Spin and Go side, Joe and Griffin staying on the EPT side, and Caitlin being given the dirty end of the stick and being told, you have to run from here to there, from there to here, and be across both.
Yeah, I'm going to bounce back and forth like a ping pong ball. Happy to do it. Happy to be shared. Make sure y'all also check out the action at the World Championship of Online Poker running September 7th through October 1st. Final table replays on PokerStars Twitch channel, plus live cards up coverage of the 10K main event.
In previous years, we've kind of left the final table replays to Nick, but I kind of feel a bit sorry that we've abandoned him for recent online series. So Joe and I are going to help him out with that coverage, doing some extra commentary over the course of the series. And yes, we will be anchoring those 3 days of cards up coverage of the 10K main event live from the PokerStars arena. I mean, in a way, it doesn't stop. Barcelona finishes, WCOOP starts, WCOOP finishes, Malta begins. The next EPT will then kick off at the start of October. So the summer's over. The break's over. It's now just work, 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 work.
Where do you find the energy, James? All right, here's a look at our table chip leader. We got Johan Raskar from France sitting on 5.3 million. That's 177 big blind. He was finding a lot of little loosey-goose open. We saw some suited gappers from the cutoff. We saw 6-7 offsuit opened from the button, which he turned his gut shot into a winning hand. No showdown.
With a small blind of 15,000, big blind 30,000, big blind ante of 30,000. We now have the 100,000 chip in play.
Ooh.
Dealers, please begin to deal. And this will be the last level for today.
Yeah, you hear that Raymond 87. Not 2 more levels today, 1 more level.
Uno más.
Yeah, it's been a long day already. Luckily, we do not have to do this alone. Joining us live via satellite from the United States, Maria Ho.
Hello there.
Now, Maria, unfortunately, someone screwed up, basically, because, you know, we obviously thought that the day was going to end at like 10:30. So when we were booking the satellite uplink, we said 11 p.m. Barcelona time. We'll be done by then. We'll just cut it off then. We didn't know that they were going to keep stopping the clock, breaking tables, stopping the clock, breaking tables. I don't think we're going to finish tonight until 11:20, 11:30, but we are going to lose you at 11 p.m.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this whole random tables with 10 left breaking is really throwing a wrench into the satellite uplink plans, but it is what it is.
Oh, it's throwing a wrench into every single plan known to man. Don't worry, it's not been great. Oh, hello, Aces.
Kebe in the big
I want to know how the
blind.
widget feels about all of this, though.
So last night, we were a little bit off track, and it looked like the widget was going to be out. And I said Maria will be very upset. And the players did you a service. They did right by the widget. They sped things up. We had a fair few eliminations. The widget predicted we would end the day with 102.8 players. We ended with 103. Bear in mind, you can't have 0.2 of a player. I kind of feel that was on point. 30. The widget predicts we'll end with 30, Maria, if you want to know.
Yeah, well, you know, if there's anything that poker players are loyal to, it is the widget, so I can understand that they're going to accommodate.
Yeah, so Kebe.
Did he just call pre?
I believe he did.
Cheeky chappy.
Yeah, we got a trap engage here. Joao c-betting 100K on this King 7-6 rainbow flop. Do we spring the trap now? Is it time?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like similarly to when we did see Kebe flat from the big blind with ace-king, but then go ahead and just check raise immediately on the king-high flop, I do feel like there's definitely just more rope to be given here to your opponents. If you're going to take this slow play line, this does seem like a flop that the pre-flop aggressor is going to very often feel comfortable barreling on. You know, why not make them feel like you might have a 7x here or a 6x, something weak that perhaps multiple barrels would take you off of. And, you know, obviously you don't love the king pairing. Like, sure, sometimes Weber might have opened the button with a king, but you're still very comfortable that you're going to have the best hand a lot of the times. You want to have your opponent keep firing.
Turn goes check, check. Yes. Queen on the river pairs Joao. Yes, let us know, Maria.
Yeah, I mean, now it's kind of about, do you want to just lead here and, you know, set a price that you think your opponent will call? I mean, how many times after they take the check back line are they going to maybe necessarily be firing the river? But also, it would be interesting in this spot because we can see that when Weber does river queens and kings, he would have likely bet himself if check to, thinking that, you know, he's beating the 7x and 6x's and getting value from those. But here, just 120K bet from Kebe is going to get a quick call.
I mean, pretty much max value if you think about it. Any aggression before that, and Queen 5 just goes straight in the muck.
Yeah, really good timing with that passive action pre-flop.
So as many of our regular viewers know, I don't follow the soccer, so I was not aware of this gentleman and had to look up his sporting resume.
I can't believe you just used the S word as an Irish Brit.
Okay, so I do it for 2 reasons. One, because it trolls the hell out of so many people who literally lose their minds. Right. And that's fun. But the reason why I started doing it was in recognition of the fact that we do have an international audience. Last time I checked, 35% of our audience was from the United States of America, where if you say the word football, they think you mean something different. Everyone knows what sport you mean if you say the word soccer. It's a matter of practicality.
Yeah, I mean, if you said football, I would have said, oh, well, how many touchdowns has Kebe scored in his career? It would have been very confusing.
Precisely.
60.
What I find incredible, and I've made this point so many times that, again, regular viewers are going to be like throwing things at the screen. The people who get incensed, Sky Sports in the UK, which is the host broadcaster of the English Premier League, has had a program, or used to have a program called Soccer AM. It had a program called Soccer Saturday. And it's like, no one was writing letters of complaint to them. People weren't losing their minds.
Well, yeah, because everyone loves a good
show.
alliteration, James. Come on. Repeat those consonants. It sounds good. It feels good. Chip leader opening up the Queen-Jack offsuit from the hijack. And he's going to raise and take it on to the next hand.
Maria, are you delighted that we get to follow Ramon in this event? And there is the prospect, if he wins a big pot, that I'll perform for you.
I mean, I'm always excited about that. But the truth is, the last level, James, he really hasn't been doing all that much. You know, there hasn't been a ton to follow. Like, he's folding a lot. He's pretty card dead. But we're hoping that, you know, I know. We're hoping he's going to bring it, though, this level, just so that you're gonna lead us in the Follow Ramon song, I'm assuming.
Of course. And, you know, again, don't feel compelled that you have to join in. Satellite delay. Yeah.
Yeah, the song is a little too long. You know, it's a lot longer than the Chop Pot song, so I can understand how the timing could be very difficult.
I've kind of accepted the fact that you're always going to butcher that. I don't really want you to ruin the Ramon song as well.
Harsh words, James.
You're right. That's
Maria's
a masterpiece.
our guest.
That's a masterpiece.
My favorite buddy from the Jersey Shore, Joao, opening up the Queen 10 suited from the hijack. James, they taught me how to say Weber's first name by using the Jersey Shore character J-Wow, but I just put an apostrophe, like Joao. I think I've been nailing it. I think it was really helpful feedback. Kebe going to peel on the button here.
That was a call, right?
Yes, sir. Karatsu in the small blind, looking down at a couple of snowbin.
Num.
Finally over to our big blind. Dolly Parton, 9-5, going in the muck. This flop will go three ways.
By the way, if anyone wants to like peruse the YouTube chat right now, this is exactly why I trigger everyone with the word soccer. It's descended so fast.
You do it on purpose, so perhaps the disrespect is another added layer. When I do it out of ignorance, they seem even more incensed if possible.
What's great is that there will come a point when Ed just shuts it down and starts muting people.
On this paired flop, Karatsu's still best with his pair of eights. Backdoor diamonds.
Kebe's got an ace.
Oh, pardon me. Thank you, James. Trip aces for Kebe.
Yeah, Weber sensing a bit of range advantage considering he just got flatted from Kebe on the button and from the small blind. Just feeling like might as well flick in a little C-bet here, just see what transpires. I mean, we can obviously see that his opponents both actually have nice holdings given this texture. Even the eights, not too mad about the 7 being the undercard and the paired aces on board.
Seven on the turn. Kebe fulls up.
Yeah, once you get called in two spots, I think Weber's going to be done here. you know, there's going to be a lot of ace-X's actually coming out of the small blind with the flat. Some of these, you know, weaker suited, maybe with like a middling card, ace-7, the ace-8, ace-9 suited, all of those might just end up flatting from the small blind. You definitely want to tread carefully here.
All the sickos hoping the dealer puts out an 8 on the river. Maximum carnage requested. Instead it's a jack. Ha! Denied.
Yeah, and Kebby taking that check back line there on the turn, I think, you know, understanding that he's really trying to target value from hands like perhaps 8s through kings, right? Those types of hands might just check, but very likely would call. I feel like sometimes you can just find a bet on the turn there, but I also understand that maybe he feels like he can go for a larger sizing on the river here, just get one bigger street of value instead of, you know, maybe firing the turn and then maybe getting one caller, but then once you fire the river, I'm not really sure, you know, how much value you're going to be able to get. Even from the stickiest of players, it's going to look pretty strong.
Checks back over to Kebe on this river. Price is going to be $90K, it looks like.
That's almost like a little too reasonable for my taste. I think you can certainly, you know, given that line of checking on the turn, I certainly think that you can expect to go for a little bit more value here on the river.
Room to polarize a bit, perhaps?
Yeah, and also, you know, I think that a strong kind of pair in the hole, like kings or queens, are just going to have a hard time folding to, you know, 80% in pot here, but you do see the 8s fold, partially because, you know, again, out of the 2 pair hands you can have, 8s are going to be kind of towards the bottom of that range. And also you do have Weber behind, who could have potentially had one of those larger pairs in the hole that I was talking about and take the same line by betting flop and checking turn. And now you see the consideration given with the queen high here. Maybe sensing Kebe could have gotten counterfeited here, playing the board, maybe with a hand like 6s, 5s, 4s. Could you, for this price, be good potentially with queen high?
Wow, convinced himself the queen high could be good. Great starts the level for Kebe.
I always feel really respected when you get the queen high calls. They know you're capable of it. Respectful call. You love to see it.
That's going to take Jimmy Kebe up to 2.7 million, 92 big blinds.
All right, we are going to be moving to some outer table action where there's been some big bets pre-flop. Leo Worthington-Leese has shoved versus Hugo Gattuso. Leese shoved for 1.7 million. Gattuso has played a time bank. This is the 3rd time we're joining Gattuso in these huge pots.
Is this blind v blind?
It does appear that way, yes.
So raise small to big, big blind shove from Leese, and Gattuso folds ace king?
Face up, no less. My goodness.
What? Excuse me?
Ooh, and he's going to show the jack.
Maria, I don't think I'm capable of folding ace-king in that spot.
I mean, I'm a little confused by it.
I mean, it's quite a expensive flip at this stage in the tournament. 50 big blinds put into the middle. Some people just don't want to flip that much.
I get it. The blind v blind dynamic feeds into it as well, though, as does the fact that the shove is coming from Leo Worthington-Leese. I'm very surprised that he folded ace-king, but...
Does Leo have a certain type of reputation, James?
He's quite an aggro player.
All
He is
right.
more than capable of getting it in there with a hand like ace-jack, for sure.
Yeah, I also just think that you never expect your opponent to be nutted there if they're going to shove 50
Yes.
bigs pre. I think, they're going to slow play some bigger hands. They might, click it. But hey, you saved your tournament life, I guess.
I've also reached the
I don't know, was
conclusion...
Gattuso going to be all in? I'm not even sure.
I've also reached the conclusion now that tournament poker is basically just about biding time until you have to flip.
It's 100%.
So I basically thought, screw it. Just take the flip now. Better now than later.
I mean, save yourself some time. Get him in the middle there.
Thank you.
No, I'm on team flip whenever they present themselves. All right, back to our feature table. Our Brazilian buddy just got a raise and take it.
But I'm so glad that we have a plethora of chat pros to remind us that ace-K is a drawing hand.
If it was suited, he calls, surely.
Yeah. Yes. Psylocke Mario observing nobody with a smartphone on the table. Yeah, that's because they're playing at the feature table and they aren't allowed their smartphones.
Yeah, no funny business. When you're invited to the feature table at a PokerStars event, they come round with a little cubicle and ask you to surrender your smartphone.
Did you hear what happened with Johan Raskar earlier on at the feature table?
No, spill the tea.
So we didn't notice it at first, but when there was a close-up, we realized he was wearing the Meta Ray-Bans.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah, so that's why he was asked to remove them and wear different sunglasses instead.
Well, we complained about Colillas' card deadness for the perfect amount of time because here he's got ace-king in the small blind. Gonna limp along, and the chip leader gonna check his option.
Nice flop for Ramon. Top pair, top kicker. By the way, Colillas is never, ever, ever folding ace-king in the small blind if Raskar shoves on him.
Yeah, and he was certainly hoping that the chip leader would just get up to some chip leader things pre-flop that didn't quite work out, and now Raskar just does not have any piece of this flop. So, a small pot is still a pot. A win is a win for Colillas. We're still happy to see it.
Not a particular chatty table here. Yesterday, I was here for the G&T champion of the world.
Yes.
Knocking him back, keeping the good vibes flowing.
And to be fair, that is probably the exception to the rule. Generally speaking, especially when we get to day 4, 5, when we get to the business end of the tournament, you're not going to get a lot of chat. And part of that is just the nature of having an international event where everyone comes from different countries, all speak different languages. Not everyone is confident about speaking English.
Yeah, that's fair. On our feature table, for instance, we only have 2 players sharing the same French flag.
And of course, when they're in a hand, they're not allowed to speak French to each other, so...
But the day will soon come, guys, where we'll just be wearing an earpiece and they can speak whatever language they want, and we'll just all hear our own language in it and just understand without ever
not
needing
at the
translation.
feature table, Maria. No electronic devices at the feature table.
No, James, you're confused. 6 months from now, we're all going to have the Elon Musk brain chips implanted into us. It'll be standard. You'll adjust just fine.
Great.
Hand developing here with Kebe opening 9s in early position and chip leader of the table, Raskar, 3-betting out of the small with ace-queen.
I feel he needs a nickname. How about Johan the Rascal Raskar?
I've heard worse.
Every poker player needs a nickname. We need to get back to having nicknames. Serious question, Maria. Did you ever have a nickname?
No, because, okay, so first of all, I feel like someone else needs to give you your nickname, right? Am I right? Like, I don't think I think it's kind of weird if you give yourself a nickname. So I've never come up with one for myself. I've never heard a suggestion that I liked and nothing has ever stuck. So, I mean, I'm open though. If people have
No, Maria, at this point, your name
whoa.
is iconic enough.
There's-
Don't put icing
No.
on an already decorated cake, I say.
But the biggest mistake you're making now is there is a huge difference between being given a nickname by your peers and throwing it out there on a live stream to a YouTube and Twitch audience that you want them to come up with a nickname for you.
You're right. Should I just close chat now? Or,
Yeah.
We will not be telling you her suggestions.
Don't worry, I'm gonna note down the best ones, and by best ones, I mean worst ones. Kebby's still good, right?
Absolutely. Overpair to this 3-6-5 flop. Rasker going to continue his pre-flop aggression. 325,000. Pretty chunky going in the middle. Over half pot.
Actually, well, that's quite funny.
Oh, did we get one worth repeating?
Stupid man. Maria, ho ho, ho.
Ooh, a little Christmas flair on it. I like it. Kebby got a smooth call to c-bet.
you know, and alliteration the way that Caitlin likes.
Exactly, yeah.
Repeating.
That's true. Double
It's fine.
consonants. Caitlin Komeski. You can never go wrong. You know, it's a strong name.
Maria the Magic Ho, or Magic Maria Ho. Not bad.
No, I do think there's something to the alliteration for nicknames, though, specifically.
Yeah. What about No Go? Maria No Go Ho.
1 million.
Hiya, 1 million being fired onto this turn Jack of Hearts.
Wow. I mean, Raskar was the pre-flop aggressor, right? He 3-bet.
Yes, out of position.
And then led for 325 on the flop. Now 1 million on the turn. Oof.
Nearly pot.
Yeah, just putting so much pressure on these nines. And it's pressure that I'm just not sure if Kebby can hang on and sustain this type of barrage. I feel like that is the benefit of being the chip leader, right? Is that, yeah, you have the chips to do this with, and maybe there's this inkling from Kebby that you might be full of it, but if in order for them to play back in any way or to continue, it's going to cost them perhaps by the river their tournament life, and they're just not willing to do it.
Gets it through. We've had a listener who wants to remain anonymous. I'll just call him Joe S. That's too obvious. Jay Stapleton says, how about Maria under the gung ho?
Okay. Okay, I can see it. We're going to put a pin in that and check with some outer table action. We've got Damien Gayer all in for his tournament life. Oh, pardon me, never mind. I jumped the gun.
No, but it's okay. I appreciate you doing me the solid by putting a pin in the name.
I jumped the gun, or the under the Maria gun. What was it?
Acrobat Lip has a callback to everyone's favorite 80s cartoon. Maria Thundercats Ho.
I have not seen that. I have not watched
Of course
that
you haven't. It's a piece of
before.
content made
I
before the year
haven't.
2000. Of course you haven't seen it. The James and Joe for Kebe. The JH, the JS. He's raising it to 60K. Yeah, Kebe is picking up a lot of premium hands off the back of the break.
He didn't have that too bad of a level, previous level as well. Getting the cards.
Anyone else want to play? Oh, hello, Rifat Palevic.
You go heads up to the flop. Hi, yeah, top set right in the window.
Nice.
Kebe was really wishing he had this flop when he had 9s against the ace queen or Ascar. That would have made it a lot easier to play.
Really hard to mess up 3 of a kind. You know you're not supposed to fold as often. That's at least what I've put together so far.
I get calling one street here, and I just hope for his sake he doesn't hit a 5 or a 4 on the turn. Okay, I think he can check fold now.
No such bad luck with the queen of diamonds peeling off.
Yeah, and considering that it's two-tone now, there's a lot of draws possible. You definitely want to go on the bigger size here with a set of jacks. Cheering? Is that random screaming? I don't know what that is.
Well, I am aware because it's been spamming my WhatsApp for the last hour that the media event is taking place tonight. And we always talk about that being a bit like the caddy swim in Caddyshack. It gets a little bit rowdy.
Yeah, the lowest stakes in the room are always going to be the loudest. I think that's a pretty good rule of thumb for poker.
And the stakes in the media tournament is 0.
Precisely.
But the bragging rights.
Oh, endless.
I mean, yeah.
Infinite.
Anyway, I was about to ban Sacramento because that's just terrible. That suggestion, just terrible. You're banned.
At least
you banned it before I could see it. Maria Hodor. I don't mind a Game of Thrones reference. It's fine.
That was such a letdown, though, to figure out he was just saying hold the door the whole time. All right, now I am not jumping the gun. It is time to join Damien Gayer at one of our outer tables, where he is going to be finishing in 35th place for 30,000 euros. Damien was actually an online qualifier for just 250 euros. That's going to give him 120% ROI in this event.
Nice. I didn't know that Gayer had qualified online. I knew he still had a few Cinderella stories in the field.
Congratulations to the French qualifier.
So that's going to take us down to 34 players with still an hour to play on the day. I'm not going to lie, there were actually a few Maria Ho nickname suggestions that weren't bad at the start, but we've reached that inevitable point now where we're scraping the barrel and everything I'm looking at is horrifically bad. So I'm calling time on it.
Did you write down the good ones at least?
Well, I told them to you.
For me.
If any of them you'd gone like, yes, that's the one, we'd know about it. You kind of like, yeah, but nothing was like, yes, I'm trademarking it. Get me the URL. Let me add that to my MySpace page.
I kind of like this one.
Ooh, I wonder.
Maria, Idaho.
Maria,
you get
Idaho.
it?
Yes,
like
yes.
the state. The state called Idaho, James.
Yes, no, I get it. If Maria wasn't from the state of California, it might also work better.
back to our feature table. Karatsu just got a raise and take it, opening the wheel ace early position. No resistance. Leknes with the Jack-10 suited opening early, going to run into Joao's Ace-King here in the cutoff. We've been seeing a few passive actions with Ace-King, but I don't think our Brazilian's going to let us down here.
Yeah, especially with 24 big blinds, pretty much one move off of this stack size facing an open before you, and that is all in.
See if anybody can pick up any gems behind him.
Nope. And a quick fold from Tobias Leknes as well. I seem to remember saying about 2 minutes ago that I was calling time on the Maria Ho nickname thing.
They're not done yet. They're workshopping.
No. The sword's coming out. We're going to start muting people soon.
Does anything make you feel as powerful as banning a chat pro, James?
It's the small wins in life. Okay, I'll allow this last one because it comes from one of our loyalist viewers, Philip the Razor. Maria, why does she keep staking Joe? Ho.
A fair question.
Have you bought your dinner yet, Maria? Did that ever get resolved? I mean, it's been going on for like 5 or 6 years now, right? It goes back pre-pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, and I couldn't even tell you the last time I actually saw Joe in person. So I think he's ducking me. Like, I don't know.
I will settle his debt. Pizza incoming, milady.
I do love pizza. Never say no to pizza.
What are your topping preferences so I get it right?
I'm kind of a basic B. I'm just real like pepperoni. Give me a side of ranch. I'm good.
Oh, heck yeah. My kind of girl. Keep it simple, stupid. Why mess with perfection? All right, we got Leknes and Joao facing off here, and I spy a combo draw.
Love it.
Weber with both the open-ended straight draw and the flush draw. Leknes still good with queen high here, though.
Yeah, there's bizarre situations where you have the best hand, but you're actually a statistical underdog. Hey, pizza purists. There's nothing wrong with dipping pizza crust in ranch. And I say that as a European.
Don't knock it till you tried it, buddies.
There are many things you can call Americans out for. Many, many, many things. That's not one of them.
And let's be real. Once you get to the crust, like sometimes there's not really a lot of flavor on the crust. So, you know, ranch just gives it that little extra something, something.
I'm pretty sure that's actually the Mississippi State motto. You can pull this tub of ranch out of my cold, dead fingers.
Jag blev, Erik, 2018 blev jag 34, så nu...
Ace of spades on the turn.
So I wanted to break my...
Queen high still good.
Yeah, and now Leknes is a statistical favorite. He is a 2-to-1 favorite to win this pot.
Yeah, but is he able to stick around facing this 200K bet? I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit too hard. And for Weber, just got to bet the strength of your draw and hope your opponent folds so that you don't even have to get there.
Maria, if you're going to say stick around, it's compulsory to say it in the style of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Stick around!
Wow, this is the second time I've gotten to see... All right, back to the outer tables. We have Thomas Lillemond finishing in 34th place.
I liked him.
Also good for $30,000. And this is also a French online qualifier. He got in for 25 euros.
What?
That's a 1,200% ROI in this event.
Nice. So, according to StatTrick, Sergio Caro is the last remaining qualifier. And the great story about Caro is not only did he qualify for the EPT main event, he also qualified for the Spin and Go Championship Live. So there will come a point on Saturday where if he's still in the EPT main event, he is going to have to consider whether he relinquishes his seat in the Spin and Go Championship. Because you can't multi-table, and the final flight is going to be Saturday evening, by which point there's probably only going to be between 10 and 12 players left in the EPT. So at that point, you're going to be looking at around 100 grand in the EPT, so you're probably better off just sticking with the tournament you're already playing.
What a delightful problem to have.
I know, right?
I have to say, I am so delighted that I've gotten to hear your Arnold Schwarzenegger not once but twice this week. Had no idea you had such an impressionist talent. Coming for my job, eh?
I do a mean Lee Jones, but that is probably meaningless to most people watching.
Not to me. That's my pen pal. Shout
I'm
out
interested.
Lee Jones.
I was going to say, I'm interested to hear it, James.
I'd need to practice it because it's been a while. Lovely. One of my favorite people in poker, as we see 3 players going to the flop. Okay, you know what happens if Ramon wins big in this pot? Not much chance of that.
Hey, he has paired his 6.
That's optimistic.
Check it over to the original Razor. Bottom card pairs the turn.
Yeah, with the 2 flush draws out there, you know, it's definitely a possibility that Leknes could have called from the small blind with some suited combos. So I wouldn't be surprised if Colillas sometimes finds a call here. But I think maybe Kebe behind him with that check back on the flop leads Colillas to believe that sometimes Kebe will have some showdown in the form of, you know, maybe some medium pairs there. So he does end up folding, but I just wanted to see him river another 6 and win the pot.
Action is paused. Are we breaking a table?
No, we're going to join action on an outer table again, where American Andre Plaza is finishing this tournament in 33rd place, again for 30,000 euros. So that does mean you're right, James.
Yeah.
And we will be breaking another table. Down to 32 remaining. Final 4 tables.
Okay, it's squeaky bum time, everyone. Are we going to see the feature table break? Are we going to lose this lineup on the main stage? We're on the edge of our seats. And inevitably, we have to wait for play to finish at every other table. Oh, it's table 1 that's breaking. Boom. Boom.
Ah, we faded it. Got some solid hat game at table 1. Got the bucket hat and the little chapeau.
That's my kind of hat. I'm not saying I could carry it off, but that's the hat I would choose.
You know, I'd like to see you try, James. I don't know. You're a pretty classy guy. I think you can pull off a nice 50s mobster look. Maybe if you don't go overboard and like pair it with a pinstripe double-breasted, you know, over the topness. But I don't know, with a nice little cardi, I think you'd look quite quite smart, quite posh.
So on the occasions when I visited your home state, Caitlin, I have floated the idea or touted the idea that, you know, I reckon I could rock a Stetson. And I've been told in no uncertain terms, no, you're not. That's not happening.
Well, I don't know who's talking to you, but I do know that you were smart enough to fall in love with the Texas lady, and that's one of the smartest things you can do in this world, y'all.
The Texas lady is the one saying, no, it's not happening. You're not wearing that.
Okay, well, I have Skinny's number, and I'm going to intervene in your relationship and fix this for you. No problem, James. We're going to get you in a Stetson. I actually don't think it... So I was discussing this on my stream the other day, that the cowboy hats, actually, you don't really see a lot of women, where I'm from at least, in Dallas, I'm more of a city girl, wearing them too often. The only gals actually wearing cowboy hats are ones that are actually, like, you know, herding cattle. And, like, keeping their face clean from dust in the sun. But mostly men are the ones that are going to be wearing cowboy hats, especially in formal attire.
Maria, do you think I could carry off a Stetson?
I do. Like, I second what Caitlin said. I will also text Skinner. You know what, Caitlin? Start a group chat.
Oh, my God.
We'll make this happen for you.
Do you have any other relationship qualms that you need us to work out and iron out for you, by the way, James? We're happy to address more than one issue.
Can I move this a little more?
So waiting for
for these new players to make their new seats.
Tell her it's so you don't get your ass kicked, babe.
You can't get anything past Skinny. Love my girl.
I mean, can you imagine? Hartigan walks into a bar, Stetson. Hello, I'm English.
Don't I look sporting, gents? Are you watching the football match? All right, we are going to be receiving a new player here on our featured table, the Argentinian Alejandro Romero, bringing 2.29 million chips to our featured table here. That's going to put him somewhere in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, so 8-handed on the main stage, 8-handed at all tables, 4 tables remaining.
Yeah, sitting on 76 big blind. Again, our shortest stack on the table is going to be Ramon Colillas, who again is short, but he's still got 30 bigs, very playable. And our dominant chip leader, table captain of these last 2 levels, Johan Riscar, sitting at the top with 197 bigs. There's a look at Alejandro, our new player.
An average stack right now looks quite big, and you might be thinking, well, tomorrow you've just got to get down to 16 players, right? That should take no time at all. You've just got to lose half the field, but it will slow down at some point. Generally speaking, as we get to the late stages of an EPT main event, we see that average stack get close to 30 than 50 big blinds. Right now, what's it at, like 70?
The average stack?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's just strip out a couple of blind levels. These guys have had enough time to get it done.
All right, cards back in the air.
No, Tom. It was Kenny Hallett, who supposedly is a live event specialist, who predicted that we'd end the day with 33 players. The widget had it at between... It was 30.5, wasn't it? Why don't I just check the widget? I'm whipping out the widget again.
I'm starting to think Widget is just a little robot that lives in James' basement.
The widget has us at 30.7, so 31 we'll call it. So yeah, we could have a couple of eliminations before the end of the day.
I defer to your expertise on this. Only in ladies' events can I be deferred to for my expertise on how long we can expect a final table or final tables to take. And then I'm bang on. All right, we're going to go 2 ways. Chip leader versus our Brazilian, both with kind of a mystery hand at the moment, facing off on this 9-high flop.
78 KB says, why it only shows one card? Could be that the reader didn't catch it. Could be that the players didn't put it in the right place. Could be there's broken chips in the cards.
Could be a gypsy curse. We don't know. It could be so many things.
Could be we just decided, hey, let's just play a mystery hand.
And now we'll never know.
Well, Queen High beats 8 High, so Weber probably had the best hand.
Brazilian going to chip up to 35 big blinds at the conclusion of that pot. So James, your times to Texas have demonstrated to you how superior our food, our grubbin is down there.
I think we were discussing the other day, I don't think I've spent more than 3 consecutive days in Texas, and I think if I were to do a 4th, I would probably be dead, in the sense that I would eat myself to death.
Yeah, I mean, you get queso in your veins, and your eyes sort of turn into fillets.
On my recent trip
worth it.
to San Antonio, I think we had queso every single day, and I have no regrets, but I think 3 is the max. Like a 4th dose of queso, and that's it. You're done for.
Well, yeah, of course you're familiar with the Texas state motto. You can pull this vat of queso out of my cold, dead fingers.
What's your favorite thing that you've had in Texas, James?
I mean, obviously, there's some fantastic Tex-Mex food. I like barbecue, so I had some good ribs recently. Oh, I tell you what I had. It's a dessert because I have a sweet tooth. It was a churro vanilla milkshake. It was a vanilla milkshake with churros in it.
Oh.
A little did they put a little churro as a garnish on it so you get the crunch still?
2 massive churros sticking out of this vanilla milkshake.
Oh, that's a good time. That's a good time.
Absolutely. That's a party in a bowl.
Did you have food on top of it too, like a real hero?
I had the ribs to start with.
I don't know why Americans
I mean, better
are
the
overweight.
ribs to start than the churro milkshake to start. You know what I mean?
I didn't eat my corn muffin. I couldn't handle. I had no room left for the corn muffin.
You can call it cornbread or corn pone. Come on now. All right, Romero going to be opening up this next hand with the King-Queen offsuit. Our Brazilian friend in the big blind with 10-9. Certainly defensible.
I've had brisket, Rob. Don't worry. I've tried most things.
Ace 10-7. Big blind going to flop best here. Gut shot for Romero.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. I'll let you handle this one as the Texan native. Caitlin, Large Fav says, hot take, brisket is overrated.
Well, do you want me to cry on air here? I'm at work, James. That's disrespectful. That's my favorite meat.
The best thing is Joe has literally just sat back down. That's the first thing he heard, and he is not happy right now.
Brisket might be the only one that has to stay. Like, I could do without ribs and pulled pork and chicken. Like, brisket is the barbecue item.
Yeah, usually it's the central focal piece of my combo plate when I go to a barbecue joint.
You like it lean or?
I like it all the ways. I'll take some fatty pieces, but I mean, you gotta cut back on the calories somewhere.
I don't like
you gotta
it super
say no
fatty,
to the
but
cornbread.
I don't like lean. Who was that?
I was wondering myself. It wasn't one of us.
No, it was someone at the table. Look, it's been a long day for us. It's been a long day for the players as well. They've got 45 minutes left on the day, and fatigue's starting to set in.
Fatty gay.
Yeah, and you have Romero wondering what he wants to do now that the 7 paired does end up checking back.
James, did I ever take you to Dr. Hogley Wildguy's Tyler, Texas barbecue?
No, you did not. No, you did, yes, we went there once. Sorry, yes.
I kind of swallowed that word, but I was making my mouth water.
Because I remember you saying it's the only barbecue place in LA that you will go to.
I'll take it over Bloodso's. I'll take it over any of the trendy ones, yep.
There's a spot in Marina Del Rey that does Texas barbecue. It's pretty good. I think it's Martha's.
I looked into getting a deep fried turkey from them, but they sell out like in like 2 months ahead of time.
All right, we got a
Value acquired here
yes.
with that. Yeah, just a small bet of 45K, and there are some natural bluffs, right? The 9-8 missed. Maybe if they have King Jack, then the King Queen is gonna be good. Just for the price, it felt right.
All right, we're going to join some outer table action now. We got Sergio Caro out in the field. And he is our last online qualifier. He qualified for the Spin and Go Championship live as well, as James was telling us. What champagne problems to have at this stage of the series.
As I said, if he's still in on Saturday evening, that's the point he's going to have to make a decision. But by that point, the prize money he'll be guaranteed in the EPT will mean that he'll probably, not happily, but be willing to miss the Spin and Go Championship live. And hey, that means there'll be a seat open and someone will get a shot to play in that alongside 80 other players for a slice of a 275K prize pool, which segues perfectly into the fact that that's what I'm going to be doing for the next 3 days. Joe, I don't know whether you read the interview I did with Dave Woods.
I don't read.
From Poker.org.
You know this.
The closing words of the interview are basically my parting words to you, which is, the EPT is now yours. Don't F it up.
Wow.
Generous.
It's weird because he kind of kissed me while he slapped me.
I thought you liked it that way, Joey.
Well, from certain people.
Don't let Skinny know. All right, we got a hand developing here. Karatsu opening up the ace queen, and our hometown hero, Ramon.
Pocket hacks. Heck. He's humping for Hoy. You know who would love this? James. Rest in peace, Commandador.
I'll talk to Skinny about your hat, baby. Don't worry. Pardon me, Maria. Go ahead.
Kalia started with about 30 bigs here, and so Karatsu ends up deciding that he's going to put all the chips in there, which is effectively Kalias' tournament life.
All right, that appears to be an all-in and a call. Flip time.
Like El Commandador versus Harry Carey. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Fighting for 1.9 million chips. Good for 70 big blinds to the winner.
Quiet confidence of knowing you don't lose flips. And then there's the other side.
I wish I had that confidence.
6 high flop. Jack's still good. Gonna need to fade an ace or a queen on this turn and river to secure the double.
Ooh, the 7.
Ooh, we got some chopportunities.
Ooh, the 7. Right now, when you have the jacks, you're rooting against the chop and then the queen binks. Or the ace.
Ooh.
Oh.
Barry Greenstein.
The ace. How did I know? Ramon Colillas.
That is going to be GG's to our hometown hero, finishing in 32nd place.
Il a gagné quoi, lui, le PCA, je sais pas quoi, là? Il a gagné quoi comme tournoi, lui?
I blame James because he left and he just took all of the wind out of the Ramon song sails, and
100%. I also blame James.
Now he's gone.
At this
Another
point,
thing we can talk to Skinny about.
At this point, if we follow Ramon, he'll be able to get a restraining order, so we kind of have to stop.
31 players remain now in this day 4 main event action here at EPT Barcelona, fighting for the 1.4 million euros up top.
Did you know? Did you know? For sure.
Let's take a look at our feature table chip counts here. Raskar remains our chip leader with 5.87 million. Leknes second with 3.23 million. Palevic still in great shape. Kebe sticking around. Karatsu just secured the double. Romero, the Argentinian, new to our table. And then last in the pack, we have the Brazilian Weber sitting on 1.3 million. That's still 43 big blinds. Wealthy. Wealthy Final Four table stack.
Oh my god. Classic rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. $195.
Oh, sourdough, little artisanal sourdough for Tobias. That sourdough starter.
And he's playing it like most people do these days. Just gonna get aggressive with it. Good timing because Romero just has the dusty 10-9 from the under the gun.
Maria's nickname, her new nickname, has made it to the graphic strap.
Maria, why does she keep staking Joe?
Oh.
I mean, it rhymes, so something.
Because she can't say no to my cute face.
It's dang near iambic
That's
pentameter,
true.
I think. Beautiful nickname.
I just have hot guy privilege, so I just go up to Maria and I say, "Money, please," and she just puts it in my hand.
All right, we are going to join once more some outer table action. Here we have Leo Leese engaged in a conflict with Eugenie Sebev. Flop of Queen of Diamonds, Ace of Diamonds, 10 of Diamonds, turn 9 of Spades, river 6 of Clubs. Leese has bet 625,000, and Sebev has played time banks.
Yevgeny,
thank you.
Yevgeny Sabov. I was like, Eugenie. I was like, how many wishes is he granting?
That one scared me when I looked down. All right, we've got the call here.
Well, he is certainly granting wishes to Leo Worthington-Leese.
Leese shows 8 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds for that flopped flush.
Nobody ever believes a flopped flush.
Back of our final table. Excuse me, feature table.
Now, here's the thing. Are we going to be able to fade another table breaking in the next 37 minutes? Feels like no. Feels like no. Our producer seems to think that if we get down to, what would it be, 29 players, right? 4 times, what's 4 times 7?
4 times 7 is 28.
4 times 8 is 32. So then what's 8? 24. Okay, so he seems, if we get down to 24 in the next like 5 minutes, we're going to stop for the night. Get out of here. There is a threshold, though. I think you're right. Like if it's 5 minutes left. Anyway, top pair for Romero. He was on our first feature table today, so the fact that he is still out there swimming upstream. So Weber was the better there, which makes sense. Be a pretty weird call with King 9 of clubs on that board. And let's hope for his sake he don't go for the double barrel.
Yeah, but it almost feels like you should or have to against the big blind with this board texture. So unless you can sniff this one out, I think that most players just feel compelled to go for it here.
It has been gone for.
And to the tune of
that's a
nearly
full
pot.
Yeah.
And you can see how obviously this would work against most of the big blinds range that they would continue with on the flop. You know, certainly don't have the right odds to continue calling with a flush draw against this sizing. You know, gutters are going to fold. Queen X is going to have a real tough time playing hero, but the ace, not so much. I mean, now we all know everybody could do the double, but like, can you do the triple is the real question.
You think Weber might throw Romero on the grill?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, it feels like they're going to have a lot of ace-X when they call that sizing, but it's partially about, you know, if you think your opponent's capable of folding top pair, you know, I mean, I think it's kind of nice here. Maybe the silver lining is that you don't block.
Checks it.
Some of the, all right, well, I wanted Weber to be the hero, but understandably.
It's so much harder to fire that third bullet
when
the front door flush bricks out. I feel like you get called down maybe just a tiny bit more. All right, we are going to be joining another outer table where Yevgeny Sibev. Did I pull it off? You say it, Joe. You say it.
Yevgeny Sibev.
He is going to be our 31st finisher, making that pay jump 34,800 euros. Congratulations and good game to our 31st place finisher.
Adios, Yevgeny. So that leaves us with 30. The next table breaks at 24, and the next pay jump is at 27. So 31st through 28th all are going to make the same amount of money as Yevgeny, which is Eugene translated.
Eugene.
It is. It's a translation of Eugene.
Eugenie, I really thought I had a good chance because, like, a lot of times a V and a U.
You just mixed together Yevgeny and Eugene for Eugenie.
Which is a female name, right?
Me want wish Eugenie.
My apologies to Evgeny. Did I get it that time?
Close enough.
Okay.
More K9 for K-Bay. Alejandro Romero can't get out of line.
No, not when facing the dog, as Griffin likes to call it. Karatsu going to put in the call, defending 6-4 offsuit. Ace 6-3. Karatsu's middle pair is best.
Can you really
I feel like
Yep,
Kebe in
please go.
general,
Yep. Mhm,
from what I've seen, has had, you know, a less like it's a very low, I would say, c-bet frequency compared to I think some other players who, you know, in most spots it feels like c-bets are going to be, you know, a pretty high frequency play. But for him, he's checked back a lot of flops after being the pre-flop raiser, and you know, I think sometimes it's okay to do that. You definitely don't want to be c-betting 100% of the time, but I think sometimes it can be to your detriment. I mean, here again, you know, it's great that you check back when your opponent has a hand that they're likely going to just call once with, and then they improve to trips. But I think you kind of miss out on the spots where when you check back the flop, sometimes it doesn't allow for you to take certain lines on future streets. And you know, again, here he gets to escape and get off cheaply, but I do think that I would like to see him find a higher c-bet frequency than I've seen from him. But, you know, what do I know? He's there, I'm here, you keep doing you.
Just around 30 minutes left on the day for this gang. And 30 players left for this gang.
Folds around to Palevic in the hijack with the Daug suited variety.
Hand of the hour, King 9. Tobias, unfortunately, dominated in this spot.
He's going to try his luck and meet him at the flop. Ace 3-4, 2 clubs. King 9 still out front.
I don't know, King High, you can get a little sticky heads up, can't you? How many drinks did I have at dinner? Come on, there we go.
Sometimes, but you know, I feel like it's a little opponent dependent. I think it's nice here to have the 7 of clubs. I think without a club here, maybe he might just let it go. I also think that, again, if it's an opponent that you feel like, okay, I think if it's against an opponent that has a really high c-bet frequency, then, you know, there's definitely some of these things that you can do, like mix in the old check raise. But are we going to mix in the little floaty here?
Oh my goodness.
Okay. I don't know if I saw that coming.
How many beers did he have at
mind.
dinner? 8 of clubs on the turn. That gives a club draw to Leknes.
Yeah, it's on one hand, there was like a little concern because you feel like there's going to be a lot of hands that are just going to check, that are just going to bet fold to the check raise. So there's some concern that your opponent continued, but then, you know, the 8 of clubs, there could have been a lot worse turns for Leknes' hand. So you do see here that he is going to check. And I mean, if you are going to take that float line, it feels like you've got to find some bets here sometimes. You know, if you had something with more showdown value, then perhaps you could check here.
Who doesn't have enough showdown value?
I think the red king 9 here, you know,
he's winning
against the check raise. You might not love it.
Well, they listened to Maria. 185,000. And it does get rid of Tobias, and unfortunately that's also going to get rid of Maria Ho.
No.
You're sickened by that play, I understand.
Tomorrow. Listen, I can't help it if the satellite uplink only lasts until 11 p.m. local time, so.
The satellite uplink
I will miss all of you.
Sponsored by Ho Industries.
Thank you for your time here, Maria, and we look forward to hearing more from you tomorrow at EPT Main Event final coverage.
Thanks. Have a good night, y'all.
Bye, Maria.
Good night.
What do you think?
King 5 of hearts?
No, ace king with the king of clubs.
Huh?
Yeah.
Good hand.
So it's good hand, but you can also flush.
Sure. They have a flush draw.
Huh?
Add a flush draw. On the turn.
Drawing that flush draw.
If you're speaking the truth, I was drawing that, yeah.
He is not telling the truth.
You must speak the truth.
One of these doors is a liar.
I usually pull that move too, where I just completely lie if you're going to ask for my holdings that I don't show down.
I lie because I want them to feel good about their fold. Not because I'm trying to protect information. I want people to feel good about folding to me.
I'm just incapable of being honest.
That's
to men especially.
If you're we got that in common. Pocket aces always gets us amped.
Well, 8.
Always a good plan to 3-bet aces.
Ace 5 double suited. You can 4-bet this, right?
He's going to opt not to. And our Japanese friend going to take this down pre-flop.
Go on, get out of here with that Ace 5. Get.
Karatsu now up to 2.3 million. Good for 77 big blinds.
Just another example of how blockers aren't real. Because you're blocking high cards with an ace, and you're blocking low cards with a 5, and he had a high card and a low card. An ace and an ace. It's just insane.
Devastating. What's going to happen when we tell Phil Galfond? Do you think his world will shatter?
Yeah, Phil and I got some things to hash out.
That sounded heavy. I think that's more than blockers y'all got going on.
Phil was telling me about some stuff that they're working on at the Heads Up. And I don't know if it's public or not, so I won't say. But it's regarding the Galfond challenge. And I was like, yeah, Phil, I remember I was there. Don't you remember I called the winning hand for you? And he's like, oh, yeah, right, of course.
Oh, hey, buddy,
I'm
you
like,
were
yeah,
here.
your documentary film crew came to my house 7 o'clock in the morning. And luckily I remembered as I was going to bed at 6:15. Love the Galfonds. Me and Farah had a hell of a time battling the trolls during that Galfond challenge also.
Farah is one of a kind. I really do enjoy all the time I've spent with her so far. Don't take no crap from nobody. Elegant, classy, former soap star.
Mm-hmm.
Action has folded around to our chip leader here in the small blind, who's going to raise up the Jack 3 suited.
Man, he's still got nearly 200 big blinds, huh? What a day. One day of my life to be like this.
Can't remember a pot he's lost, frankly.
Deux jetons.
10-5. We have a nickname for this hand in my home game. It's the hand that never wins.
You can make every straight with 10-5 except the straight to the 9. That's a fun trivia question you can pull out next time. Because you have a 10 in your hand, so how could you ever make a straight to the 9? You see, Joe?
You got me. You got me with that.
Fun poker trivia. Feel free to borrow it.
I don't like that. I don't like how that made me feel. I don't care for
I
that.
feel excluded. I feel ostracized.
I feel very stupid. Especially because I've heard that before.
It's a fun little party trick.
Do we keep them for tomorrow or not?
Yes, you get to keep your chips for tomorrow.
That would be so cute if that was really the question. I get these again tomorrow, yes?
Do we keep
these mine?
A6 suited for Tobias?
Looks like he's going to get a flat from our chip leader on the button with ace-queen. That's a domination situation.
It sure is. Weber would be a good name for Spider-Man. Does anybody ever call Spider-Man Weber?
And then he pronounces it Weber. And he's just correcting everyone all movie.
It's actually Weber.
It's actually Weber. Palevic with a pretty ugly couple of cards in the big blind here.
You do get to keep your time bank cards for tomorrow, buddy boy, if you'd rather, you know. I guess he wants to make sure he doesn't get hit with the big blind again this level.
Oh, is that what this is?
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Look, I'm sorry. That was my first time ever being wrong on air. But I was incorrect. He was genuinely thinking about doing something silly.
You love to see it. Ace deuce offsuit, making it 250K to go.
Caitlin, in your opinion, do you have to have a move like this in your arsenal to win a poker tournament?
No, I mean, I think it depends on the poker tournament. There are a lot of poker tournaments where you're going to be in a heavy calling field. So it's like if everyone's calling you down no matter what, you have to sit back and make hands. I definitely play in a lot of mid-stakes and lower-stakes tournaments where that's going to be the best strategy a lot of the time. When you're playing at these more elite stakes, for sure, having a spicy little king tray, 3-bet, little king deuce off
deuce
open,
off?
Ace deuce off is quite creative, ambition, but
baby!
Hey, ace queen in the muck.
Got it?
8 high good.
Big one? Big one?
One
big, one small.
Rifat.
Too big.
This is the small and this is the big.
Pre-flop. Bluff.
Boombala. There you go.
Yeah,
Where were you?
I was
For
sleeping.
the last 5 hours?
I wake up too late.
Okay.
Too late.
Go back to sleep now.
Better I wait for tomorrow because today is something I'm not, my energy is very low.
Yeah?
Yeah, interest.
I better handle it.
I believe you, but I can still hit straight flush, quads, I can hit everything, right?
True. You never know. I would win on 1-0 straight.
They told me you play too tight. They call me and say, hey, you play too tight, you must a little bit mix up. I say, okay.
That's a little bit. This is.
The problem is I cannot win. I have still 400% in myself, so.
You have to do it away.
Yeah, I have to get away somewhere, but nobody wants the chips.
Palevic with a little speech play after getting the spicy 3-bet through there. A lot of chatters really confused by Johan's fold of ace-queen off after flatting on the button. Problem when you flat on the button with these pairs and offsuited Broadway combos and stuff, your range is just so capped, even when you get to play the pot in position. Although, with nearly 200 big blinds, having trouble finding arguments for Johan's fold. But he's where he is and I'm where I am. Leknes with a premium. Palevic continues to surprise and delight with a flat with the suited gappers from the small blind, 6-3 suited.
Maybe just sort of made a pact with himself that he was going to ramp things up for the last 30 minutes.
Well, it is beer level, and as he was saying, his hometown friends that were watching the broadcast told him he was playing too tight, told him to get creative with it.
Maybe.
Well, this may be an overcorrection.
You have a better?
Maybe.
2 diamonds on this flop, but a 6 hits Palevic.
Leknes puts out a c-bet.
Do you have a better hand?
80,000 to go.
Oh, he's getting involved in a little chatter here, too. $80,000 into 180,000. And Palevic is like, yeah, I got a pair. And I got 3 hearts. And the deuce ain't exactly a scare card, is it?
Pretty innocuous looking deuce there. Palevic checking again. Leknes checks back, and we are on the river. 10 of hearts, pair of 6s still best. Palevic checks one more time with the quick check behind.
It was not better.
And Palevic gonna pull another one with just 15 minutes remaining on the day. He has put the car into a new gear here, Joe.
Hell yeah. Up over 100 big blinds. Nice to take that into day 5. Rifat!
Go 3 in a row. Go 3 in a row.
You got to play the rush. Most of my poker advice, by the way, comes from Ultimate Texas Hold'em.
Well, I mean, in your defense, that was a Doyle Brunsonism.
Sure.
That's part of Super System, right? If you win a pot, play the next hand.
Wonder how many more hands we'll get in. I'm sure Raskar will be playing all of them. Oh, no.
I don't know, man. He just made a rather tight fold with the ace-queen.
No, maybe
off.
I get a nice hand. Only crap, maybe not. Maybe this hand. I have a feeling.
Spider-Man out of the way.
You know, Rifat Palevic is a anagram for fat pelvic air.
It's a 60,000 hand.
You have a gift, Joe. A gift for these.
It is running down the clock every time, yeah? It is running down the clock every time.
Makes it 60,000 with King 8. Playing the rush indeed. K-Bay is like, something's afoot. Unfortunately, Jack Deuce. Unfortunately, Trey Deuce.
Pretty rough holding for the Argentinian.
Always defend. And not only you, everybody, always defend. Only me fold in the big blind.
Oh, the Romero defends. And flops a gut shot.
Hey, 5-1 time. Ace on the turn.
Nobody's got a club. Club's somewhat relevant now. And
Checks through to the top pair for Palevic.
75. I was lucky. I hit in the river.
Palevic being very generous,
What did you show?
showing his cards.
Kings.
I showed the king of spades. I'm sorry. Next time I was a little bit late. Tomorrow I will be a little bit awake. More minutes.
11 more minutes indeed.
Also like this, 2-3
Too long. I think.
These boys ready to knock a few back on the bar and call this one a day.
I'm ready.
I don't complain. Pass.
We've added over 90 minutes today with the various table breaking and whatnot. So, you telling me that we could have been done at 9:30? That's almost Barcelonan dinner time. Barcelonian?
Barcelona.
Barcelonan.
If you just add a few more vowels, it'll sound more authentic.
Barcewegian.
A Barkson. Joao going to open up ace-7 suited here from the hijack. Folding around to the blinds.
Get a good look, Hiroki.
Jack 10 suited. Certainly a holding with all options available. He is going to choose the
Excuse
call.
me, when do we stop the clock for the last
Run
hand?
it down to the end.
Okay. Okay.
King deuce deuce flop. Ace high still best for Weber.
Pretty disappointing for Jack 10 of hearts. That one king of hearts. Just one more of anything.
Yeah, three to a royal. Anything could happen. Continues for 40,000. Is 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush enough for our friend from Japan?
I'm not messing with it this time of day. But this is a real player, not me, who just wants to squeak in a day 4, day 5.
Those look like raisin chips.
Yep. Like I said, real player. Not out here playing Uno like me. I just want to draw 4 and go home.
Too noisy.
Without even club backdoor possibilities, Joao in a pretty tough spot here with just ace high, but he is going to peel and make it to the turn. Very small raise, practically a click.
Board pairs.
Feeling a lot better about ace high, perhaps.
Again, yeah. And Hiroki.
Following through on his flop aggression.
That's right. Has not let up. Do you ever just kind of make the decision now that you're going to see this to showdown with ace high?
I don't know, facing a a bet of 80,000, pretty small relative to the flop. I don't know if I'm ready to fold ace high here.
That's what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But you realize that like there's tons of rivers you got to call too.
Yes.
If you think you're good now.
9 of diamonds. Backdoor diamonds get there.
I mean, Weber has just over pot left behind. Karatsu gives up.
Shutting it down. Joao gonna check back quickly. Ace high, good.
Very happy to show it down. Very happy to scoop this pot.
Yeah, I mean, with these elite players, they have a knack for knowing where they're at and not going for it, punting into oblivion on the river. All right, and we are going to join another outer table where I'm heard we have another elimination. The 30th finisher, I'm sorry to report, is Lars Tungel. Gonna take home 34,800 euro.
I was really hoping we could slip him the Tungle. Lars!
Congrats to Lars for his deep run, but we are going to be left with 29 players in this field and just over 5 minutes of play remaining.
We're 2 away from a pay jump.
Does it go all the way up to 40?
That's right. 27th place gets you 40,050 euros.
Getting serious with these jumps.
Yeah, 40,000 is pretty sick.
I mean, you could buy a vehicle, a new one with bells and whistles.
Yeah, especially here in Europe, you can get a nice 3-cylinder. Maybe a Citroën, a Deux Chevaux, a Seat. Real hand this time for Palevic.
Karatsu with a suited wheel ace in the small blind. Gonna come along. Two ways to the flop in this domination situation. Both players with backdoor flush possibilities. Karatsu with a gut shot to the wheel. Ace jack high still good. Flop goes check, check.
Karatsu Palevic, round 2.
Karatsu checks again. And we're at the 10 of clubs river. Go check, check once more, and Palevic going to take down another one in a red-hot finish here at the end of day 4 play.
Just under 3 minutes left. Is that going to be one more hand or 2 more hands? How come they didn't draw for hands today? Is that because of the new random table breaking system? They don't feel like they have to draw for hands? I gotta tell you, I'm learning new things about this game every day. Did
Did you know that if you have 10-5 in your hand, you can't make a 9 high straight?
It's time to go to bed.
C. C, bed. Bedtime.
Long day for everyone.
Buenas noches. Aha, okay, so if this is the last hand of the level, Weber won't have to pay the big blind and they'll do a redraw overnight, right? Right. No redraw overnight. Will he get the big blind tomorrow on the new blind level?
Definitely going to stretch out every
They do
moment
redraw
he
overnight?
can.
They don't, right? Yeah, okay. Well, he just basically made sure that he's going to get hit with the big blind on the next one. It's probably going to happen anyway.
Palevic getting out of the way, and Kebe waking up with the Joe and James.
Oh, hello. Wait, that's not the Joe and James.
Everybody else getting out of the way, and we are going to see one final hand here of our day 4 action.
All
right, well, he didn't get the new blind level.
Not at this time. He wasn't doing bad. Oh, he's gonna come.
The Joe and James is JH for James Hardigan and JS for Joe Stapleton.
I never had gotten that little detail.
JC is James Hardigan and Jesus Christ.
The James and Jesus?
The martyrs. The messiahs. All right, last hand.
What do you got, fellas?
All right, let's go to bed.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3, 10. For being ice cold, it's good. I'm happy. Only one hand I have in the final table. 1 ace queen against kings. And one
Ooh, all right. This last hand is getting played.
To the flop we go. Oh, pardon me, he hasn't made his decision yet. That was a time-baked chip.
5.7, right?
We're more than likely gonna see a flop.
5, 7.
But Weber could put in another bet.
5, 7, 30.
Well done. Where are you from in France?
France.
Where?
Paris.
Nice.
You?
Sweden.
Sweden.
We are seeing a flop.
And you, where are you from?
Norway.
Är du norske? Norske.
King high flop. All clubs, though. Romero with a pair and the flush draw.
Jag visste inte du var norrman. Jag tänkte du targetade mig lite grann innan, kändes det som. Och sen tänkte jag, titta, det är okej. Inga problem. Jag väntar lite. Och sen gör jag någonting för tillbaka allting. Jag är mycket konstig. Jag är ingen proffs alltså.
Sorry. I had some hands.
It was bet call on the flop. Turn 5 of diamonds. Changes nothing.
And I had ace king with a flush draw when you had a 6-3. Diamonds. Yeah, of course.
When you squeeze with 8-2, I have ace queen.
Romero firing in a bet of 105,000.
I was in a trap, but after
You must give me credit. I fought
you never squeeze all of the
yeah, exactly.
of the day.
And you're gonna find me now?
Yeah.
Then you are professional super deluxe.
Even
Wow,
if
once again, the smooth calling.
I will be in big trouble.
Yeah, this is what
Jack of diamonds on the river going to be safe
maybe if queen come, I have
for Weber's
king,
top pair. River goes check, check. Joao gonna scoop this final pot to take his stack up to 1.38 million at the conclusion of play today. That was our final hand of day 4 main event coverage here at EPT Barcelona.
29 players coming back tomorrow, it looks like. Before we wrap things up, let's have a look and make sure there's no other action at any other tables. Johan Raskar still got all the chips. It seems like there may be no other action. Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at some of these chip counts, see where we left off at the end of the day. There we go. Johan Raskar with a dominant performance today, ending up with 5.7 million. Palevic turning on a new gear here with 20 minutes left to go in the final levels, going to bag up 3.3 million. Leknes and Kebi also got some good cards, played them well, bagging up well over 2 million. And Weber did chip up as well in this final level. Taking a look at the payouts, with a prize pool generating nearly 10 million euros, the winner is going to take home 1.4 million. Runner up nearly a million at nearly 900K. Third place 641, down all the way to 10th place, which will get a 6-figure payout at 102,000 euros. And we're going to check out our PokerStars blog. Go to the PokerStars blog for all the updates and story from the European Poker Tour here from Casino Barcelona. You can get human interest pieces, interviews with some of our pros and ambassadors. Check out all the action here from Barcelona. I've been Caitlin Komeski. He's been Joe Stapleton. We will be back tomorrow at 12:30 local time for main event day 5 coverage. Make sure to be there. We'll meet you there. I've been Caitlin Komeski. Once more, Joe Stapleton. Have a good night, folks.
Everybody better run, 'cause my eyes are open now. Now I see every little thing you've done, and nothing's out of bounds. Ashes, ashes, they all fall down, except for me, 'cause I run this town.